Welcome back to my channel. I hope you enjoy. How the hell did this happen? That one thought kept echoing over and over, and Mace whined his head as he sprinted as fast as he dared through the labyrinthine hallways of the Black Sun hideout. How did this happen? How did he let this happen? Over and over, the same question pushed its way into his mind, but he ignored it. He had something more important to focus on. That being the bond with his Padawan. A bond which now echoed with pain. A bond which, the sly voice of fear whispered, seemed a bit fainter than it had just moments ago, a bit weaker. Almost as if Naruto were. No. He crushed that thought before it could even fully form and pushed himself even faster. He will be fine. You just have to hang on. I'm coming for you, Naruto, just hang on. 30 minutes earlier. Thump thump. Naruto's heartbeat pounded loud in his ears, a constant drumbeat that punctured the relative silence all around him. Thump thump. Despite how on edge he was, their infiltration of the Black Sun base was going well. He was almost disappointed at how bland and featureless the secret hideout had proven to be. So far, it seemed to consist of a single long, slightly damp corridor. If not for the pervasive sense of suffering and evil that seeped from the very walls, he would have guessed that they were in the wrong place. The place seemed abandoned. Thump thump. As if summoned specifically to prove him wrong, the faint sound of voices drifted down the hall from ahead of them. Mace instantly held up a clenched fist, and the entire group froze. 20 meters ahead, door on the left, he said. Naruto spotted it half a second later and reached out with the force. I sense a small group, maybe 3 or 4. Probably guards. Mace nodded, having probably sensed the same thing. They do not know we are here. Naruto, take 3 men and neutralize them. The rest of us will hold this position. Yes, master, Naruto said, and gestured to the 3 royal guards nearest to him. You 3, with me. Set your weapons to stun. If we take them by surprise, then we won't have to kill them. Thump thump. Together, the 4 of them crept towards the door. As they got closer, the sounds from behind the door grew louder and resolved into what was obviously a raucous discussion. From what he could hear, Naruto guessed the men were gambling. It made sense, he supposed. If they really were guards, then they were likely bored out of their skulls. The base's outer defenses would theoretically alter them to anyone who got within a dozen kilometers, and that wasn't even mentioning that the whole base was supposedly a complete secret. They probably saw guard duty as little more than an extended break period. Well, it would be a shame if someone didn't come along and teach them the error of criminal ways, he thought with a hidden smile. Thump 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 thump. His heart beat faster with anticipation as they neared the door. He could sense the tension in the air, like something bent nearly to the breaking point and waiting to snap. The anticipation was always the worst part for him, and everything about this place set him on edge. Even with his empathy as muted as he could manage, the nearby suffering and death was an irritating grain of sand lodged in the back of his mind, itching and prickling and wrong, wrong, wrong. Thump 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 thump. When they reached the door, after what felt like a geologic epoch, Naruto noted with some relief that it looked well maintained. That was good, as it meant it probably opened with very little noise. He signaled the men to stack up behind him and readied himself to open the door. Thump 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 thump. He tapped the control panel and opened the door. As he had thought, it slid open with hardly a whisper. None of the people in the room seemed to have heard it, if their continued conversation was anything to go by. Still, they would notice quickly enough, so there was no point in hesitating. With swift, near-silent steps, he slipped into the room. Thump thump. It was odd, he noted idly, how it was both anticlimactic and also immensely satisfying to finally step through the door. On the one hand, nothing had really happened. On the other hand, he was finally doing something. The danger was here, he was in it, and there was no place Naruto felt more comfortable than in the middle of everything. Thump thump. There were 4 men in the room, all of them sitting around a table playing cards. Naruto thought it might have been Sabak. They wore the typical dark, hard-wearing clothes of Black Sun foot soldiers working away from their usual domains. A double-barreled blaster pistol, The distinctive sidearm that Black Sun operatives favored, hung from each of their belts. 2 were human, while the other 2 were Falleen. All of them had cups in front of them, and the sharp stench of alcohol hung heavy in the air. Thump thump. It took Naruto less than half a second to take all of it in, and he didn't even break his stride. In the span of 2 heartbeats, he was within striking distance of the nearest guard. As he pulled his hand back to deliver a stunning blow, one of the other guards finally noticed him. The shocked man jerked backwards and opened his mouth to shout a warning. Wadash! He never got past the first syllable. His shout turned into a strangled grunt when a stun bolt caught him full in the face. He twitched violently and collapsed backwards over his chair. Nearly at the same moment, Naruto knocked his target out with a swift blow to the base of the skull, and 2 more stun bolts took out the last 2 men. The whole affair was over in less than a second. Thump thump. Tie them up. We don't want them going anywhere, Naruto said. The royal guards immediately moved forward and restrained the unconscious gang members with stun cuffs while he collected and disabled their weapons. A quick search of the unconscious men revealed a half-dozen hidden vibroblades and holdout blasters, which he promptly relieved them of. With that done and their targets successfully restrained, Naruto and the 3 guards moved back into the hall to reconnect with Mace and the others. Once he was in front of his master, Naruto gave his report. 4 men, all unconscious and restrained. It all went smoothly. No one heard a thing. Naturally, at that moment, a wailing alarm split the air and red lights began to flash along the walls. A solid-looking blast door slammed down over the room he had just left with a resounding thud. Another one closes behind them, cutting them off from the only exit. Old instincts born from years of pulling pranks and getting caught delivered the next words straight into Naruto's mouth without consulting the rest of his brain. It wasn't me, he said, and blushed when he heard himself. For what had to be the 1000th time, he found himself profoundly grateful for the way his mask hid such things from the world. No wonder Kakashi had such a reputation for being inscrutable. The mask had done most of the work for him. Mace cocked an eyebrow but did not comment. They must have recycled their surveillance system, he said. We need to move, now. It was too late, though. Even as Naruto made to follow his master's order, a series of sharp cracks echoed down the hall. What he saw next made his blood run cold. Large sections of the walls collapsed into the corridor, revealing row upon row of crouched B-1 battle droids, dozens that Naruto could see, all armed and activated. With a series of mechanical whirs and clicks, the droids stood up and stepped into the hall, their blasters already sweeping around to target the intruders. Take cover, Panika shouted, but Naruto could tell in an instant that it wouldn't do any good. They were stuck in a featureless hallway with no corners or alcoves. There was nothing to take cover behind, no shelter from the deadly blaster fire that was sure to come their way. They were stuck in a kill box with no way out. Naruto, with me, Mace shouted, shocking his Padawan into action. Shield them. The rest of you, take those droids out, quickly. Master and Padawan stood side by side and activated their lightsabers, bathing the walls in orange and violet light, and not a moment too soon. The droids opened fire, sending a hail of red death lancing towards them. Instantly Naruto's world narrowed down to those bolts, his blade, and the force. His arms moved almost before he commanded them to, batting bolt after lethal bolt into the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and even back into the droids themselves. He was dimly aware of the guards behind him, flattened against the walls as best they could to avoid those shots which made it through. Not all the blaster fire in the hall was from the droids. Plenty of it came from Panika, Typho, and their men. Their careful, methodical shots steadily brought down droid after droid, filling the air with the acrid smell of burned wiring and scorched metal. It was not enough, however. For every droid that fell, there was another ready to take its place. He was also dimly aware of his master standing barely 2 meters away on his right. Mace's violet blade may as well have been a solid wall of energy. He reflected the bolts back so fast it seemed he sometimes had to wait for the droids to catch up and send more his way. He didn't scatter them harmlessly into the walls, either. No, he returned them with a lethal precision that had already turned nearly a dozen droids into scrap. In contrast, Naruto was barely keeping up. He had the speed, certainly, and the force to guide him, but he was feeling his lackluster defensive skills now. His style favored offense, but offense was not an option right now. He could not spare the focus he would need to take the fight to the enemy, not with the men behind him to protect. Indeed, he could hardly spare the focus needed to berate himself for ignoring his master all the times he had told him to improve his defense before working on his offense. In the deadly dance he found himself in, it was all he could do to stay one step ahead of the droids. Where the hell did they get all these droids? He shouted, not really expecting an answer. To his surprise, though, he got one. They must have found an old Trade Federation transport from the occupation, Typho shouted back. They left hundreds behind when they pulled out. How many droids? Mace asked, having apparently overheard them. Nothing on his face betrayed that he was blocking the combined fire of a platoon of battle droids. If it was a fully loaded carrier, and they took them all, then they could have as much as an entire battalion here. That's over 7,000 battle droids. Naruto inhaled sharply, and nearly missed his next block. That was definitely more droids than they could deal with, even if they didn't have to worry about saving the hostages. Still, behind his trepidation, he could feel something niggling at the back of his mind, the beginning of an idea that he couldn't quite tease into life yet. Look on the bright side. At least they're just droids, one of the guards said. Naturally, at that moment, things got worse. A half-dozen Black Sun soldiers pushed their way through droids and took up positions near the front of the line. Each had a double-barreled blaster pistol, and unlike the droids, they had excellent aim. The twin bolts from their unique weapons were difficult to block, especially with the rest of the fire from the droids, and they knew how to coordinate their shots to force gaps in the Jedi's defenses. Within a few seconds, their strategy proved successful, as first one guard, and then another, fell to the ground with sizzling holes burned through where their faces had once been. For the second time that mission, the stench of burned blood and scorched flesh filled Naruto's nostrils. He frowned as he felt their lives wink out, and his grip on his lightsaber tightened with anger. "We can't stay here," Mace yelled. "Push forward." Apparently he meant that literally, as he thrust his hand out and unleashed the most powerful force push Naruto had ever seen. The front line of droids was pulverized into scrap by the strength of Mace's blow. The rest fared little better, being blasted off their feet and flung back down the hall in a shower of sparks and shattered armor plating. The Black Sun soldiers did not escape, either. They tumbled back right along with their droids and landed in a stunned, bloodied heap amidst a pile of broken metal bodies. With the incoming fire abruptly cut off and the force shrinking his already lightning-fast reaction time down to nothing, bordering on negative, it took only a fraction of a second before Naruto sent his own force push down the hall. While not as powerful as his master's, it certainly wasn't lacking strength. The walls shook, the lights flickered, and the remaining droids went down beneath a storm of flying scrap and raw power. It was when he saw one of those pieces of scrap, a bent comms antenna from one of the droids, that the half-formed thought in the back of his mind finally resolved into an actual idea. As soon as the hall was clear, he turned to Typho. "Hey, you said these droids came from the occupation, right?" "That's right. What of it?" "That means that they need a central computer to control them. That's how Anakin beat them before, by destroying their command ship. If Black Sun has set up their own droid command system, then all we need to do is shut it down and the droids will follow," Mace broke in. "Excellent thinking, Naruto. We need to get to their central control room. It is the most likely location of that command system." "We'll need to find it first," Panika said from where he was kneeling by one of the fallen guards. "How are we supposed to do that in time?" Mace glanced at the ceiling, where thick cable conduits ran in rows. "These wires must control the security systems and blast doors. They will route back to the control room. All we have to do is follow them. Now hurry. I can hear more droids coming this way." Naruto could also hear the menacing clank of metal footsteps getting ever closer. The hard walls bounced the sound around too much for him to accurately judge distance, but as far as he was concerned, they were too close already. He started off down the hallway, following the conduit with Mace and the others right on his heels. As he passed the downed droids, he occasionally swiped his lightsaber to destroy one that was still moving. The last thing they needed was enemies at their back. He could also do without the enemies at their front, but he supposed life was just full of disappointments. As they ran, he spotted more blast doors cutting off certain sections of the base. Fortunately, none of them had so far blocked their path to the control room. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt about that. While it was nice not to have to carve through a blast door, he was not thrilled at the idea of them going where the enemy clearly wanted them to go. When he voiced his concerns to Mace, the man's reply was less than comforting. It is either a trap or it is not. Either way, shutting down those droids is our best chance at completing the mission. Naruto winced at the bluntness of the statement, but found that he could not disagree. Whatever trap they may or may not be walking into could be survivable. The endless hordes of battle droids that would eventually surround them would not be. Escape was not an option, and standing their ground was pointless, so forward was the only option. Besides, it might not be a trap after all, he thought. Maybe they just wanted good fields of fire for the droids. This hall barely has any turns after all. It's not like all the other passages were blocked, either. Maybe they ran short of blast doors and there's just one right outside the control room. Hell, maybe. He didn't have a chance to complete that thought, however, because right as he rounded a corner, the Force sent him a warning. It was just in time too, because he suddenly found himself facing another platoon of droids, this one easily 100 strong, with another 4 Black Sun soldiers leading it at the front, all of them lying in ambush. He was moving too fast to stop in time, so he shouted a warning to the guards, put on one last burst of speed, and jumped. His sudden leap took right over the first volley of blaster fire, and his momentum carried him over the head of the foremost soldier. As he passed over the startled Falling's head, he tucked into a front flip and brought his lightsaber down in a single, short slash. The orange blade cleaved through the soldier's head vertically, back to front, from mouth to crown. Something sizzled, and the sickening smell of charred meat permeated the air. The man didn't even twitch. He just crumpled like a limp rag, and the flash-boiled remnants of his brain spilled onto the floor in a gently steaming pile of gore. Naruto had no time for revulsion, however. His momentum was still carrying him forward, and he had to capitalize on it. He completed his flip just in time to ram his boot into the face of the next Black Sun soldier. The man's nose broke with an ugly crunch, and a mix of blood, spit, and teeth flew from his mouth. The force of Naruto's kick sent his unconscious body lying into the legs of the front row of droids, tripping them up and sending 2 of them crashing to the ground. As he landed, Naruto deactivated his lightsaber and ducked into a roll, thus passing underneath the next round of blaster fire. In one fluid motion, he reactivated his lightsaber and sprung up from his roll with 2 wide slashes around his whole body. His blade hummed, sparks flew, and the 5 droids nearest to him collapsed, their limbs and torsos sliced through. He stood with a triumphant shout, having carved straight through the front ranks of his would-be assailants in barely 2 seconds. It was then that Naruto realized his mistake. In his rush to engage the enemy and stymie their ambush, he had let his impromptu charge carry him too far into the droids' formation. He was surrounded, with at least 100 droids to his front and sides, and the last 2 Black Sun soldiers behind him. All of them had blasters leveled at him. Stang. He inhaled sharply and tightened his grip on his lightsaber. Time seemed to slow. He could see the droids' fingers tightening on their triggers, millimeter by millimeter. An instant before they opened fire, though, a violet thunderbolt of pure destruction blitzed through the droids and soldiers, sending metal limbs and destroyed blasters flying. Before Naruto's very relieved eyes, the whirlwind of purple resolved into his master, moving as Naruto had never seen him move before. He had always known, on some level at least, that Mace held back during their spars. It only made sense, after all. The man was trying to teach him, not flatten him into the ground. It was only now, watching him move like a wildfire, dangerous and untamable, that Naruto started to get a sense of just how much his master toned down his skills when training with him. It looked as though Mace had 10 arms and 5 lightsabers, his blade was moving so fast. Every strike turned into a block, turned into another strike, turned into a stab. If a droid did not fall to his whirling blade, then a blow from the Force smashed it to pieces. It was ferocity and grace and violence elevated into art, and all Naruto could do was look on in awe. The royal guards made their own contribution to the fray. With carefully aimed shots, to avoid hitting their Jedi allies, they rapidly whittled down the enemy numbers one droid after another. It was only after one of their shots took out a droid that had been aiming for him that Naruto snapped out of his shocked trance. 2/3 of the droid platoon already lay in ruins, but there was still plenty left for him to do. After a quick glance at the battlefield, he reached out with the Force, grabbed hold of the dismembered droids laying all around him, and sent a wave of scrap scything across the ground. His attack knocked the legs out from under half of the remaining droids. Before they could recover, he rushed forward, drawing level with his master, and swiftly dispatched the fallen droids with 2 long, low sweeps of his lightsaber. The moment he had finished, he pivoted to strike at what remained of the squad his master had engaged, scarcely a dozen droids. With 2 Jedi bearing down on them, one of them Mace Windu, the poor droids lasted all of 4 seconds, and then it was over. When the last droid fell to the ground with its head severed, Mace deactivated his lightsaber and took stock of his surroundings. First, he made sure his Padawan was unhurt. Naruto had reacted with admirable speed to the sudden ambush he had stumbled into, but he had also placed himself in just about the worst position he could have. He still reacts rashly when surprised. I will have to drill him in rapid tactical decision-making, Mace thought, before he turned to check on the rest of the men. Sadly, he saw as he turned around, the droids and the Black Sun soldiers were not the only casualties. Naruto's warning had apparently come too late to save one of the guards whose body lay crumpled on the ground, limbs akimbo, riddled with blaster fire. Mace sighed when he spotted the body. We need to keep moving. We must be close by now, and staying put is a death sentence. If any of the soldiers are still alive, cuff them. Then we have to go. Only one of the Black Sun foot soldiers, the one that Naruto had kicked in the face, was still alive. Lieutenant Typho, his face drawn with grief and anger, roughly turned him over and bound him hand and foot with stun cuffs. Once he was done, the whole group set off once again. This time, however, they moved with greater caution than before. Even with their slower pace, it did not take long before it became obvious they were nearing their target. More and more cables lined the ceiling, branching in from side passages and blocked off rooms. Mace, with the Force enhancing his hearing, could detect the distinct hum of powerful computers churning away ahead of them. As they got closer, less than 100 meters if he was any judge, he could also hear voices. Most of them were men, a mix of harsh outer rim human accents and the more lyrical cadences of Falleen, exactly what he would expect of a Black Sun base. One voice, however, stood out to him. It was female, human if he had to guess, and that alone marked it as anomalous. Most criminal gangs were infamously misogynistic, and Black Sun was certainly not an exception to that rule. From what he knew of their operation, women were scarce, and those who did exist were mostly Falleen. Even more surprising than her presence, though, was that she was giving orders. He could hear her, whoever she was, demanding reports on the location and status of what he could only assume were other droid patrols. Somehow, she seemed to be in charge. Strange as all of that was, something more was bothering him. Mace could have sworn he recognized her voice. He could not place it, not with her voice muffled by distance and intervening walls, but some instinct told him he ought to know who she was. He did not have to wait long to solve the mystery of the woman's identity, however. As they rounded the next corner, the control came into view, not even 10 meters away. 10 Black Sun soldiers were visible through the doorway, but he could not yet see the mystery woman. He crossed the distance in an instant and ignited his lightsaber, Naruto, and the remaining guards right on his tail. I am Master Mace Windu of the Jedi Order, he shouted the moment he entered the room. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you will be tried fairly. He had little hope that anyone in the room would actually surrender. Members of Black Sun were notorious for fighting rather than going to prison, and everyone involved in this operation had to know that, if they were arrested, they would never see the light of day again. Despite that, Mace still had to give them an opportunity to avoid violence. He was a peacekeeper, not a soldier. If he did not at least give them a chance, then he was no better than a common thug. As he had expected, the moment the word Jedi came out of his mouth, the room exploded into chaos. Each of the Black Sun gangsters, and he counted 12 now, pulled out a blaster, took cover behind the nearest available solid object, and opened fire. Panika, Typho, and what was left of their men dove for cover of their own, while Naruto began deflecting fire away from their position. All of that registered in the back of his mind, though, because could finally see who the mysterious woman was, and why he had recognized her voice. There, standing across from him on the other side, smiling and relaxed, was Xan Arbor. His mind raced. No wonder he had recognized her voice. The infamous scientist had been terrorizing the galaxy for over a decade now. From bioterrorism to narcotics manufacturing to experimenting on sentients, her list of crimes would take hours to read. She had engineered plagues, caused famines, and tortured multiple Jedi. Her dossier was required reading for any Jedi taking missions in the field, and in every encounter she had proven herself to be a deadly, devious foe. The last Mace had heard, she was imprisoned in a penal colony near Belasco. Clearly Black Sun had freed her, probably to use her skills in whatever experiments they had used to turn the kidnapped citizens into brainwashed assassins. If Xan Arbor was here, then she would have a plan. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's reports had mentioned that she was never without a backup plan, and she had a distressing fondness for traps, coupled with a total disregard for collateral damage. Given her skill set, it was entirely possible the entire planet was at risk. If her reputation held true, then she would have no qualms about wiping out the whole of Naboo if she thought it would help her escape. Even as he ran through what he knew of Xan Arbor and tried to formulate a plan to capture her, however, she made her move. Without breaking his gaze, she reached for her left wrist, where he now saw she wore some sort of keypad. Before he could do anything to stop her, she pushed a couple of buttons and grinned triumphantly. Mace tensed, bracing for some sort of trap, an explosion, anything, but nothing apparently happened. Nothing blew up. No swarms of lethal droids burst from the ceiling. No clouds of poison flooded the room. If not for her satisfied smirk, Mace would have suspected her plan had failed. He did not detect anything. Apparently his Padawan did, however. A moment after Xan Arbor activated her wrist computer, Naruto stiffened and his head snapped around to stare at one of the side exits of the control room. Mace looked, but he could see nothing significant about the open doorway. It came as a surprise to him, therefore, when Naruto suddenly bolted towards the door at top speed. "The hostages!" he cried as he ran out of the room. "No, Naruto. Wait." Mace made to pursue his Padawan, but found himself having to block a sudden barrage of blaster fire before he could take 2 steps. Xan Arbor had produced a blaster from somewhere, and was firing as fast as she could at him. It only slowed him for a second, 2 at the most, but that was all it took. With a crashing thud he felt all the way in his bones, a heavy blast door slammed shut over the doorway Naruto had just run through. "Sorry, Master Jedi, but he'll have to play on his own for a little while," Xan Arbor said, her voice saccharine sweet but laced with malice. "I'm afraid you have other things to worry about." With that, she pressed another button on her keypad. A previously hidden door hissed open behind her, and she turned and fled through it before it closed behind her. Before she vanished completely, however, Mace spotted a shatter point forming around her. It was big, obvious, and screamed danger and importance. Something about her escape was going to put a lot of people in danger unless he stopped her. Mace scowled and turned to Captain Panika, who was crouched and using a crate as cover. "Find that droid control center and shut it down. I have to go after her." He left no room for argument in his voice. Sure enough, Panika frowned but nodded. Once he was sure the man understood his orders, Mace charged across the room, blocking any blaster fire that came near him. When he reached the hidden door, he did not even hesitate. It was nowhere near as robust as the blast doors were, and he could see its shatter point clearly. Without breaking stride, he lashed out with a punch, channeling the force as he did so. The door shattered into a dozen pieces, and he was already through the new opening before the first shard hit the ground. Naruto wasn't sure why his master had been so shocked and wary when he saw the strange, blonde woman in the control room. He hadn't recognized her, but clearly Mace had. Whoever she was, as soon as she fiddled with that keypad on her wrist, he had felt an overwhelming wave of pain and fear coming from the hostages, accompanied by a sharp sense of danger. Ever since he had first felt them back in the swamp, he had been distantly aware of the hostages, but it had been a quiet sort of awareness, like a dull, irritating buzz. He didn't know what that woman had done, but that buzz had exploded into a deafening shriek that drove all thoughts but one out of his head. He had to get to the hostages now. Mace had yelled at him to wait, but he couldn't. He couldn't wait. There were people in agony, and he refused to let them suffer in this dank hellhole for 1 second longer than he had to. Not when he could do something about it. He had made a promise, after all. He followed the sense of fear and pain down the twisting hall. There were no markers to give directions, but he didn't need them. His empathic senses were screaming so loudly that he might as well have had a glowing sign pointing the way. As he drew closer to where the hostages were being kept, his keen ears picked up the faint sound of screaming, along with the crackle of electricity. A faint whiff of ozone tainted the air, and he redoubled his speed. If there had been any thought of caution in his head, it was gone now, replaced by a desperate determination to save the innocent civilians from whatever torture Black Sun was subjecting them to. His furious sprint came to a grinding halt when, once again, he nearly ran straight into another group of battle droids. There were only a dozen this time, but he still wanted to scream with frustration. He didn't have time to be fighting a bunch of stupid machines. Every second he delayed was another second the hostages were suffering. The lead droid, identical to the others save for a few painted yellow highlights on its exoplating, noticed him almost immediately, and raised its blaster. "Halt," it said in a mechanical whine. "This is a restricted area. All units, open. Fee-hee-hee-ree." To Naruto's amazement, before he could set about slicing the droids into tiny pieces, the droids all drooped and dropped their weapons. The leader's vocoder wound down, and, as a unit, the entire squad collapsed where they stood. It took a moment for Naruto to realize what had just happened. "Heh, way to go Typho," he said as he started off down the hallway again, still following the pain of the hostages. After a few minutes of running, the Force guided him to a closed door at the end of a hallway. The screams were clearly coming from behind it, as was the wave of agonized fear. He did not want to take the time to slice into the controls and open the door properly, so instead, he carved a rough portal into the door, just big enough for him to clamber through. Even the few seconds it took to do that grated on his nerves. He was so impatient to get through that he didn't even notice the sting of hot metal when he brushed against the freshly cut edges. The moment he was inside, he noticed the cause of the screaming. There were row upon row of cages, each with a person, some human and some Gungan, chained up inside. The chains were sparking with electricity, and each prisoner was writhing and screaming in agony. The assault upon his senses, both physical and force-based, was enough to drive him to his knees. It took a moment for him to push through the horrible din and stagger to his feet. Even then, he had to grit his teeth against the empathic onslaught. It felt like someone was blasting his mind with burning hot sand, slowing wearing him down until there was nothing left but pain. He had to find some way to end this, and quickly. Though his vision was blurred with tears, he desperately cast around for something, anything, that might end the electric shocks. For a long, terrible moment he couldn't find anything, but at last his eyes lit on a computer console set into the far wall. Walking towards it felt like trudging through toxic mud, but he doggedly put one foot in front of the other, arriving with every step to ignore the stabbing lances of pain and fear and help that were tearing into his psyche. He had no idea how long it took him to reach the terminal, but when he finally did, he had to lean on it for support, else his legs would have given out. He couldn't take any time to catch his breath, though. Every moment he delayed was another moment that dozens, maybe hundreds, of innocent people were still being tortured. When he looked down at the console, he almost cried in relief when he saw it was not encrypted or secured in any way. There was a simple digital dial, currently turned all the way to the red, along with a series of buttons and status screens. He reached down and turned the dial back all the way to 0. The effect was immediate. The harsh crackle and snap of electrical discharge vanished, and the deafening screams quickly faded into a mix of relieved sighs and pained whimpers. More importantly, though, the tide of agony that had been threatening to drown Naruto receded back into a more manageable trickle. He sagged with relief and had to fight the urge to slide to the floor and rest. He still had to get the hostages out of their cages and back to medical care in need. Before he could set about doing that, however, something smashed into the side of his head, hard. Stars exploded across his vision, and his whole head felt like someone had set it on fire. At the same time, a sharp, painful shock ran through his entire body, and his muscles spasmed and locked up. He fell to the ground in a heap and had to fight to stay conscious. There was a high-pitched ringing in his ears, and his thoughts slipped and spun out of his grip while his vision swam in and out of focus. Through his haze of concussed pain, Naruto could see a pair of boots step into his field of view. He tried to make some sort of move, though whether it was to fight or escape, he was too dazed to tell, but his limbs were still twitching and unresponsive. He could hear someone speaking, but he couldn't make out the words. Everything was fuzzy and distant, and his mind was a jumbled mess. He could see the cages in the corner of his vision, and he thought they were important, but he couldn't remember why. Had he been doing something with cages a minute ago? One of the boots kicked him roughly in the shoulder, turning him so he was facing up at the ceiling. Naruto thought it might have hurt, but he was already in so much pain it was hard to tell. Instead of cages, now he could see a man standing over him, holding a stun baton. Was that why his head hurt so much? It seemed likely. The man was human, with pale skin and light brown hair, dressed in simple, but well-tailored clothes. He had an unremarkable face, the sort you might see 100 times a day and never remember. Indeed, everything about him was forgettable, from his hair to his eyes. His bland, unmemorable face was currently twisted into a cruel grin, though, and even with his head still filled with mud and fire, Naruto found that grin unsettling. What was worse, though, was that he could not sense the man through the force. Not at all. No life force, no emotions. It was like he didn't exist. Wha? Who? The man leaned down, and his grin grew sharper, crueler, more predatory. Hello, little Jedi. My name is Granta Omega. It's good to meet you. Mace had to fight the urge to growl as he raced through the narrow passage after Xan Arbor. The entire operation was blown to pieces. 3 royal guards were dead. 2 more wounded. Potentially thousands of battle droids were hunting for them. His Padawan had run off without explanation or backup. And to cap it all off, he was now chasing one of the most dangerous women in the galaxy down a dark corridor with no idea what lay ahead. He only knew that if he did not catch up to her, people would die. He had seen the lives balanced on the Shatter Point, and Xan Arbor was more than capable of taking them. For now, though, he dismissed all of those concerns as useless distractions. He could not solve those problems until he had solved this one, so he anchored his whole being in the present. If there was to be a later, he first had to survive the now. Priority 1 was catching up to Xan Arbor. He did not expect that would take long. It took a rare athlete to keep pace with any Jedi, let alone a master, and Xan Arbor was not that athlete. She was fairly fleet, but he could already hear her footsteps growing closer. He would catch her in less than a minute, he estimated. Of course, catching her came with its own complications. Namely, surviving whatever trap she no doubt had waiting for him. He would just have to trust in the Force to guide him. It always had. As he had expected, Xan Arbor came into view just a few seconds later. Before he could yell at her to stop, though, she skidded to a halt and turned to face him. He slowed to a stop himself and held his lightsaber at the ready. All of his senses flared into high alert at the unexpected turn of events. Surrender. In the name of the Republic, you are under arrest. Come quietly, and I will guarantee you a fair trial. She sneered and let out a derisive laugh. Oh, I don't think so, Master Jedi. I have no intention of going back to prison. No, I think you are going to let me go. Mace tensed and tightened his grip on his lightsaber, but he made no move to attack. She had not yet offered him violence, and besides, a woman like her would have taken measures to ensure he could not just strike her down. A trap linked to her vitals, perhaps, or some prearranged catastrophe only she could stop. He did not like the implications of her statement, nor her unwavering confidence. It was never good criminals like her were confident. The shatter point around her had not resolved. If anything, it had grown stronger, more obvious. All of his instincts, honed over decades of missions, screamed that he had made a terrible mistake. "Why would I do that?" he asked. He had to keep her talking. The more she said, the more information he could gather, and the more time he would have to formulate a plan. Xan Arbor smirked and kicked a crate by her foot. It fell open, revealing some sort of cylindrical device, about half a meter tall, with a bulge running around its middle. The moment he saw it, the shatter point shifted from Xan Arbor to the device. "Because you'll be too busy disarming this bomb. It goes off in 15 minutes, and when it does, it'll contaminate this entire base, not to mention all of the and everything in between." Mace grit his teeth. "Contaminate? This is a bioweapon. But I recognize the design. This is not your work. You mentioned a partner." Xan Arbor actually giggled and clapped like a child. "Ha ha ha, very good Master Jedi. So there is a brain under all that scowling." "Yes, dear Granta shared his designs with me. I added my own touch, of course, but the man does have creativity. And such a lovely hatred of Jedi. Even stronger than mine, in fact. It's a pity he couldn't be here for this, but I'm afraid he's far too busy playing with your little Padawan." Mace stiffened, and ice crawled up his spine. It took all of his iron-hard discipline to keep his bearing. Naruto was not ready to face an experienced Jedi killer like Granta Omega, not without backup. The boy was going to get himself killed with his recklessness. Right then, as if the universe had been waiting for that exact thought, he felt his Padawan bond with Naruto erupt with sudden shock and pain. Wherever Naruto had gotten to, he was in trouble. Naruto can take care of himself much better than most Padawans, Mace reminded himself. "I cannot help him if I die here. I need to keep her talking. How did you both end up with Black Sun?" Xan Arbor rolled her eyes and spoke as if she were indulging a small child. "Black Sun hired him to help them conquer this damp little backwater. He must have recognized that such a project was practically begging for my talents, so he broke me out of that dreadful prison camp Kigon threw me in. I heard he died here. Pity I couldn't watch. What is Omega planning?" he asked. "Oh, a great many things, I'm sure. I do hope he remembers to collect the data I asked for as he kills your Padawan. Naruto, was it? Anyway, you Jedi so rarely have the decency to die in a laboratory setting. It would be criminal of me to waste such an dash." She paused abruptly and glanced down at the bioweapon. When she looked back up, her mask of false cheer was gone, and a cold, detached air had taken its place. "Very clever. Trying to keep me here until I have to deactivate the bomb myself, or else die in the blast. A good plan, but I think not. Goodbye, Jedi. I look forward to studying your death." With that, she turned and ran off down the tunnel, leaving Mace alone with the bomb. Granta Omega. The name alone acted like a bucket of ice water thrown on Naruto's head. This was the man who had captured and tortured Anakin on 2 occasions and had nearly killed Master Yaddle. He was the closest thing to the bogeyman that the Jedi had, aside from the Sith. The shock of hearing his enemy's name had one benefit, though. His scattered, muddled thoughts instantly snapped into something at least adjacent to clarity, spurred on by adrenaline. He still could not move, but at least now he could string a coherent thought together in less than 5 minutes. With his brain more or less back in action, his training kicked in. As per usual, the pressure of a sudden, life-or-death situation kicked his already busy mind into overdrive. Fortunately, Granta seemed preoccupied with something on the computer console. Step 1, self-assess, he thought. I've been hit with a stun baton, hard. Definitely got a concussion, maybe a skull fracture. Criff, that hurts like a bitch. Muscles are still paralyzed, but I can already feel my toes. I guess the Kyuubi is making himself useful, for once. Maybe a minute until I can get up, maybe more. I won't be much use in a fight, though. He grit his teeth and tried to wiggle his fingers. The effort involved sent a fresh torrent of pain through his head and tore an involuntary groan from his mouth. Granta must have noticed the noise, because he turned his attention away from whatever he had been doing at the terminal and looked over at Naruto. When he spotted his feebly twitching fingers, He rolled his eyes and walked back over to Naruto. Don't bother. Your feeble efforts won't get you anywhere, Jedi. As he spoke, he calmly stepped on Naruto's fingers, breaking two of them. You're going to die here, Jedi. So just lie there and enjoy your last few minutes while I make some final arrangements. Oh, and if you're hoping for rescue, don't bother. Your master is busy dealing with my partner, and those irksome royal guards have no way of getting through the blast doors. I will not suffer interruptions. Naruto had to bite back a scream as two of the fingers on his left hand snapped under Granta's boot. It wasn't a debilitating injury like his head wound was, but it certainly wouldn't help him in a fight. Okay, step 2, he thought, trying to ignore his growing desperation. Play for time. Get him talking until I can stand, at least. What are you doing here? He bit out through the pain and numbness. Why Black Sun? Why? Neighbor. Granta snorted in contempt. Do at least try to think. With the resources of Black Sun behind me, and mind control drugs my partner and I have developed here, I could raise whole armies of assassins in mere weeks. Totally obedient, nearly undetectable. The galaxy has so many poor, downtrodden people that no one would miss. I could have decimated the Jedi Order, avenged my father, and seized more power than you could comprehend. Your partner? Who would work with you? At that, Granta smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. It crawled across his face like a fungus, devoid of any warmth or humanity. You may have heard of her. Xan Arbor. She's currently keeping your master busy, so we can have this oh-so-pleasant chat. Naruto swallowed hard, his throat suddenly bone dry. If Granta Omega was the bogeyman, Xan Arbor was at least as bad, and probably worse. From his studies he knew she had devastated whole worlds for profit, and she had a predilection for experimenting on Jedi. If Mace was tangling with her, then he would likely have his hands full. As a matter of fact, she's the reason I didn't just shoot you in the head and be done with it, Granta continued. She asked that I gather as much data from your death as possible. She's ever so fascinated by what makes you Jedi tick, and I figured it might come in handy, so here we are. He pressed a couple of buttons on the console and flicked a switch. Naruto heard the faint, rising whine of something powering up. Up on the ceiling, 4 pairs of red optical sensors flickered into life, and a moment later, 4 large droids dropped from above and landed on the floor hard enough to crack the duracrete. They were imposing, standing just a hair shy of 2 meters tall, with long, powerful-looking limbs. Their abdomens were narrow, while their shoulders were wide, and their whole bodies looked heavily armored. Their faces were eerily skull-like, with large, glowing red eyes and mask-like vocabulators. Overall, they were not like any other droids Naruto had seen before. If he had to guess, he would say they were a Halawan Laboratories product, maybe even part of the IG line, but not a model he recognized. Each droid carried a different weapon. One had a long electro staff, vibrant electricity crackling at either end. Another held a pair of vicious-looking vibroswords, whose high-pitched hum set his teeth on edge. The third wielded 2 E5 blaster carbines as if they were pistols. The final droid carried a fearsome-looking TL-heavy repeating blaster rifle. Do you like them? Advanced processing core, reinforced chassis with duranium armor plating, the latest in heuristic learning programming. They're brand new, prototypes, really. It took some doing, acquiring them, but I think it'll be worth it. I programmed them myself to fight Jedi, and they can learn as they go. What do you think? Why are you doing this? The Jedi never did anything to you. Naruto thought he could see how this was going to go, and he didn't like what he saw. His best chance was to buy as much time as he could to recover before Granta loosed his droids on him. From Anakin's stories, if there was one thing that could get Granta Omega raving, it was talking about the Jedi. As he had expected, Granta's face turned purple and twisted with rage. Nothing. You call how the Jedi treated my father nothing. They humiliated him, exiled him, murdered him. And then they had the gall to cover it up and call him a criminal, call him fallen. I'm doing this so I can wipe every one of you carking Jedi out of existence. By the end of his rant, Granta was practically frothing at the mouth. His mask of cheerful insouciance had shattered, and in its place was a seething madness that lit his eyes like fire. Naruto flinched and eyed him warily. He realized too late that he may have miscalculated. Granta's hold on reason was obviously tenuous, and pushing his buttons may not have been wise. If he snapped before Naruto was ready, things could get dicey. He might just decide to kill him, or worse, take out his ire on the hostages still in their cages. What made it even more unsettling for Naruto was that he still could not sense anything from the man at all. He should have been a raging maelstrom of wrathful insanity, but he remained a virtual ghost in the Force. It made predicting his behavior a matter of uncertain guesswork. Fortunately, rather than devolve further into his obvious madness, Granta seemed to realize his slip and reined himself back in. As Naruto watched, he carefully reapplied his guise of sanity. The broken fire vanished from his eyes, and body relaxed into a less threatening posture. "Anyway, none of that really matters to you now," he said, his voice still raw from screaming. "Here's what's going to happen now. I'm going to leave. You're going to stand up, and these droids of mine are going to attack you. Once they're done killing you, and believe me they will kill you, they'll transmit all the data from the fight to my ship, where I will use it to improve their combat programming so they can kill more Jedi in the future. And just in case you were thinking of dying straight away to deny me the data, for every minute you survive, I'll spare 10% of my test subjects. The rest will die as soon as you do. What will it be, little Jedi?" Granta shot him one final, mocking grin, and sauntered off towards a side exit. When he reached for the panel to open the door, however, he jerked back in surprise and drew a blaster pistol as a kunai buried itself in the controls in a shower of sparks. "You're not going anywhere," Naruto said as he struggled to his feet. "Whether or not your droids kill me, you're still going down for this. Now, let's go." Mace worked furiously to disarm the bioweapon in front of him, but he was not making any progress. Wary of traps, he had to proceed with a maddening degree of caution, one that would have taxed his patience even without the steadily dwindling timer. Even once he had opened the bomb's casing, he faced such a complicated array of wires and components, only half of which he even recognized, that he was at a loss on how to proceed. Mace was a skilled enough engineer, but he was no Skywalker. This was beyond him. Xan Arbor had made more than just a few adjustments to Granta Omega's original design. So far as he could tell, only the dispersal mechanism and the power core remained unaltered. Everything else, from the trigger mechanism to the multitude of fail-deadly safeguards, was completely different and highly tamper-resistant. He counted at least 8 separate circuits connecting the timer to the trigger alone, any one of which could set off the bomb. Clearly, Xan Arbor had never intended for him to actually disarm the device. Even so, he persevered. He had no other option. Without the technical expertise he needed to disable the bioweapon properly, he instead relied on the Force to guide his hand. One by one, relying on the most minute signals from the Force, Mace began isolating and disabling the various pathways to detonation. It was slow, painstaking work, and the focus required was giving him a headache, but he ignored it. The constant sense of pain and danger coming from the Padawan bond was also distracting, but he ignored that, too. Duty came first, always. All that mattered was keeping the bioweapon from detonating. He could help Naruto deal with Granta Omega after he saved the continent from Xan Arbor's bomb. Perhaps, if he'd had more time, he could have done it. With his Shatterpoint ability to guide him, Mace thought he might have been able to successfully disarm the bomb in 10 minutes, perhaps 15 at the most. Sadly, he had less than 2 minutes left on the timer, and was barely a quarter of the way done with his work. As the time relentlessly ticked away, he began to cast about for alternative solutions. As a last resort, I can just stab it with my lightsaber, he thought. It will explode, and I will almost certainly die, but maybe, if I am fast enough, I can destroy enough of the biotoxin to save everyone else. It was a grim sort of thought, but he was in a grim situation. If it came down to it, he was more than prepared to give his life to save his Padawan and the others. It was a sacrifice every Jedi was willing to make. Before it came to that, though, he was going to try everything else he could think of. I just need some way to contain the blast. Some sort of airtight vessel, or maybe his mind lit on an idea so unlikely that, had he been even an iota less desperate, he would have dismissed it out of hand. As it was, he didn't see any other choice. Trusting that the Force was guiding him, he reached into the pouch on his belt and withdrew the storage scroll Naruto had made for him on the flight to Naboo. Using it was risky. He had been practicing with it ever since Naruto had given it to him, but he was still far from proficient. He had yet to successfully seal anything larger than a credit chit into the scroll, and even that failed half the time. At the moment, however, he didn't see that he had any better options. He had to neutralize the bomb, and quickly, before Naruto wound up in over his head. Once again, as if the universe enjoyed affirming his worst fears, he felt a fresh surge of pain and distress echo down his bond with Naruto. Whatever he had gotten into, he was now in serious danger. That alone was enough to remove any lingering doubts Mace had about his plan. He unrolled the scroll and glanced at the timer. There were just under 90 seconds left. I suppose there's nothing like a field test, he thought as he focused on generating chakra. He had improved over the last week, but it still took him almost a minute before he had a stable enough pool. The moment he did, he placed his hand on the sealing array and channeled his chakra as Naruto had shown him. There was a whooshing noise, and a cloud of white smoke erupted around him. Mace coughed and waved his hand to disperse the smoke. When he did, however, his heart sank. The bomb was still in front of him, its timer steadily counting down. He had fewer than 30 seconds now. Without hesitating, he focused his chakra once more and tried again. Whoosh. Smoke. The bomb was still there. 20 seconds left. Again. More smoke. More failure. 15 seconds. Again. Nothing. 10 seconds. Last chance, he thought as he brought everything he knew about chakra to mind. It responded to willpower. He knew that, so he focused on every reason why he needed, to seal the bioweapon into the scroll. The unknown millions across the continent who would die if he failed. The innocent hostages whom he was here to rescue. The brave royal guards who had trusted him to lead them wisely. And, foremost of all, his reckless, brave Padawan, whom he was growing genuinely fond of in spite of himself. Naruto's vast potential, his magnetic personality, and his mind-boggling stubborn bravery had all conspired to slip through his typical detachment and forge an emotional bond to go right along with their growing master-Padawan bond. He could save all those people. He would save all those people. With those thoughts fixed firmly at the front of his mind, he summoned up all the determination that had propelled him through life thus far, the sort of determination to which you could moor a starship, and pushed his chakra into the scroll one last time. Once again, smoke billowed from the scroll, accompanied by the now familiar whooshing noise. This time, however, he felt something different, like some sort of twisting sensation. With his lightsaber ready, just in case, he brushed the smoke aside to check on the results. Sure enough, the bomb was gone. When he glanced down at the scroll, he saw the sealing array had shifted to indicate there was something contained within. He absently resolved to eject it into a star at the first opportunity. Without even realizing it, Mace released his hold on his chakra. It was only when he felt his arms seemingly double in weight that he realized how much energy sealing the bioweapon had taken out of him. His whole body felt wrung out, as though he had been working hard for several days without food or sleep. Obviously, his chakra control needed work, if such a simple technique wore him out this much. He had no time to recover, however. No sooner had he reconnected with the Force than he was inundated with a flood of pain, fear, and desperate determination from his bond with Naruto. It was a confusing mess of sensations, and their bond was still too new for him to glean more details, but he did not need them. All that mattered was that Naruto was badly hurt, in terrible danger, and Mace was going to save him. Again. Pure, old-fashioned adrenaline, combined with a hasty, on-the-fly Jedi restoration cantrip, pushed him to his feet and propelled him back down the hallway he had come from earlier. With every sharp pant that came from the bond, a matching stab of self-recrimination rose to meet it. How the hell did this happen? That one thought kept echoing over and over in Mace whined his head as he sprinted as fast as he dared through the labyrinthine hallways of the Black Sun hideout. How did this happen? How did he let this happen? Over and over, the same question pushed its way into his mind, but he ignored it. He had something more important to focus on. That being the bond with his Padawan. A bond which now echoed with pain. A bond which, the sly voice of fear whispered, seemed a bit fainter than it had just moments ago, a bit weaker. Almost as if Naruto were. No. He crushed that thought before it could even fully form and pushed himself even faster. He will be fine. You just have to hang on. I'm coming for you, Naruto, just hang on. After Naruto threw down his challenge, he wasted no time in trying to back it up. With the new method Mace had helped him discover, he should theoretically be able to switch between chakra and the force in an instant, quick enough for combat. So far, he was still a little shaky on the technique, but necessity would have to take the place of practice. He wasn't sure just what sort of capabilities these new droids possessed, but Granta Omega was not one for idle threats, and he knew how to fight Jedi. If he was confident the droids could kill Naruto, then it would be a poor idea to treat them lightly. Even fresh, he would be wary of facing such opponents. Now, with his head wound messing with his coordination and slowing his reactions, he was in very real trouble. As such, Naruto went all out from the start. He didn't want to give the droids time to get a read on his combat abilities and counter them, so he molded chakra, crossed his fingers, and performed his signature jutsu. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. The sudden flood of 24 identical clones had Granta reeling back in shock, his mouth hanging open, which was exactly the sort of reaction Naruto had been going for. The droids were harder to read, but he was hoping such an abrupt change in battle conditions would give them pause. His clones, acting on the orders he had created them with, each pulled out a kunai and leaped into the air. As they descended towards the droids, their kunai flickered with a blue halo as they channeled wind chakra through them. Naruto had yet to fully master the technique, and could not make the chakra flow as sharp or as even as he wanted, but he was hoping it would suffice to cut through the droid's more vulnerable joints. After all, he figured, every armor had its weak points. Even as his clones made to attack the droids, Naruto had his own target, Granta Omega himself. While he hoped the clones could destroy, or at least damage, some of the droids, their primary function was to serve as a distraction. If he could just get to Granta, then he could force the man to shut down his droids and free the hostages. He darted through the crowd of clones and rushed towards him, lightsaber already moving to destroy his blaster. The droids were busy. Granta was too stunned to react in time. It looked for all the world as though his hasty, slapdash plan was going to work. Naturally, as had been the norm for the entire mission, that was when it all went wrong. Before Naruto even got within 2 meters of Granta, the droid with the 2 blaster carbines opened fire, shooting with a speed no organic being could hope to replicate. It laid down a withering storm of blaster bolts at the clones, each fired with deadly accuracy. As bunched up as the clones were, they didn't last long. Most died in the first second, with the lethal streaks of red plasma often dispatching 2, or even 3 clones at once. Those few that survived the initial barrage fell moments later, picked off by precise shots to the head. At the same time, as Naruto went to destroy Granta's blaster, a crackling electro staff swung with startling speed to block his strike. He expected his lightsaber to shear straight through the weapon, but to his surprise, the searing bar of orange plasma stopped dead, barely leaving a mark. There was no time for him to process his shock, however. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye was the only warning he got before the Vibrazword-wielding droid was right next to him, its blades already moving to cut him in half. With head still swimming from the earlier blow, all Naruto could manage was a clumsy lunge away from the swords. It saved him from being bifurcated, but he was too slow to avoid the blow entirely. One of the blades tore across his left side, and a line of fiery agony bloomed in its wake. Ayuk! Naruto instinctively pressed a hand to the wound, and felt blood, warm and sticky, already soaking his tunic. His mesh armor had kept the blade from cutting through his ribs, but it was still a nasty, painful wound. Not immediately life-threatening, but not an encouraging sign of his chances against Granta's droids, either. He jumped backwards to gain space, and used it as an opportunity to reconnect to the Force and reassess the droids. To his dismay, it didn't look as if any of his clones had done more than scratch the droid's armor before they perished. Criff, he thought. I can't afford to create more clones. Those things move too fast, I need my precog. I'll just have to pick them off one at a time. Because that'll definitely be easy. He didn't have time for further thoughts, though, as the Force sent him a warning just in time for him to dodge away from an incoming sphere of shimmering blue energy that was speeding towards his head. It was traveling slowly, for a blaster bolt, and Naruto ducked out of the way with ease. Boom. The giant, searing hot hand of an explosion slammed into his back, and flung him forward several meters. He just barely turned his unexpected fall into a clumsy roll, and gasped with pain as his bruised, scorched back came into contact with the floor. Behind him, 3 of the cages had been torn to shreds, along with the hostages inside of them. As he came out of the roll, he saw the gently smoking barrel of the TL heavy repeater, from whence the concussion blast had apparently come. I thought you were going to save all these people, little Jedi, Granta said, his voice high and taunting. I must say, you're not off to a great start. Shut up, you sick bastard. You're gonna pay for everyone you've murdered. I'll make dash. Naruto had to cut his rant short when the carbine-wielding droid opened fire at him with a series of rapid shots. If he had thought the B-1S from earlier had tested his defense, they were nothing compared to the barrage from this one single droid. Where the B-1S had gotten by on massed fire and confined quarters, with little accuracy to speak of, this thing combined deadly speed with the unnerving precision of a machine. In mere seconds, he found himself blocking desperately just to stay alive. One bolt singed his elbow, and another grazed his right knee, forcing him to draw on the force to shove the pain aside. It proved to be nothing more than a distraction, however, as the Electra staff-wielding one darted forward and jabbed Naruto in the side with its weapon hard enough to knock him off his feet. He felt one of his ribs break, and the arcing energy danced across his body in little rivers of agony. Once more, he had to turn his fall into a roll, this time to avoid the follow-up strike that would have crushed his head. No sooner had he regained his feet than he saw the heavy repeater pointing his way, the barrel glowing with the telltale blue sheen of a charging concussion shot. Fueled by nothing but instinct and adrenaline, Naruto jumped straight up and let the shock wave of the explosion carry him up into the support beams of the ceiling, where the droids had been hiding before Granta activated them. At the same time, he palmed a smoke capsule and tossed it into the middle of the 4 droids to obscure their vision. The thick, billowing gray clouds would not hide him for long, not from advanced optical sensors, but it would give him a few seconds. I've got to destroy the one with the repeater, he thought. That last shot killed another 4 prisoners. It'll destroy the whole room if it keeps this up. I just need to distract the other 3, and then I can get in a clean strike. His fingers trembled from pain and blood loss as he prepared his distraction. Between the Kyuubi and the Force he had managed to stay conscious so far, but he couldn't afford to take any more wounds. Already, he could feel the gash on his side sapping his strength, while his head swam from what he was now sure was a skull fracture. Sadly, he didn't really think he was going to have much say in the matter. He couldn't hide forever, and the smoke screen was already clearing. Just before the smoke could thin to where it would reveal his position, Naruto threw the kunai he had prepared right at the feet of the droids and made a single hand sign. The 3 explosive tags he had wrapped around the handle flowed briefly and then detonated with enough force to send all 4 droids tumbling backwards. Their armor absorbed most of the blast, but it was enough to buy him the opening he needed. A fraction of a second after the tags went off, Naruto jumped from his perch in the ceiling supports down towards his chosen target. It was a far cry from his usual grace, more of a half-aimed fall than a precise leap, but gravity and his lightsaber worked together to compensate for his injury-induced clumsiness. His blade carved straight through the TL repeater and severed one of the arms holding it. His knees buckled under the force of his landing and his side felt as though he had just laid it open anew, but Naruto refused to let that stop him. With a raw shout that was half determination, half pain, he lunged upwards and stabbed the droid right through the center of its torso. It felt like forcing a sword through a thick plank of hardwood, but the duranium armor could not stand up to a direct strike from a Jedi's weapon, and he saw the orange glow of his blade as it emerged from the droid's back. The impaled droid jerked its limbs for a moment, as if trying to still attack him, but the stab must have destroyed some vital system or other. A moment later, Its glowing red optical sensors flickered and died. Naruto gasped in exhausted triumph, but his victory would prove to be a costly one. The Force sent a warning, and he could hear the blaster firing, but his arms felt as though they were encased in lead. He simply couldn't move them fast enough, no matter how hard he tried. All he could do was watch, as if from a very great distance, as the first bolt streamed past his face, and the second slammed into his right forearm. The force of the shot tore his lightsaber from his grasp and sent it clattering across the floor. Only his armored gauntlet, one of Kakashi's gifts to him, saved his hand from likely amputation. Even so, it didn't stop the pain. Someone had lit his arm on fire, or else dunked it into molten lava. That was the only explanation for the torrent of agony that raced from his elbow to his fingertips. The smell of cooked meat filled his nose, and it took a moment for him to process that it was coming from his arm. His already shaky legs weren't up to the task of keeping him on his feet, and so the impact of the shot spun him around to land on his butt. In front of him, he saw the droid with the Vibraz words jump into a graceful arc. An arc, he realized dimly, that would end with those swords slicing through his neck. He also saw Granta Omega, standing in front of rows of his caged victims, grinning with manic glee at the prospect of watching a Jedi die. That wasn't right. Naruto had promised that he would save those people in the cages. He'd promised that he would make Granta pay for his crimes. If he died here, then all the hostages would die too, and Granta would get away. That was unacceptable. It could not happen. So Naruto decided to make sure that it did not happen, and step one was not getting his head cut off. He could feel the fox battering furiously at its cage, desperately trying to get him to use its power, but he ignored it. It was practically a habit by now. Instead, he recalled his first time using the Force without meditating, when he saved Ahsoka and the rescued slave women from the Black Sun gangsters nearly a year ago. He brought forth the same sort of feelings now, his will to protect others, his determination to keep his promises, and desire to see Granta Omega face justice for all the atrocities he had committed. Then, in a single, timeless moment, when everything else fell away, he forged all of those feelings into a shining star of power, reached for the Force, and pushed. The two Vibraz words were a bare millimeter from his throat when he acted. They shattered like glass under the sheer power of his Force blast. His attack tore the droid holding them to pieces and hurled them back across the room so fast they practically left vapor trails. The other two droids had just enough time to brace themselves against the sudden assault, but they still went sliding across the floor and into the row of cages. The bars bent from the impact, but it wasn't enough to disable the two droids. Granta did not have the reaction times or the strength of his droids, however. He sailed through the air and landed in a crumpled heap by the same exit he had tried to escape through earlier. The memory of his shocked yelp would bring a smile to Naruto's face for years to come. Despite his impressive display of power, it by no means spelled victory. Despite being shoved across the room and slammed into durasteel bars, the two remaining droids were still operational. Their armor was battered and their movements were jerky, but they were far from defeated. As he watched them recover from his attack and walk towards him, Naruto finally felt the icy grip of despair. He didn't have the energy for another Force attack like that. Already, darkness was encroaching on the edges of his vision. Everything was fuzzy, and a persistent buzz filled his ears. There was simply no way he could destroy the final two droids, not in his condition. Despite his best efforts, despite giving it everything he had, he could not keep his promises. He was going to die here, surrounded by people he had failed to save. Just as he prepared himself to face his death, he felt something. Something in the Force, something coming his way. While his thoughts all felt slow and sticky, he recognized the feeling almost immediately. It was the relentless will and drive of his master, and it was headed right for him. A renewed sense of strength and hope flowed down the Padawan bond, stilling his trembling limbs and dulling the pain of his injuries. Accompanying the soothing balm was, to Naruto's immense surprise, his master's voice echoing in his head. "You just have to hang on. I'm coming for you, Naruto, just hang on." It was the first time either of them had managed to send actual words through their bond. More important even than that major milestone were the words themselves. His master was coming for him. Everything would be all right. All he had to do was stay alive for a few minutes, and then Mace would arrive to help him. I can do this, Naruto thought, his renewed sense of hope sitting in his chest like a warm fire. He summoned his lightsaber back to his hand, and the snap hiss of the blade igniting might as well have been a chorus. All right, you walking scrap heaps, time for round 2. The next few minutes of his life were a chaotic blur of movement and pain. Despite being buoyed by the knowledge that help was on the way, Naruto's injuries were no less severe, nor the droids any less deadly. In the future, Naruto would only ever be able to recall the fight as a series of brief flashes of clarity interspersed amongst a mess of noise and color like rocks in a river. He remembered desperately blocking blaster fire from one droid while the other rushed in to attack with its electro staff. Over and over he felt a snap of pain as the crackling polearm scored a glancing blow, but he refused to drop his lightsaber. He remembered using the force to pull the droid with the 2 blaster carbines towards him. It dug its feet into the floor, leaving deep grooves, and Naruto ended up flying towards it, but the result was the same. He landed a blow, severing its left arm at the elbow joint. He had been aiming for its head, but considering by now he was seeing triple, he was just glad he'd hit the droid at all. He remembered very clearly the moment when the sparking end of the electro staff slammed straight into the still bleeding wound on his side. The pain was indescribable, like taking another one of Sasuke's Chidori while also being torn in half. It was so bad that he actually blacked out for a moment. Only the feel of his burned back slamming into the cold bars of the cage the droid had flung him into snapped him back to reality. Most of all, though, he remembered thinking that his master could really stand to hurry the fuck up, because he didn't know how much longer he could keep going like this. After what could have been minutes or hours, Naruto really couldn't tell anymore. The door to the room shattered, and a violet glow lit the room. To his eyes, which refused to focus, it looked like a purple meteor smashed into the droids. One of them fell into 2 pieces, bisected from top to bottom. The other lost its legs and then its head to a single, sweeping flourish of violet light. Naruto blinked and squinted to try and bring his vision into focus, but it was futile. With the droids gone and his master there, whatever had been fueling him for the past few minutes was finally leaving his system. Hey, master. You took your time, he said. He tried to say more, but his tongue seemed to have gone on strike. The world started tilting crazily around him, and a black fog was swallowing everything. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and the last thing he saw before he drifted into darkness was Mace rushing towards him, a concerned look on his face. Then everything was cool and dark, and he knew no more. When Naruto woke up, he fully expected to find himself in his mindscape, with the Kyuubi ready to deliver another mocking lecture. It was, therefore, a pleasant surprise when he instead woke up in a soft bed, covered in warm blankets, with rosy, late afternoon sunlight streaming in through the windows. Grogginess clung to him like a cobweb, and he had to poke his brain with a stick a few times until it shuddered and wheezed into some sort of reluctant facsimile of awareness. He wasn't sure where he was, or how he had gotten there, but he could feel his master's presence nearby, sending him feelings of rest and calm. While the chains of exhaustion kept him firmly moored in place, that was okay. Mace was telling him he was safe, so everything was all right. He wondered where he was, though. As he burned off the fog of sleep, he noticed the overly white ceiling, the faint electronic whir of machinery, and a tinge of antiseptic in the air. When he finally turned his head, he also noticed in his arm, the tube hooked up to a bag of faintly yellow liquid. Clearly, he was in a hospital of some sort. That realization blunted his feelings of general contentment somewhat. Hospitals were to be avoided, or failing that, escaped. Ending up in a hospital was one of the surest ways to put him in a bad mood. That feeling only intensified when the rest of his body chose that moment to wake up and demand its share of attention. For the most part, it did this by hurting. His whole torso ached, especially where that Vibra's word had sliced him open. His head throbbed in time with his heartbeat. His forearm felt raw and tender where he had gotten shot. He had a dry mouth and a sweet taste on his tongue. He thought he recognized it, but he didn't know from where. 1,000 other minor aches and pains all sounded off, accompanied by a backup tune of general exhaustion and weakness. Clearly, any plans he might have had to escape would have to wait. All he could really do at the moment was give voice to what he was feeling. "Ow," he moaned. A moment later, he heard someone moving out of his field of view. When they stepped around to where he could see them, he was greeted by his master's grim visage. Right now, though, Mace's normally unreadable face showed hints of concern, relief, and something else that Naruto couldn't identify. They were subtle hints, but for a man who normally made droids look expressive, they might as well have been glowing signs. "You're awake. How are you feeling, Naruto?" "Like a hut sat on me. How long was I out?" "Almost 24 hours. Mace didn't elaborate, and instead just fixed him with a penetrating stare. After a while, Naruto squirmed uncomfortably. He had a feeling he knew what was coming next, and it wasn't anything he wanted to deal with ever, actually. Still, he didn't think he could avoid it. "No, you cannot avoid this," Mace said, apparently reading his mind. "You ran off alone, with no explanation, no idea what was waiting for you, and no thought given to any potential traps or ambushes. You nearly got yourself killed. Explain." Naruto winced at the cold, clinical tone Mace took with him as he laid out his actions. He had to admit, when put like that, it didn't sound good, but he wasn't going to just meekly accept a lecture. He'd had good reasons for what he had done. "I didn't just run off on a whim," he said. It was a struggle to keep his tone respectful, a struggle he was losing, judging by how Mace narrowed his eyes. "I could feel everyone they were keeping prisoner. When that lady, Xan Arbor, used her wrist computer, I felt they were in danger. They were being tortured. I had to do something. I promised I would do something." He had worked himself up to a shout by the time he had finished speaking, and the unexpected burst of emotion left him panting and wrung out. He had to run through a breathing exercise to calm himself down and find his center again. Mace just sighed and punched the bridge of his nose. "Naruto, I am not angry that you went to save those people. That was noble and selfless of you, and I'm proud to see such traits in my Padawan. I am upset because you did it in a reckless, ill-conceived manner that put the entire mission at risk. I was right there. Captain Panika, Lieutenant Typho, and 9 other royal guards were right there. Why did you not ask any of us to follow you, to watch your back?" Naruto opened his mouth to retort, but nothing came out. There was nothing there. Looking back, there was no reason he couldn't have done that. Just like that, all the fight drained out of him, and he slumped back into his pillows. Mace took his silence as a chance to keep talking. "You let yourself get caught up in the moment and you acted on your emotions rather than controlling them. You cannot let that happen, Padawan. Next time, the consequences could be more severe." "But I've always used my emotions. They make me stronger. Even Master Poof said that the Jedi should explore using them as fuel, Naruto. That does not mean surrendering to them and letting them dictate our actions. Perhaps emotions can be a source of strength, as you have shown, but only if you master them. When you let them steer your decisions rather than fuel your determination, you make stupid, sloppy mistakes like you did." Naruto glanced away, unable to meet his master's eyes any longer as the sheer weight of just how stupid he had been sank in. He had fucked up, and it had nearly gotten hundreds of innocent people killed. Shame, hot and sharp, burned in his gut. Mace sighed again and reached out to squeeze his shoulder, simultaneously sending a wave of reassurance down their bond. "Do not be too hard on yourself, Padawan. This situation is, at least partially, my fault." "Your fault? What are you talking about, Master? I'm the one that ran off like an idiot. And I am the one who should have seen that you were in no state to go on that mission. You were still shocked by what you felt during the assassination attempt on Queen Amidala. Your empathic powers are still untrained, and I knew that there were traumatized prisoners in that base. I should have known that being that close to them, feeling their pain so acutely, would distract you and compromise your judgment. I should never have taken you in there, and for that, I am sorry." Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. Part of him wanted to object that there was no way his emotions had compromised him going into the mission. After all, he had told his master he was fine, and he was no liar. Looking back on the long list of poor decisions he had made, though, he couldn't find it in him to stay indignant. More importantly, Mace was apologizing to him. That was not how things worked. That was the opposite of how things worked. He was the one who apologized to his master, not the other way around. Still, it had happened, and now he had to respond to it. It's fine, master. I should have been more careful. Mace nodded. We both should have done better. Speaking of which, what specifically did you learn from this? That I need to work on my defense. Naruto got a faint sense of exasperated amusement from his master. The older man gestured for him to keep talking. Back in the temple, you asked me why I chose to specialize in Juyo. I chose Juyo because I thought it was the best fit for me, but maybe I was wrong. For the whole mission, I've been on the defensive in every fight I've been in. If I had been better at, maybe I wouldn't have gotten hurt so bad. It took this to get that lesson through to you. Naruto could only scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Mace shook his head but didn't press the issue. Juyo is a good fit for you, Naruto, but not on its own. Your natural fighting style is more defensive than you realize. When we get back, I will help you learn more about Sorsu and Cheyenne. You might also seek out Master Unduli and Knight Kenobi. Both of them are experts at the various defensive forms. Naruto nodded, grateful for his master's understanding and willingness to help. So, does this mean I'm not going to be punished? Mace gave him another long, blank stare. I think the beating you took should serve as an adequate lesson on why you should not run off like that, he said after a long silence. Naruto perked up at the idea of avoiding whatever special hell his master might otherwise have put him through, but then Mace kept talking. Of course, I will have to let Jiraiya know you dropped your guard and let someone get the drop on you. I imagine he will have a few things to say about that. Naruto wilted in despair. He's going to hollow out my soul, he said tonelessly. Jiraiya would no doubt take great pains to ensure that he never so much as contemplated running off blindly again. He loved his godfather, but the man tended to express his concern by training him into the ground over and over again until he deemed his skills adequate. Perhaps, Mace said. Never do something like this again, Naruto, he added over their bond. Seeing you in such a state was unpleasant. You are lucky to have survived, and I do not ever want to see the day when that luck runs out. Hearing Mace's voice through their link was a new and somewhat odd experience for Naruto, but one he cherished. It was a sign that their bond as master and Padawan was growing stronger. He wasn't sure if he could send words through himself, but he tried it anyway. Yes, master. And thank you for saving me. Mace nodded once and gave his shoulder another squeeze. Get some more rest, Naruto. I have to go speak to the queen about our mission, but I am sure she will want to visit you later. Naruto nodded sleepily. What little energy he had was already fading. He laid his head back on his pillows without complaint, and he was asleep before Mace had even left the room. It had been a long few days for Padme Amidala. From the attempt on her life to finding out that Dane Topolo was complicit in some of the worst crimes in Nebu's history to the stress of dealing with the fallout from the raid on the Black Sun base, this was the hardest week she'd had since the occupation. There had been bright spots, such as when she had seen just how many people the Jedi and Captain Panica's team had saved from the secret compound, but even that had been marred with tragedy. Many of those people, both human and Gungan, had already suffered experimentation and exposure to whatever cocktail of drugs Black Sun had been using to brainwash and enslave their victims. Most would recover, but they were looking at years of physical and psychological effects. Others, tragically, had not been so lucky. 7 of the freed prisoners had already perished from the withdrawal effects, and the doctors told her that at least a dozen more were unlikely to survive. Then there was the situation with Granta Omega and Jenna Xan Arbor. She didn't even want to think about either of those headaches right now. No, right now she had finally found the time to take a break and was going to the hospital to visit Naruto. She was in her handmaiden disguise, and she had somehow convinced Captain Panica that she would be safe enough without an escort. When she opened the door to Naruto's room, she was unsurprised to see him out of bed, fully clothed, and using some sort of knife to try to pry the window open. Of course, he was a poor patient. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" she asked, making him jump. He turned around and immediately greeted her with one of his strange eye smiles, not even attempting to hide his knife. Padme. It's good to see you. Hey, can you help me with this? The stupid window's jammed shut. I can't open it. Absolutely not. You are injured. You're supposed to be resting. Get back in that bed right now until a doctor says you can leave. Oh, come on Padme. I'm completely fine. Besides, hospitals suck. I don't need to be desh now, Naruto. Or do I have to let Master Winda know about this? Naruto grumbled and griped, but eventually, with her sternest glare and multiple threats, she herded him back into his bed. He glowered at her, but she just arched an eyebrow and stared back. Don't look at me like that. I saw you when they brought you back. Shot, cut to ribbons, electrocuted, head split open, bleeding everywhere. You were nearly dead. The doctors had to put you in a Bacta tank for 10 hours. By all rights, you should still be in there. You had me, and everyone else, absolutely worried sick, so the least you can do is lie down and listen to the doctors. Yes, Mom, he sighed. She reached out and flicked him on the ear, eliciting an indignant yelp. It wasn't especially mature, but it felt good to be a little childish after the strain of the last year. Be polite, or I won't tell you about what's been going on, she said, confident that would get his attention. Sure enough, he perked up and looked at her pleadingly. Really, he was far too adorable for his own good sometimes. She had missed their back-and-forth teasing over the last few days, and it felt beyond good to relax and banter with this boy who had somehow become her friend in record time. So, tell me. What happened to the hostages? And Dane? And Black Sun? And Dash? Whoa there, slow down, she laughed. Dane will be charged with, well, basically everything there is. Murder, treason, kidnapping, conspiracy, you name it. He's awaiting trial, and I expect he'll never see the light of day again. The people you rescued have a long road ahead of them, but most will recover. I'm afraid some were already too far gone, though. The doctors did their best, but... Naruto slumped back in his bed, his face despondent. Padme hated to see the look in his eyes, as if some small part of him had flickered and died at the news. Hey, don't blame yourself. You did everything you could. None of those people would be alive if not for you. Yeah, I guess, Naruto said, before he shook off his depression. Anyway, what happened with Black Sun? Did my master get Granta and Xan Arbor? Now it was Padme's turn to look grim. It was just her luck that he would ask about the one topic that was giving her the biggest headache at the moment. She was half tempted to avoid the question, but she couldn't. After everything he had done for Neba, he deserved answers. He would find out soon enough. Xan Arbor got away. By the time we had secured the base, she was long gone. She's probably off-planet by now. The guards captured a dozen Black Sun operatives, including a high-ranking lieutenant, as well as Granta Omega. We took them into custody, but... But what, Padme? What happened? Padme sighed and rubbed her temples. Chancellor Palpatine got word of it and demanded that they be extradited to Coruscant to stand trial for crimes against civilization. He wanted to make an example of them, to show that the Republic can still stand up to organized crime and corruption. I agreed and sent them on a transport, but I just got word an hour ago. The ship never made it to Coruscant. A Republic patrol ship intercepted a distress signal in the Narvith sector, but by the time they arrived, all they found was a debris field. So they escaped then? Naruto asked, more than a hint of bitterness in voice. Padme shook her head, though. No. The investigation is ongoing, but initial scans indicated the use of illegal disruptor weapons, the sort only major crime syndicates could get a hold of. It looks like Black Sun got word of the Chancellor's plan and tied up loose ends. They both sat in silence for a while after that. It was the sort of news you just didn't know how to react to. After a minute, Naruto summed it up about as well as it could be. Well. That sucks, he said. She just nodded. There was nothing else to say about it, really. It was an ugly end to an ugly story, and that was it. She stayed and talked with him for as long as she could get away with. Her responsibilities as queen loomed in her immediate future, but for now she just relished in talking and joking with Naruto. Finally, though, she could not put off leaving any longer. As she got ready to leave, Naruto tugged on her sleeve to get her attention. "Padme, could you do me a favor? After you leave, could you contact Anakin? He thinks of you as his first real friend, and I know it would mean a lot to him if he could hear from you." Padme could only stammer in surprise. The request had caught her completely off guard, though looking back, she supposed it shouldn't have. Naruto had previously expressed his disapproval of how she had never talked to Anakin after he left Naboo. He apparently took her shocked silence as indecision, because he pressed a piece of flimsy into her hands. "This is the contact code for Anakin's personal holocommunicator. He and I use it to stay in touch when he's on missions. You don't have to decide now, just please think about it. Okay." Padme's hand closed automatically over the small slip. "Okay," she said. "I'll think about it." Think about it she did. All the way back to the palace, her thoughts kept coming back to the piece of flimsy in her pocket. Even when she was back in her role as queen, managing the storm that had arisen from the events of the past weeks, Naruto's request stayed in the back of her mind. She didn't know why she was so apprehensive about it. It wasn't as though he had asked her to take a swim with the Colorado clawfish. She supposed it was her own shame in neglecting to contact the boy who had done so much for her and her people holding her back. "This is ridiculous," she thought that evening as she finally stood in front of her holo table. "I've faced down armed battle droids and force-wielding assassins. I will not let my own nervousness defeat me. If he's angry at me, well, it's not like I don't deserve it." She punched in the contact code and waited. It only took a few seconds before the call connected and a figure sprang to life above the table. "Hey, Naruto. How's the Padme? Is that you?" It took a moment before Padme recognized the person before her as Anakin Skywalker. She had known, intellectually, that he must have grown in 7 years, but seeing it for herself was still shocking. Gone was the short, round-cheeked, sandy-haired kid who she had met on Tatooine. In his place was a tall, athletic teenager, well on his way to becoming a handsome, powerfully built young man. After a few seconds, she realized that she still hadn't said anything. "It's me, Ani. Naruto gave me the contact code. He and Master Windu leave tomorrow, so they should be back on Coruscant sometime after that, I guess. It's good to see you. You've certainly grown." "Well, yeah. Obi-Wan says I'm going to be taller than him by the end of the year. It's great to see you. How have you been?" Padme had to suppress a giggle at how adorably awkward and nervous Anakin was. It was comforting to know that she was not the only one unsure of how to talk after 7 years apart. As they slowly caught up, though, their conversation steadily became easier. Her nerves receded, and her smile became natural instead of forced. Maybe Naruto had been right, and there was still a friendship there after all. As Darth Sidious surveyed the events of the past few days, he could not stop a satisfied smile from creeping across his face. Everything had proceeded exactly as he had foreseen, a welcome return to form after the many unpleasant surprises of the past year. Despite his foolish obsession with petty revenge against the Jedi for his father's death, Granta Omega had proven himself as useful as he could have hoped. Indeed, his decision to bring in Xan Arbor had paid off more than Sidious would have expected. She had been essential in giving Omega the time he needed to complete his task. The droids Omega had used against the Uzumaki boy had not merely been transmitting the data from their battle to Omega's ship. They had also, through a secret, highly encrypted, private holonet relay, transmitted the data to Sidious himself. It was a veritable treasure trove of information about the boy's current abilities, past training, and future potential. It was a pity the droids he had arranged for Omega to acquire had been destroyed, but they had served their purpose. Not only had they gathered the information he wanted, but they had proven their worth as prototypes for the elite droid unit he had tasked Darth Tyrannus with assembling. Omega had done well to leak Naruto's involvement back to Black Sun. The organization did not tolerate humiliation, not even from Jedi. This was the second time the boy had interfered in their affairs, and they would make convenient tools to dispose of him in the future. And he would dispose of the boy. Reviewing the battle, Sidious was reluctantly impressed. He was not much now, but with only a year of training, and barely 3 months as a Padawan, Uzumaki displayed remarkable power and skill. If given a chance, he could grow into quite a threat, one whose future remained stubbornly clouded to Sidious's foresight. He would have to wait a while, probably until Windle let the boy go on a solo mission, but Uzumaki had to die. That will be for the best, though, he thought. Waiting gives me more time to study these strange powers of his. I'm sure I can replicate them, given time. Aside from gathering data on Uzumaki, the operation on Naboo had yielded a number of useful results. Palpatine had gained no small amount of sympathy as a result of the troubles on his home world, especially from the core senators, who feared Black Sun and organizations like it as practical bogeymen. People were now openly talking about the need for greater security and more power for the government to keep them safe. He had also weakened Amidala's position and made it more difficult for her to oppose him should she become Naboo's senator as he expected. Overall, the political gains for Palpatine had been considerable. In addition, he now had Granta Omega tucked away at the Mount Tantus facility on Wayland. As both a force blank and a gifted scientist who despised Jedi, he would no doubt prove to be a most useful asset. His research into brainwashing and mind control was especially interesting, though not immediately useful. Sidious would have liked to have acquired Xan Arbor as well, but the woman had fled before he could arrange her extraction. No matter. Tyrannus can always lure her into the Separatists, he thought. Yes, the Force is with me. There may have been setbacks this past year, but they were merely opportunities in disguise. The plan is on track. I merely need patience. In a few years, Uzumaki will die, and I will rid myself of this irksome uncertainty about the future. It never occurred to Sidious that waiting to strike at Naruto might very well be a mistake. 2 years later 12 GRS. Aura Singh was, without question, a dangerous woman. Once a Jedi Padawan apprenticed to the Dark Woman herself, her future had seemed bright and promising. All of that changed when pirates captured her during a mission, though. She had held out hope her master would come rescue her for months, but she never came. Instead, she had abandoned Aura, left her to rot. The years after that had been difficult, painful, and harsh. In the end, she had wound up being sold to the Anzati assassins. Under their brutal tutelage, she had been picked apart, torn down piece by piece and rebuilt into something new. Something dangerous. A predator who would carve a bloody trail from one end of the galaxy to the other. In the years since then, she had risen to become one of the most feared and respected bounty hunters in the galaxy, one especially renowned for her success in killing Jedi. Masters, knights, Padawans, all had died at her hands, and each kill had fed her bloodlust. She now took only the most difficult, dangerous jobs, ones that promised bloodshed and violence. Her name struck fear in the hearts of trillions, and she answered to no one but herself. Thus, it was even more surprising that someone had not merely requested, but actually demanded, to meet with her. When the pathetic scug of a messenger had first dared to relay that command, she had come within a bare millimeter of shooting him dead just on principle. Only one thing had saved him, the name of his boss. Comet Grunsate, the current underlord of Black Sun. There were very few beings that she was still wary of, but Comet Grunsate was most definitely on that list. He controlled the most powerful criminal empire in galactic history, after all. Black Sun was the power in many portions of the galaxy. She would know, having taken jobs from them often enough before. Picking a fight with them needlessly would just be unintelligent, so she had heard the messenger out before she gutted him, the obsequious little wumprat, and had then promptly made her way to Mustafar. As the scorched lava world loomed in her viewport, she hoped that whatever job he had for her would prove interesting. She wouldn't even be able to murder him for wasting her time like she would a normal client if it turned out to be beneath her interest. Maybe she could maim a few of his lieutenants, just to maintain her rep. The beep of her incoming landing clearance shook her out of her happy thoughts. 10 minutes later, she had landed and met her escort to the Black Sun Fortress. Unlike the simpering slow-mo of a messenger, these were warriors. 5 of them, to be exact, armed, armored, and nervous. That was good. It meant they knew not to criff with her. Their fear tasted delicious in the Force. They also apparently knew not to make her wait. The guards led her straight to the room where Comet and 3 of his senior Vigos were waiting, along with a few slaves. When he saw her, Comet stood and frowned. "I hear you killed my messenger, Sing. Explain, now." Aura bristled at his imperious tone, not to mention the sheer gall to give her an order, but she restrained herself from violence. If she moved to attack anyone, she would doubtless be dead before she drew her blaster. Instead, she swallowed her pride and bit out a response. "I'm not some pet mastiff at your beck and call. Giving me orders, not a good idea. Besides, he was a whiny little pile of bantha shit." Comet narrowed his eyes for a second before a smug grin crawled across his reptilian face. "You can bluster all you want, Hunter, but I notice you still came when I called. That was smart of you." A growl tried to force its way out of her throat at how self-satisfied he was, but she bit it down. In the end, he wasn't wrong. "Now, I have a job for you," he continued. "One you will take. Don't worry, though, I assure you, you'll enjoy it. There is a certain young man who has interfered in my business too often the last few years. You will kill him for me." He waved a hand, and a slave passed her a day top hat. She schemed through it, and her lips slowly parted in a predatory smile as she took in the details. Golden hair, blue eyes, some sort of cloth mask, and most important of all, a Padawan braid dangling behind his right ear. "You've got yourself a deal. I'll need to hire a crew, though. For something like this, I know just the people." "That's your prerogative," Comet said. "All the details are on there. We will pay double your usual rate, plus expenses. Leave no witnesses." He gestured for her to leave, and she departed with a lazy salute and a cheerful grin. Not even his relentless arrogance could dampen her good mood. It had been too long since she had gone after a Jedi. As she calculated her hyperspace jump, she even let out a low chuckle. "Naruto Uzumaki, it is not your lucky day." In the 2 years since his first mission to Naboo, Naruto had taken to regularly sparring with the various Sorsu experts in the temple at least 3 times a week. Today it was Obi-Wan facing off with him in the training saal. Though not as experienced as either Master Unduli or Master Bilaba, he was already a master of Form 3. Certainly he was more skilled than Naruto, as evidenced by him still being upright, while Naruto found himself on his back, wondering where his lightsaber had gone. "I think I'm starting to memorize this ceiling," he said. "I definitely spend enough time looking at it." Obi-Wan let out an amused snort. "I see Anakin has passed on more of his questionable habits. If either of you dedicated as much effort to your training as you seem to do your witticisms, both of you would swiftly surpass Master Yoda." "Hey. I train more than any other Padawan in the temple." "I suppose you do," Obi-Wan said as he tossed him his lightsaber and helped him to his feet. Not for the first time, it struck Naruto that he and Obi-Wan were now roughly the same height. Naruto estimated he had just over a centimeter left before he passed the older man up. While Obi-Wan didn't exactly tower like Mace or Jiraiya did, Naruto still reveled in no longer being short. Even better, at 15, he still had at least one more growth spurt to look forward to. "By the way, what was that last combination you used? It wasn't Sorsu, and I don't think it was Juyo, either." Naruto shrugged and looked away, trying to project an air of casual nonchalance. That was something he had wanted to keep to himself, at least for a while longer. Judging by the way Obi-Wan's eyebrows quirked, he hadn't quite pulled it off. He considered just remaining silent on the matter, but he quickly dismissed that idea. Obi-Wan's eyebrows could pry information out of anyone. They ought to be studied. After a second, he sighed and tried for prevarication. "It's just something I've been working on. In my spare time, you know. It isn't ready yet, though, obviously." Obi-Wan stared at him for a long minute before he gave a small nod. Naruto couldn't sense anything concrete from him. His shields were too good for that, but he thought the older man had guessed more than he was letting on. Still, if he wasn't going to press, then Naruto wasn't going to worry about it. "We still have some time, Naruto. Care for another round?" Under ordinary circumstances, Naruto would have said yes without hesitation. However, even as Obi-Wan offered, he sensed a familiar sunburst of emotions through the force heading his way. With the distinct mix of eager happiness, stubborn resolve, and boundless confidence, all backed up by a faint thrum of hunting instincts, Ahsoka may as well have shouted her presence with a loudspeaker. For some reason, he could always sense her more easily than just about anyone else in the temple, nearly as easily as he could sense Master Windu, in fact. He could tell someone else with her, too, but he couldn't tell who it was. It didn't matter, though. The game was on. Sorry, but I think Ahsoka's looking for me. Say hi to Anakin for me and tell him he still owes me 10 credits. Why does he owe you? Obi-Wan started, but it was too late. Naruto was already out the door. As he felt her getting closer, he scuttled up the walls and onto the ceiling, flattening himself into the shadow of a pillar. As she passed underneath him, he dropped, aiming to land behind her. It was a game they had been playing for over a year now, seeing who could successfully ambush the other whenever the opportunity presented itself. As he fell silently through the air, it looked like he was going to win again. She hadn't even glanced up once, and his hasty plan was going perfectly. Right until he felt the Force grab hold of him and suspend him 2 meters off the ground. Ahsoka turned around with holodrama slowness, one hand held out in front of her, a triumphant grin plastered across her face. Said face was framed by an Akul tooth head dress, a mark of prowess for any Togruta. It was not the only change Ahsoka had made to her outfit in the last 2 years. Gone was her traditional Jedi tunic and its place was a much less restrictive garment. It consisted of a maroon tube top that left her stomach bare, a matching short skirt with a purple, Togruta sash on the front, white leggings, and tall, maroon boots. She also wore a set of maroon fingerless gloves and forearm warmers. Overall, she cut a very different, though no less fearsome figure than she had 2 years earlier. Really, Naruto? Dropping from the ceiling. That's just sad. You can do better than that. Naruto just smiled at her. While she focused on him, the cage bunchin he'd made earlier dropped silently behind her and leaned right next to her left Montral. I did, it whispered as it poked her in the side. Ahsoka yelped and jumped a solid meter into the air. It would have been hilarious had she not also lost her force hold on Naruto. Instead of enjoying the startled look on his best friend's face, Naruto instead let out a shocked yelp of his own as he landed on the floor in an unruly heap. From that less than dignified position, he heard a quiet, familiar voice. Are you two okay? He glanced up and quickly zeroed in on the source of the question. Oh, hey Ayer. When did you get here? Seriously, Naruto? Ahsoka asked, having returned from her brief flight. She was with me the whole time. How is it you sensed me from halfway across the temple, but you didn't notice Ayer even when she was literally right in front of your face? Naruto scrambled to his feet and drew whatever was left of his dignity around him like a cloak. Well, your shields are crap, Sokka. Ayers are a lot better. They actually exist, for one. Ahsoka growled, a low, trilling rumble that no human could replicate, and flashed her fangs at him. Hey, there's nothing wrong with my shields. Whatever you say, Sokka. Naruto raised his hands placatingly. Now, why are you two here? Shouldn't you be studying for your Padawan trials? Ahsoka, ever kind and gracious, snorted like an Eopie. You, of all people, are going to get on us about studying? Really? Naruto just fixed her with his best deadpan stare. 2 years with Master Windu now paid off when she immediately shivered and backpedaled. Okay, sorry. Force, you're getting way too good at that. Anyway, that's sort of why we're here. With the trials coming up at the end of the week, Ayer wanted more hand-to-hand combat practice. She asked me, and I sort of decided to enlist me. Only if you are not too busy, Ayer said, shuffling her feet and trying not to look nervous. I don't want to bother you. Naruto frowned and cocked his head to the side. What are you talking about, Ayer? You're not bothering me. She is he gestured at Ahsoka, who bristled with false outrage, but you're not. The smaller girl looked away, an embarrassed blush turning her ears red. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, and only Naruto's hyper-acute hearing let him make out what she was saying. It's just. You're a Padawan now, and you go on missions with Master Windu and everything. I'm sure you've got a bunch more important things to do than help me out. It's really not that big of a deal. By the time she had finished talking, her voice was nearly inaudible and her gaze was glued firmly to her feet. Naruto could sense the nervousness and shame whirling inside of her, even through her shields. He shot a discreet glance at Ahsoka, who nodded minutely, before reaching out and gently grabbing Ayer by the shoulders. With such close contact, the storm of failure, shame, Toik Natredi, and stay quiet, Nota burden echoed loudly in his mind. Only his training with Ayla on how to control his empathic powers and insulate his mind kept him from wincing. Ayer, please look at me, he said, careful to keep his voice calm and soft. Slowly, reluctantly, Ayer raised her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes glimmered with repressed tears, and she sniffled. I want you to listen to me carefully. Helping you is the more important thing. A small spark of hope flickered within her Force presence. Really? Really? You're not a burden, you're not a bother, and you're not weak. You're my clanmate and my friend. I told you when I became a Padawan that wouldn't change, and I meant it. I would be thrilled to help you train for your trials. Would you like that? Ayer nodded once, more a jerk of her head than anything else, before she launched herself forward and wrapped her arms around him. Naruto readily returned the embrace and projected happy, calm and warm safe as hard as he could. If any of the nearby knights and masters shot him a stern look for the blatant display of emotion, he ignored them. After a minute spent burrowed into his robes, Ayer finally pulled back. Her eyes were a little red, but they were free of tears, and her Force presence screamed embarrassment over her outburst more than anything else. Most importantly, a small smile had made its way onto her face. Satisfied, Naruto ruffled her hair and gestured down the hall. How about you go find an empty training stall and get warmed up, okay? We'll be there in a minute. The now shyly grinning girl nodded and scampered off, no doubt eager to regain her composure away from prying eyes. Once she rounded the corner and moved out of sight, Ahsoka walked up next to him and bumped him with her shoulder. Thanks, Goldie, she said, using her latest nickname for him. She needed that. How long has she been stewing like that? Ahsoka hesitated for a long moment before answering. I don't actually know. I didn't notice until a few days ago, when it got bad. I should have seen it sooner, though. She's probably been nervous for weeks. I should have seen it sooner. Now it was Naruto's turn to bump her with his shoulder. Hey, don't you go beating yourself up, too. You had your own trials to worry about, and Ayer's always been good about keeping stuff like this to herself. You noticed, and now you're helping. That's what matters. She shot him a grateful look and leaned her head against his shoulder, using him as a pillow. It was a habit she had developed years ago. When he'd asked, she'd just said he was warm and sounded nice. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but he'd decided to take it as a compliment. For a pleasant minute they just stood there, enjoying each other's company and the feel of each other's Force presence. Occasionally, she would give his Padawan braid, which now extended down to his shoulder, a gentle flick. After a while, though, Naruto gave her a gentle shake. Come on, we'd better go before Ayer thinks we abandoned her. Ahsoka looked at him quizzically. What do you mean we? Naruto gave her his most self-satisfied eye smile. What, you thought you could just rope me into this and run for the flight simulators? Kriff, no. You're helping me, like it, or not. Besides, your hand-to-hand isn't exactly awe-inspiring. Don't worry, though. I'll whip you both into shape. While my hand-to-hand is just Goldie, you dash, Ahsoka sputtered as he took off in the same direction Ayer had gone. Get back here. I am so going to clobber you. Naruto just laughed, and she raced after him, determined to teach him a lesson. If they stumbled into the stall Ayer had chosen already a little breathless and disheveled, and if Naruto was rubbing a swiftly reddening ear, as if it had been firmly pinched by a pair of sharp-nailed, orange fingers, well, that was just the sort of friends they were. After an hour of sparring and katas, Naruto had determined that Ayer's biggest problem was, perhaps unsurprisingly, confidence. She might not have been the most skilled fighter in the Clawmouse clan, but she was still above the standard for new Padawans. The problem was, she refused to see it. She was so convinced of her own inadequacy at fighting that she was subconsciously sabotaging her own technique. He might have admired her stubbornness had it not been the very thing causing her problems. Since it was, Naruto resorted to the oldest and most reliable method of dealing with stubborn students, the one that all of his teachers had used on him over the years. Endless, exhausting repetition. Again, faster. Ayer rolled out of her fall and struggled to her feet. Her slight frame dripped with sweat, and her breath came in rapid pants, but her stance was strong and her arms were steady. Ahsoka signaled them to start, and he wasted no time in aiming a low, sweeping kick at her legs. She jumped over it and snapped her own kick out at his head. When he blocked it, he was pleasantly surprised that she was indeed faster this time, despite her exhaustion. Fast enough that he couldn't grab hold of her leg before she retracted it and followed up with a punch to his liver. With a smile hidden beneath his mask, Naruto twisted around it and gave her arm a yank, tugging her off balance. Before she could recover, he had her locked in a chokehold with one arm twisted behind her back. She struggled valiantly for a few seconds, before the increasing pressure on her carotid arteries forced her to forfeit or risk passing out. Again, Ayer. Don't hesitate before you follow up this time. She looked up at him from rubbing her tender throat and gave him a glare. It was actually a little shocking to see sweet, shy Ayer, who never raised her voice, actually try to glare a hole in his head. What's the point of this, Naruto? I'm not getting anywhere. Kami, is this what I sounded like when Kakashi-sensei first trained me? Naruto thought. In the end, he decided he probably didn't want to follow that train of thought further, and tried to channel the wisdom of his teachers. Both Jiraiya and Mace were big believers in confronting problems directly, and Naruto saw no reason to stray from their well-trod path. It had worked for him, and there was no way Ayer was as bantha-headed as he had once been. You're wrong, you know, Naruto said, flicking Ayer in the forehead to emphasize his point. She squawked in protest, but it got her attention. You've been improving this whole time. But dash. Ayer, have I made the same correction twice so far? She frowned, thinking back. Well, no. That's because I haven't had to. You haven't made the same mistake twice. When you dodged my first counter last match, I didn't let you do that. You earned it. You've already improved, and you were plenty good enough to start with. Ayer made a face as if to protest, but Ahsoka cut her off. Naruto's right. Your skills are fine. You need to stop worrying so much. Ayer looked back and forth between the two, her mouth moving silently. She looked completely lost, and Naruto could sense the confusion and denial blanketing her thoughts. But you two are both so much better at this than me. I'm always last in sparring, and you can beat me without even trying, and ow. What was that for? Naruto interrupted her with another flick to the forehead and smiled at her reaction. For being a nerf stubborn space brain. Listen, Master Windu has a saying. The only person you should compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. So what if Ahsoka or I are better fighters than you? We're both going to be guardians. Fighting's our specialty. You're way better than us at diplomacy and history and all sorts of other things. Okay. He looked at her expectantly, trying to see if his words had sunk in. Outside of a few stints at crash duty with the younger clans, and his few times coaching Kano Amaru, Naruto had very little experience mentoring anyone. It felt like she was starting to accept what he was saying, but he wasn't sure. She still seemed hung up on something. But the Padawan trials? What if I'm not good enough? Force, didn't you hear Ahsoka and me? Naruto moaned with a put-upon sigh. You'll be fine. You were already good enough before we started. Your only issue was confidence. Ayer frowned and opened her mouth to respond, but Naruto silenced her with a look, another skill he had picked up from his master. I swear, if you try to disagree with me, I'll just flick you again. Got it? Ayer pouted at him for a few seconds before she rolled her eyes and huffed. Fine. If you say so. But, well, can we keep sparring? I miss spending time with you. Of course. I'd like that. The smile Ayer gave him was smaller than her earlier one, but the pure delight in it shone all the brighter. She crossed the short distance between them and gave him a tight hug. "Thank you, Naruto nii," she whispered in Nihongo. Naruto stiffened in surprise for a moment before he returned the embrace even tighter. His eyes stung a little, and his breathing was shaky. Until now, only Anakin had called him his brother. He had long since considered Ayer a little sister, but to have those feelings returned so openly was an unexpected, but cherished, surprise. "You're welcome, Ayer-chan," he whispered back in the same language. "Now, let's beat each other up." She giggled at that and stepped back into a ready stance. Before they could start, though, Ahsoka dragged Ayer over into a corner. "You two have had your heart-to-heart, Naruto. Now it's my turn," she said in response to his unspoken question. Ayer looked equally confused, but didn't protest as she marched her across the room. Ahsoka whispered something in her ear, too low for even Naruto to catch. Ayer giggled and whispered back. If that wasn't suspicious enough, both of them had raised their mental shields as high as they could, keeping him from sensing their emotions unless he forced it. "What are you two planning?" he asked when the two of them had turned back towards him. Their shields were still up, but their mischievous grins told a story all their own. "Oh, nothing," Ahsoka said, in what was perhaps the least genuine tone he had ever heard. "Get to sparring. We don't have all day." Naruto tried his best deadpan stare, but she managed to remain strong this time. With a resigned snort, he took his position for the spar. Whatever was going on, prying it out of the girls would be like pulling Gundark teeth. In his experience, 50,000 years and a whole species of separation hadn't changed the fact that girls were mysterious, scary, and just plain weird. "Ready. Begin." As soon as Ahsoka called the start, Ayer was in motion. With her earlier worries assuaged, if perhaps not completely gone, her form was much more graceful. The split-second hesitation that had crippled her technique earlier was gone, replaced by a tentative confidence. The last thing Naruto wanted to do was destroy her newfound faith in her abilities, so he deliberately held back. Rather than use his superior speed and skill to force an opening, he allowed her to demonstrate, to herself as much as him, the new tricks and techniques he had taught her. They traded blows back and forth for several minutes, more enjoying the activity than actually trying to win. Just when Naruto thought he had been mistaken, and the girls hadn't been planning anything after all, they sprung their trap. He was about to launch into a double spin kick combo when he felt a bunch of invisible hands grab onto him and hold him fast. A familiar force signature accompanied the sudden attack. "Ahsoka, what the hell?" "Ayer, get him." He could hear the smirk in her voice. His newfound little sister promptly transformed into a tiny, brown-clothed rocket aimed straight at his legs. With a burst of power, he broke free of Ahsoka's force hold, but it was too late. Before he could dodge Ayer's tackle, a pair of skinny orange arms wrapped around his chest and pinned him in place. Ayer slammed into his legs, and they all went tumbling to the ground in a tangle of laughter and limbs. When he finally disentangled himself and pinned both of the others to the mats, Naruto stood triumphantly. "You two are a pair of incorrigible pests," he said. "But you're both ready for the Padawan trials." 1 week later. The Padawan trials went as well as Naruto could have hoped. All of his former clanmates had done well at the various tests. Ayer had even won several of her sparring matches, much to her surprise. She and the rest of them were now sequestered, preparing for the gathering and learning how to build their lightsabers. Naruto was busy with Jiraiya, practicing his elemental manipulation. He had long since progressed past cutting simple duraplast, and now was in the room of 1,000 fountains, trying to split one of the larger waterfalls. He had stationed half a dozen clones around the room at other waterfalls, practicing the same exercise. He had managed to get almost halfway through the largest waterfall when he felt a familiar nudge at the back of his mind. "Naruto, report to the council chambers. There is something we need to discuss with you." Jiraiya must have noticed his lapse in focus, because he tossed a pebble at his head. "Pay attention, brat. You'll never get this down if you keep losing focus." Naruto tossed the pebble right back at his mentor. It made a clink as it bounced off his forehead protector. "What's the big idea, Baka-sensei? I didn't lose focus, Master Winda was talking to me." He dodged another pebble. Oi, stop that. What's that one for? Being disrespectful, brat, Jiraiya said with a grin. Naruto just stuck his tongue out and made a rude gesture. Very mature. Now spill. What did Mace have to say? Apparently, the council wants to talk with me. He told me to report to the tower right away. Oh, Jiraiya said, grinning knowingly. What did you do this time? You didn't traumatize another class of younglings, did you? Naruto sputtered with outrage. I didn't do anything. This time. And those kids had a great time. They learned a lot. It's not my fault their creche master was such a stick in the mud. Jiraiya just shook his head. So what do they want you for, then? I don't know. Master Yoda didn't say anything to you. He tries to keep me out of council business, Jiraiya said. Can't imagine why. Naruto rolled his eyes. The council may have softened their stance on things such as relationships and emotions over the years, but only slightly. It had been more of a tacit relaxing of the stricter rules rather than any formal change in doctrine. No doubt Jiraiya had been making a nuisance of himself again, trying to speed up the changes he had started. Naruto wasn't about to get involved. The politics of the council were, if anything, even less interesting to him than the politics of the Senate. It wasn't like he had ever really followed the code when it came to attachment or emotion, anyway. You'd better get going, Jiraiya said. Don't want to keep the council waiting, even if it is fun watching Taiyan's face twitch. Naruto nodded and dispelled his clones. The sudden rush of information had him shaking his head, but it passed after a moment. Those clones had been active for most of the morning, so the combined strain was noticeable, but hardly debilitating. Once he had filed the fresh memories away, he crossed his fingers and made 10 more Kage Bunshin. Go to the archives and study those binary linguistics textbooks Master Windu assigned me. Dispel when you're done and don't piss off Master New this time. She threatened to ban me after that crap with the monkey lizards. Fortunately, there didn't appear to be any oddballs in this batch of shadow clones. They all saluted as one before disappearing in a blur of shunshin. Naruto took the time to wave a quick farewell to Jiraiya before he used a shunshin of his own to vanish from the room. After a quick stop at his quarters to change into fresh robes, Naruto headed to the council chambers. When he arrived, the doors were already open, and Master Poof called him in right away. Thank you for coming, Naruto, the Kairmian Master of the Order said in his thin, reedy voice. We have something to discuss with you. Am I in trouble? Naruto asked. He didn't think he was, but no one had ever lost money betting that the council was upset with him for something. Not the whole council, typically, but Master Taiyan and Master Rancisis could both usually find something to grumble about. Right on cue, Master Taiyan spoke up. Is there some reason you should be in trouble, Padawan? His gaze bored into Naruto, who determinedly kept his face blank. He'd been dealing with the uptight Itochi master for years now, and had learned not to rise to the man's confrontational attitude. I don't think so, Master. Your boots aren't squeaking again, are they? Usually. A soft ripple of laughter spread across the room, accompanied by the clear, bell-like ring of amusement from several of the counselors. Taiyan stared at him blankly for a few seconds before he let out a rueful snort. Fair enough, he said. Naruto dipped his head in a small bow to acknowledge their verbal spar. Contrary to his master's frequent complaints, he did have some grasp of maturity and politeness. Your wit remains sharp as ever, young Naruto, but I fear we have important business to discuss, said Master Poof. Naruto immediately straightened and returned his focus to the venerable Kairmian, the picture of Jedi common professionalism. Thank you, Master Yoda. HRRM, no, you do, that passed their Padawan trials your former clanmates have. In 3 days, leave for the gathering they will. Accompany them, you will. Their guide you shall be, yes. It took a few moments for Naruto to realize what Yoda was saying. Gatherings traditionally took place aboard the Crucible, and were only accompanied by a single guide. That couldn't be right, though. If he was going to be that guide, that meant... You mean I'm going alone? Naruto asked, too shocked for manners. This'll be my first solo mission. Yes, Padawan, Mace said. The Council has decided you are ready for such a responsibility. I've decided you are ready, he sent over their bond. The feelings of trust and confidence that accompanied the words would have settled warmly in Naruto's chest, had he not been so busy trying not to panic. But I've only been a Padawan for 2 years. Aren't solo missions for senior Padawans? As he struggled to rein in his shock at the unexpected assignment, he felt the comforting touch of Master Depa Billaba brushing against his shields. Naruto, you have shown remarkable skill and maturity, despite your relatively brief time as a Padawan. Your actions on Chandrila and Quat, as well as your dedication to your training at the temple have all garnered notice. The galaxy is becoming a more and more dangerous place every day, Plo-kun said. The Jedi are already spread thin, trying to maintain the peace. In such times, I fear we must ask you to step up and assume greater responsibility, tradition notwithstanding. Naruto took a deep, calming breath, and released his anxiety into the Force as best he could. With the initial surprise over, he could see only one real option. Never once had he balked at a challenge, and he wasn't about to start now. I accept, Masters. I won't let you down. Good, said Master Poof. You will leave in 3 days to rendezvous with the Crucible. May the Force be with you. As the Council filed out of the room, a signal from Mace had him walking into an antechamber down the hall. To his mild surprise, Depa joined them as well. As soon as they were all in the room, Mace wasted no time in speaking. I sense you are nervous about this mission. Why? Naruto paused before answering and tried to order his thoughts. He wasn't entirely sure how to articulate what he was feeling, but he tried anyway. I've never been on my own before. Even back in Konoha, I never ran a mission by myself. I never even led a team. I've made tough decisions before, sure, but it's never come down to just you. Depa finished, her voice kind and soothing. Naruto nodded, and she laid a hand on his elbow. I can remember feeling the same way before my first solo mission. Most Jedi do, especially those who already know how high the stakes can be. Just know that you are ready, and you can handle this. Mace nodded. It's good to acknowledge your fears and get them in the open. Fear thrives in darkness and secrecy. When we admit our fear, it loses the power to control us. You really think I'm ready for this? Naruto asked. Mace looked him straight in the eyes and nodded. I do, Padawan. You have much to learn and you often drive me to distraction, but you have never disappointed me. In time, you will become a great Jedi Knight. This is just another step on that journey. Remember what I have taught you, and you should perform adequately. While they may have seemed cold to most, Naruto could sense the warmth and conviction behind his master's words. Mace was rarely one to display open emotion, but over the last 2 years, Naruto had learned the subtle cues he used to show friendship and affection. His trust was difficult to earn, and it meant a lot to Naruto that Mace had such faith in his abilities. It should have calmed his worries, and to some extent, it did. However, he couldn't shake the lingering feeling of dread he had about being on his own for this mission. This is stupid, he thought. I haven't let fear control me since my first mission outside of the village. There's no way I'm going to start now. Not when everyone believes in me so much. With that in mind, he smiled and bowed his head in gratitude. Mace excused himself to take care of an overdue report to the Senate about their last mission, leaving him and Depa alone in the room. He could feel her gaze on him without even looking, warm, yet eerily perceptive. Over the last few years, she had become something of a confidant of his. He had often gone to her for advice, seeking a different, and sometimes gentler, point of view than that of his master. As such, she could read him better than most, sometimes even better than Mace himself. Judging by the gentle concern he could see in her eyes, it seemed this was one of those times. You hide your feelings well, Naruto, she said. Better than most would credit you with. But I can still sense your trepidation. You can talk to me. Perhaps I can help. Naruto grimaced. I don't even know what the problem is. It's stupid. I shouldn't be afraid. I know I can handle this. It's just. I don't know. Something just feels wrong. HHMM. Deppa looked at him for a moment, and then pulled him into one of her rare embraces. Naruto let himself relax into the comforting warmth and released his pent-up tension with a deep sigh. His fists unclenched and his shoulders relaxed as the stress drained out of him. You know, just because this is a solo mission doesn't mean you have to go through every part of it on your own. Naruto pulled back and gave her a puzzled look. What do you mean? Ever since I've known you, you've drawn strength from your friends. Perhaps you should do so now. Go to them. Talk to them. You may find they can provide answers you can't see. Even if they cannot, I think you'll find that a little comfort before a frightening task goes further than you might think. Naruto stood stock still for a moment as he processed her words. Finally, he groaned and slapped himself on the forehead. Arg. Force, I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of that? Deppa gave him an impish smile. I believe you just answered your own question. Oi. I thought you council members were supposed to be all stoic and professional, Naruto said in mock outrage. Isn't making fun of a lowly Padawan beneath you. First of all, there's nothing lowly about you anymore, Naruto, she said as she looked up at him. It was true. Deppa was not a tall woman, and Naruto stood nearly a head taller than her. Second, while mocking a Padawan would be frowned upon, bantering with a friend is hardly going to be censured. Upon hearing that, Naruto gave her a brilliant eye smile. He didn't think it would ever get old, being reminded that he had friends now. Lots of friends. For someone who had grown up almost completely alone, it was sometimes hard to believe it wasn't all a dream. Unbidden, his thoughts turned to his old comrades from Konoha. As always, the memories came with a stab of grief, but the thought of what he had gained since then dulled the pain of their loss. Though they were all long dead, the memory of his lost friends lived on in the new bonds he had forged. Thank you for the advice, Master. He bowed his head. And thank you for being my friend. I promise I'll make you all proud. You always have, Naruto. You always have. The next day, Naruto found himself in the Senate building, in the office of an old friend, Padme Amidala. Shortly after her term as queen had expired, she had taken up the post as Nabu's senator. Since then, she had become a staunch supporter of the Jedi Order, as well as a personal friend to several of its members. It was for that last reason Naruto had come. You know, I really shouldn't have even bothered to ask Ayla where you were, Anakin. You spend practically every spare moment you have here, he said as he walked in. Sure enough, the older Padawan was in the office, talking with Padme. Is there something you want to tell me? Now, Naruto wasn't entirely sure what was going on between the two of them, and he wasn't about to seriously ask. He had his suspicions, ones backed up by the complex tangle of powerful emotions they both projected when they were around each other, but there were some things he felt he was better off not knowing. He didn't have words strong enough to describe how much he didn't want to get in the middle of that part of his older brother's life. Still, he wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity for teasing. Honestly, the wisecracks practically wrote themselves, and he needed some comic relief. He even added an extra waggle to his eyebrows, just to drive the point home. To his immense satisfaction, Anakin immediately turned pink. Surprisingly, though, so did Padme. She was better at hiding it, but he definitely spotted a faint blush on her cheeks in response to his joke. Now that was interesting, and definitely worth filing away for later. If his time spent with Jiraiya had taught him anything, it was to never pass up dirt on your friends. While Padme managed to more or less keep her composure, Anakin was reduced to a red-faced, spluttering mess. I am not Naruto, what are you doing here? Ani, don't be rude, Padme gently chided him. Naruto, are you alright? You look stressed. Is something wrong? How the hell do girls know shit like that? Naruto wondered. I know I'm not that easy to read. The mysteries of feminine intuition would have to wait, though, because Padme had that look in her eyes, and woe betide anyone who didn't answer her when she had that look. It's nothing serious, really. I just needed to talk to Anakin really quick. Her skeptical frown, accompanied by a surge of worry and disbelief, told him exactly what she thought of his flimsy excuses, but he ignored her in favor of Anakin. His brother seemed to have forgotten his prior indignation in favor of curiosity and moved around the desk to face him. "What's up? You in trouble with the council again? I heard you got called up there suddenly yesterday." "Why does everyone always assume I'm in trouble?" Naruto rolled his eyes while Anakin and Padme both smothered giggles. "No, don't answer that. I'm not in any trouble. Kinda the opposite, actually. You know the gathering coming up in a couple of days?" Anakin nodded. "Yeah. What does that have to do with Dash?" He paused and gave Naruto a stunned look. "No? Really? Yep. Already? That's wow." Ahem, Padme cleared her throat and gave them both pointed looks. "Would either of you care to fill me in on what the blazes you're talking about?" "Oh, right. Sorry." Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. "The council gave me my first solo mission yesterday." She blinked in surprise for a moment before breaking out into a huge grin. "Naruto, congratulations. That's wonderful." Her smile faded a bit, then, and she paused for a moment before continuing. "No offense, though, but aren't you a little young for something like that?" "Oh no, he's definitely young for his first solo mission," Anakin said. "I only got my first one 2 months ago. Master Windu must really believe in you." Naruto grimaced. "Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready. I mean, I know I'm ready. I just don't feel ready, you know." "Hey, you'll do fine." Anakin clapped him on the shoulder. "I heard Master Windu let you take point during that guild dispute on Quat. If you could handle that, then a gathering should be easy. Not to mention how you handled yourself on Chandrila," Padme said. "Senator Mothma told me how you helped end the insurrection there without a single life lost." Naruto sighed. "Yeah. The council pretty much said the same thing." "Well, as much as I hate to compliment the council, they're usually pretty smart about this sort of thing," Anakin said with a grin, before his face turned serious. "Have you talked to Jiraiya about this? He usually gives pretty good advice." "I did, but it didn't really help. He's been running missions on his own for decades. I don't know if he even remembers what it was like to be a rookie. He just told me I was ready, and that it was just nerves." "Well, he's not wrong," Anakin said apologetically. "When I went on my first solo mission, I was damn near having a panic attack the whole time. I was worried about making Obi-Wan proud, worried about screwing up the mission, and just worried because being on my own was new and weird. I'm pretty sure everyone gets nervous before their first solo mission. It'll be fine." "You should listen to him, Naruto," Padme said. "I know he doesn't act like it most of the time, but Anakin knows what he's talking about. Usually. About some stuff." "Hey." Padme and he couldn't help but laugh at the outraged expression on Anakin's face. After a moment, Anakin joined them, and Naruto slowly let the tension ease from his mind. As they passed the next hour bantering, joking, and, in Anakin and Padme's case, gently flirting, he forgot all about his former worry. Deppa had been right about how much strength he drew from his friends. Eventually, though, Padme began herding them towards the door, pleading that her workload needed her attention. "What are you working on, anyway?" Naruto asked. "You've been even busier than usual lately." She sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, while Anakin squeezed her other hand in support. "It's this separatist movement. Ever since Count Dooku made his speech on Raxus last year, it seems as if the whole Republic is falling apart. More systems join his cause every day. The commerce guilds are inflaming the situation, and few in the Senate seem to care for diplomacy. The Military Creation Act is on the table again, and a depressing number of senators seem in favor of it this time." Naruto grimaced. Padme had mentored him in galactic politics, but it remained an unpleasant topic for him. There was too much sneaking around and backstabbing for his taste, and he was a former shinobi. Despite his distaste, though, he could read the current climate. "Don't those idiots know that raising an army right now will only lead to war?" Anakin voiced his exact thoughts before he could. "I'm going to go talk to the Chancellor. Maybe he can get them to see reason. Naruto, good luck on your mission, and may the Force be with you." Anakin left in a swirl of cloaks and indignation, while Padme shook her head fondly. She gave Naruto a hug, wished him luck, and then gently shooed him out of her office, though not before extracting a promise from him to visit again once he got back. Out in the hall, Naruto inhaled deeply and smiled. He felt refreshed and ready to face his upcoming mission. When the time came for the Claw Mouse clan to leave for the gathering, Naruto woke up well before dawn in order to get to the shuttle before any of the others. He hadn't bothered to inform them of his assignment, and he was very much looking forward to their reactions. Sure enough, when they walked into the hangar, bleary-eyed and drowsy from the early morning, they stopped in their tracks upon seeing him. Naruto, why are you here? Ahsoka asked with a confused look. The others with her, Barris, Air, Trilla Sujiri, Nox, and Galdo's stuff all seemed equally puzzled. Naruto gave his brightest eye smile and clapped loudly to make sure they were all paying attention. Didn't you hear? I'm your guy's guide for the gathering. But where is Master Windu? Nox asked. If you're coming, shouldn't he be here too? Nope. It's just me. The council made this my first solo mission. That caused a bit of a stir. Even Galdos, who was normally as expressive as a brick wall, widened his eyes and twitched his quills at the news. Nox's gills fluttered in excitement, while Trilla gasped in surprise. Ayer and Barris both smiled and congratulated him. Ahsoka, however, just groaned dramatically and palmed her forehead. They trusted you to go out on your own, she said, though she was clearly trying to suppress a grin. Great. We're doomed. Ahsoka, Barris hissed, scandalized. Don't be mean. I'm sure Naruto will do fine, or the council wouldn't have given him the mission. I mean, come on, Ahsoka continued, as if Barris hadn't interrupted her. They couldn't find anyone else. Firen's a Padawan now, isn't he? Couldn't he take us? Ha ha ha, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Hilarious, Ahsoka. You done? She tapped her chin, as if contemplating some deep mystery. Yeah. I'm done. Nice job on getting a solo mission. Try not to get us lost or anything. Naruto just shook his head. Stars, Anakin really has it right with his nickname for you, huh? Maybe. But you're not going to use it, are you, Naruto? Ahsoka's smile was dazzling. It also did an excellent job of showing off her wickedly sharp fangs. Naruto had to suppress a shudder. Anyway, we're burning daylight. Sort of. Can you use that expression if the sun isn't up yet? Whatever. Just get in the shuttle. Barris, you be co-pilot. How come Barris gets to be co-pilot? Ahsoka objected. Because she was nice to me. Sorry, Ayer, but I've seen you fly. I choose life. Ahsoka pouted, and his little sister chuckled sheepishly as he herded his former clan mates onto the shuttle. Once they were all on board and strapped in, he fired up the engines and piloted them out of the hangar. As the pre-dawn cobalt of the sky swiftly gave way to the infinite black of space, he angled them towards the small Jedi space yard. There, amidst the various hyperspace rings and training modules, sat the Crucible. An ancient Paladin-class corvette, it had served as a Jedi training vessel for over a millennium. It could technically dock at the temple, but with Coruscant traffic, Naruto had decided that a shuttle would be faster. Alright guys, Naruto said as he docked with the larger ship. This is where the fun begins. That's the end of the chapter. But wait, there's more. As stated above, the following omake is canon to the story. It takes place several months before the events of this chapter. Omake, Ahsoka's Hunt 1. On the morning of her 13th birthday, Ahsoka Tano woke up not expecting much. Jedi put little stock in celebrating things like birthdays and holidays, nor did they often give or receive gifts. For the most part, Ahsoka was fine with that. She thought it was silly how most beings were so attached to physical possessions. To her, people were what mattered, and her friends most of all. So, when Barris gave her a tight hug without any prompting, or when Ayer asked to partner with her in flight training later that day, even though no one ever wanted to be her partner because she flew like a swivel-eyed Minoc with a death wish or something, she basked in a warm feeling of contentment. The only thing that was missing was her best friend. Every year since he had first arrived at the temple, he had done something special with her to celebrate her birthday. Admittedly, the first time had involved a terrifying journey through the monster-infested bowels of Coruscant and concluded with a death-defying fight against a group of vicious slavers, but it had still been special. This year, however, Naruto was off on a mission with Master Windu. It sucked, but such was the life of a Jedi. Missions always came first. A brief flicker of jealousy curdled in her stomach before she banished it. Soon, Ahsoka told herself. Soon I'll be a Padawan and go on missions too. That mantra had kept her going ever since Naruto had come back from Ilum with a lightsaber hanging at his side. It had driven her to push herself right to her limits and beyond, to the point where she now competed with or beat Barriss for the top spot in every class. She had sworn she would stand beside Naruto as they became Jedi, and no way was she going to let her infuriating, stubborn, wonderful, goofy prankster of a best friend beat her. It still would have been nice if he were there for her birthday, though. To her surprise, when she got back from the clan's early morning exercise and went to change, she found a gift nestled on top of her fresh tunic, a gift that definitely had not been there when she woke up in the morning. A gift that, judging by the bright orange wrapping, had somehow come from her aforementioned doofus of a best friend. A best friend who was, and had been for 4 days, over 20,000 light-years away. How though, that sneaky punk? She shook her head, unable to keep a smile from tugging at her lips. Programming a temple droid just to surprise me with a present. Only you, Naruto. When she tore open the wrapping, to her utter lack of surprise, she found a scroll covered in 4 seals. Of course he'd seal my presents up. Stars forbid either of us ever do anything normally. With a half-second's focus, she pulled the force into her body and generated chakra. As she expected, the first seal contained a sizable bag of Ronto jerky. No matter what else he got her, Naruto always included a bag of her favorite snack on her birthday. The second seal contained another scroll, somewhat smaller than the first. When she unrolled it, Ahsoka saw it held the instructions on a Katon Jutsu, written in Nihongo. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, she read off the top. Wizard. When she unlocked the third seal, a data card appeared on top of the scroll. The tiny disc, small enough to sit comfortably in her palm, looked innocent enough, but she eyed it warily. Given that it came from Naruto, it could contain anything from a heartwarming birthday message to a Montreal-splitting gay marine poetry recitation. She'd seen him use data cards just like this one in his pranks a dozen times. Naruto didn't claim the title of most unpredictable Padawan ever for no reason, and even Ahsoka knew to look for a prank behind his every twitch and whisper. She didn't think he'd prank her on her birthday, but she also hadn't thought anyone could turn every light in the Senate Rotunda orange, and stars, had he ever proved her wrong about that. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, she gingerly set the data card to one side and tried to open the fourth and final seal. Unlike the first 3, though, it stubbornly refused to unlock. She tried again, channeling more and more chakra, until she was actually out of breath from the strain, but the seal remained stubbornly unresponsive. Fear feck. When she looked closer at the last seal, she noticed it looked a little different from the others. Ahsoka knew next to nothing about the sealing arts, particularly compared to a growing expert like Naruto, but she thought there was a blank space on the central array, as if some of the symbols were missing. There were also extra arm thingies spiraling off from the main body of the seal. She had no idea what it meant, but one thing seemed certain. She wasn't getting into that last seal without help. Slowly, reluctantly, her eyes turned towards the data card sitting next to the scroll. Okay. This better not end with me covered in paint, though. With her force senses attuned for any potential danger, Ahsoka took the data card and slipped it into her holopad. With one last check for any hidden surprises, she started the recording. A blue hologram of Naruto, about 15 centimeters tall, flickered into life above the holopad. In the hologram, he wore his trademark eye smile and waved enthusiastically. Happy birthday, Ahsoka. Sorry, again, I couldn't be there in person, but I arranged this instead. Pretty wizard, huh? You were probably scared I was going to prank you with the data card or something, though. I was not, Ahsoka growled reflexively, before her stripes darkened in embarrassment when she realized she had just tried to argue with a recording. She was very grateful no one, especially Naruto, had seen her do it. Hologram Naruto kept talking as if nothing had happened. Not this time, though. I just wanted to say hi, and to tell you that you're the most awesome best friend anyone's ever had. Jedi are supposed to be humble, though, so don't let it go to your head or anything. I mean, it's true, but still. Be humble in your awesomeness. A grin stole across her face even as her montrals burned out of embarrassment from his words. Her stripes were practically black now, and some feeling she couldn't identify flared to life in her chest. Whatever it was, it felt warm and soft, and she liked it. Oh, also, you probably noticed already, but you can't get into the last seal just yet. It's password locked, so you'll have to write the password in the blank space before you can open it. If I'm right, you should be getting the password in the next day or so. Until then, I guess you'll have to use some of that patience Master Liam and Obi-Wan are always saying you don't have. Think of it as your chance to prove them wrong. Have fun. With one last cheeky salute, the hologram shut off. Ahsoka glared at the blank display, as if she could somehow project her annoyance towards her irritating friend through the inert machine and into his brain. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to properly fume. She had to hurry if she didn't want to be late for morning meal. Her day continued normally until midday meal. Ayer made a good show of pretending she didn't regret flying with her after training, even though the poor girl's face had turned an ashy green color. The rest of her classes were the usual mix of boring and interesting. Just as she was sitting down to eat, though, she felt a sudden yank, followed by the rushing sensation of a kawarimi. When her head had stopped spinning, she found herself perched atop one of the arched ceiling supports, hidden from view. Next to her, grinning like a Kaukian monkey lizard, squatted a familiar human. Kark, Anakin, what was that about? She thumped him in the ribs as hard as she could in their precarious position. He winced and held up his hands in surrender. Ow. Watch it, Snips. She growled at her nickname, but he paid it no mind. It's your birthday. I'm kidnapping you. You're welcome. Ahsoka took a deep breath and counted to 10 in every language she knew. Only in the demented minds of Anakin or Naruto could any of those sentences go together. She loved Anakin like an older brother. He was usually a great mentor, but sometimes he could be crazier than a solar flare jockey. It wasn't bad, per se, but you needed to adjust to it. Sky Guy, I still have classes. I think they'll notice if I just suddenly vanish from the mess hall. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Snips. You're still down there, see? He pointed towards the dining tables, looking far too satisfied with himself. When she followed his finger, she saw she was, apparently, still sitting in her seat, eating her meal. No one around her seemed to have noticed anything amiss. A shadow clone? She asked. Anakin nodded and somehow contrived to look even more smug. Yep. I checked your schedule, none of your other classes need the Force. It'll pass as you, while you enjoy your birthday present. What do you think? Annoyingly, Ahsoka couldn't see anything wrong with the plan. Anakin's hunged clone probably could pass itself off as her for the rest of the day, and she didn't doubt that whatever activity he had lined up for them would be more fun than sitting around in class for the next 6 hours. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of admitting he had a good idea, though. Not after he had kidnapped her in broad daylight. What about my food? She snarked, just to be contrary. I am not going hungry. Anakin just shrugged. We'll stop at Dex's then. We've got plenty of time. With a sigh, Ahsoka relented. Anakin laughed and pumped his fist in victory, before swinging her onto his back. She had just enough time to brave herself before he flashed through a quick set of familiar hand signs and they vanished in a quick shunshin. After everyone had left the shuttle and a cage bunshin began piloting it back to the temple, Naruto gathered all 6 of his former clanmates in the classroom. Once there, he dropped his former easygoing demeanor and put on a much more serious face. The sudden change ensured that the others were paying attention to him. All right, listen up. All of you have passed your Padawan trials back at the temple. That's why you're here. It's time for you to take the next step in your journey to become a Jedi. The surge of eager anticipation he felt from all 6 of them nearly brought a smile to his face, but he kept his bearing. The gathering was a sacred rite of passage, and Mace had spent long hours drilling proper respect for Jedi traditions into his head. When he thought back to how incredible it had felt to find his crystal, and the trials he had faced to do so, Naruto couldn't find it in him to disagree in this case. Your success up to now is impressive, but a far greater challenge lies ahead. We're going to the most sacred world of the Jedi Order, Ilum. There, you'll each head into the crystal cave to find your Kyber crystal. If you succeed, you'll use that crystal to build your lightsaber. That declaration sparked an even bigger surge of excitement, along with a few quiet cheers and wide smiles. While they had all known they would soon build their lightsabers, hearing it confirmed was something else. Amidst the high fives and celebration, though, Trilla pushed her way to the front of the group. The dark-skinned girl had a frown on her face, and there was a current of unease beneath her happiness. Naruto, what do you mean if we succeed? Why wouldn't we find our crystals? The others quickly fell silent as the implications of her question sank in. One by one, they looked at him with rapt attention, waiting for an answer. Your crystal isn't something you find easily. You have to earn it. When you're in the cave, you'll each face challenges. Tests, unlike anything you've faced before. It's a tough journey, one that takes courage, discipline, and will. It was clear from the expressions of wilted enthusiasm that none of them had actually considered whether finding their crystals would be easy. Naruto supposed it made sense. While the initiate clans knew the general purpose of the gathering, the actual details were a closely guarded secret. He and Jiraiya had only received a more in-depth briefing before embarking to Ilum because of their special situation. I thought we already passed our tests. Galdos yelled, his quills bristling indignantly. Now you're telling us we have to go through more? How is that fair? Naruto fixed his age-mate with a hard, unyielding stare, but he kept his voice calm and even as he brought his master's old lessons to mind. A lightsaber is a heavy burden to carry, Galdos. It represents a great trust, and as Jedi, we must be worthy of it. If you're truly ready to wield one, then I have faith you'll find your crystal. Galdos' quills flattened against his face as he looked away, his previous anger draining out of him. The others looked equally contemplative until a new voice from the back of the room spoke up, startling them. Well said, Padawan Uzumaki. Rare it is for one your age to have such respect for the power of their lightsaber. From behind the rows of shelves at Naruto's back, an ancient-looking droid stepped out of the shadows. It was humanoid, with an extra set of arms folded on its back and two round, yellow photoreceptors. Its face was oddly stylized, with a dome-like upper half, two conical projections where most sentients kept their ears, and another two below its vocoder that resembled a beard. Unlike the typical jerky, robotic efficiency most droids displayed, its movements were fluid, nearly organic. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the dramatic entrance, but decided to roll with it. Initiates, this is Professor Huang, he said, gesturing to the old droid, who bowed. He's been teaching others just like you how to build lightsabers for thousands of years now, and he will be the one to oversee your blade's construction. But he's a droid, Ahsoka said. Several of the others, including Nox and Barriss, seemed to share her confusion. How's a droid supposed to help us build lightsabers? Huang twitched his head in an apparent show of irritation. Young lady, don't let my inorganic status fool you. As Padawan Uzumaki stated, I have been guiding younglings like you in building lightsabers for millennia. Difficult indeed would it be to find a greater expert on the subject than I. Tell me, do you know how to build a lightsaber? Any of you? How to align the flux aperture? What happens if you invert the emitter matrix? Ahsoka's Leku and Montral stripes darkened in embarrassment, and she silently shook her head. The rest of the initiates did the same when Huang's yellow gaze passed over them. No? Well then, it seems I have something to teach you, after all. Padawan Uzumaki, your lightsaber please. Naruto unclipped his lightsaber from his belt and placed it in Huang's waiting hand. The droid brought it up to eye level and scrutinized it, turning it this way and that with the air of one analyzing a curious scientific specimen. Ah, yes, an excellent design. I see you've added to the carvings since I last saw this. Beautiful craftsmanship, especially considering you never learned from me. Naruto rolled his eyes at the pointed remark. Are you still hung up on that? Let it go, Professor. Jiraiya and I didn't blow ourselves up, and our blades work fine. The venerable architect sniffed disdainfully, but he turned his attention back to the others, so Naruto counted it as a win. Huyang had been scandalized when he and Jiraiya had shown him their lightsabers to catalog for his archives. Apparently, the idea of Jedi constructing their first blades without receiving his instruction was tantamount to heresy in his eyes. No matter, Huyang said. You all know what a lightsaber is, what it can do, but how does it work? How will you build one? Not with your hands, oh no. With the Force. Padawan Uzumaki, if you would be so kind as to demonstrate. Naruto smiled a little and closed his eyes. His lightsaber twitched and floated out of the droid's hands and crossed the room until it hung in front of the clan. With slow, careful precision, he used the Force to disassemble the blade. When he was done, his lightsaber resembled an asteroid field of individual components orbiting slowly around the glowing sun of his crystal. He took a moment before addressing his audience to bask in the unfiltered light of his crystal as it sang to him in the Force. While the professor can teach you the mechanical side of building a lightsaber, only you can assemble your blade. A lightsaber is an extension of a Jedi's will, of their being. With the Force, you'll take separate components in a living kyber crystal, and forge them into dash. With a twitch of his hand, he quickly reassembled his blade. As the last component clicked into place, the hilt flew into his outstretched palm and he ignited it, bathing the room in sunset light. A lightsaber. After that, Naruto left them to learn in the capable hands of Professor Huyang, while he went to the cockpit and began prepping for their first hyperspace jump. Fortunately, the first leg of their journey lay along a fairly major hyperspace corridor, and the Navi computer took only a few seconds to complete the calculations. As soon as they were finished, Naruto pulled the lever and sent the ship into the endless blue tunnel of hyperspace. Once that was done, he settled back into his seat for the long journey. Unlike the T-6 shuttle he had taken on his first trip to Ilum, the Crucible was not built with speed in mind. It only had an old Class 3 hyperdrive, and even in the relatively large hyperlane they were in, where they could travel at full power, the ship wouldn't be setting any speed records. In some ways, that was a good thing. It gave Huyang time to impart his knowledge, and the initiates time to meditate and center themselves before facing the trials of the cave. Unfortunately, it also gave Naruto a great deal of time in which he had nothing to do. He'd already sent a clone off to the engine room to read the latest texts his various classes had assigned him amidst the soothing background noise of the ion drives. While constructive, that sadly did nothing to ease the boredom of sitting alone in the cockpit. He supposed he could have gotten the astromech to monitor everything while he spent time in the rest of the ship, and he probably would later, but for now, he felt the need to center himself in the cockpit. I guess I might as well meditate, he thought. It's as good a way to pass the time as any, and maybe it'll help me figure out why I still have that bad feeling about this mission. He closed his eyes, focused on his breathing, and tuned out the faint hum of the surrounding equipment. With every breath, he sank deeper into the currents of the Force, and immersed himself more in its ebb and flow. Soon enough, the whole of the outside world faded into the background, replaced by the vast majesty of the Force. It was not, perhaps, as soothing an experience as it might have been. The veil of the dark side pressed in like scum on a river, muddying the waters and obscuring much of his view. The future was all but impossible to discern, save for a few brief glimpses of violence and a general feeling of looming cataclysm. Beyond that, though, it was an impenetrable morass, and had been for years. The present, however, remained blessedly clear, and it was in the present that Naruto always preferred to dwell. Immense, glittering rivers of light flowed across his mind, washing away his trepidation, leaving calm joy in its wake. He probed gently for answers, but, unsurprisingly, nothing was forthcoming. While he could meditate easily enough, Naruto knew he still lacked the skill and experience to truly ask questions of the Force and interpret the answers. Such a thing often challenged veteran masters with decades of experience and training. For now, all he could do was marvel at the ocean of swirling light before him, and try to learn whatever he could from what he saw. Even if answers never came, he was still content to sit and watch. Normally he would rather be doing something, but at the moment, he genuinely had nothing to do. This, at least, wasn't boring. He could see the great web of life strewn across the galaxy. Details escaped him, but he could still discern the broad strokes. Tensions were on the rise throughout the Republic. There was more anger and fear in the galaxy than there had been a year ago, spread across the Republic like cracks in a window. Even with the efforts of people like Padme and her allies, Naruto worried that the war so many Jedi could sense in the future was fast becoming inevitable. He didn't know how long, exactly, he spent meditating, but it must have been hours. Long enough for Huyang to finish his initial lesson, judging by the two familiar signatures he felt approaching the cockpit. The stronger one, full of drive and movement and curious, eager and now, was definitely Ahsoka. The other one, slightly less powerful, but far calmer and filled with patient wait and exasperated fond, could only be Barriss. He sensed her hesitate outside the cockpit door, unsure of whether to disturb him, but Ahsoka had no such qualms. She barged ahead and was just about to open the door herself when he opened it with the force. "You know, if you two projected any louder, I think even Huyang might sense you," he teased. Ahsoka ignored him and went over to fiddle with the ship's controls, but Barriss flushed green and looked down, muttering apologies, embarrassed at her apparent slip-up. He quickly brushed Ahsoka away from the more vital flight instruments and tried to reassure Barriss. "Hey, relax. I was just joking. Your shields are fine. My senses always go up when I meditate. Now, what do you two need? You look like you've got questions." Yeah, but before that, you were meditating?" Ahsoka asked, a skeptical look in her eyes. "I thought you hated meditating? And, sitting still in general." Naruto rolled his eyes. Says the most twitchy, impatient initiate in the whole temple. "I don't hate meditating, I've just usually got something else to do. Right now, I've got nothing. So, Barriss, what did you want to ask?" Ahsoka glared at him in mock outrage. How come Barriss gets to ask? I was talking. "Sure, but Barriss has been nice to me all day," he said, in the most maddeningly serene tone he could bring to bear. "You've been a pest. So, Barriss." "Well, we were both wondering, really, if you could tell us what it's actually like to be a Padawan." Naruto blinked mutely for a second, unsure of what to say. He'd been expecting a question on lightsaber construction, or perhaps on what to expect on Ilum. He'd had answers prepared for both such inquiries, do what Huyang says, and criff loads of snow, respectively, but this was a totally different question than he had been ready for. Both she and Ahsoka were staring at him, though, and they deserved a good answer, so he cleared his throat and tried to order his thoughts. "Well, it's a lot of work," he said. "Like, more work than you've ever put into anything before. You have to give everything you have to your training every day, no matter what it is. And you've also got to get used to making mistakes." Mistakes. Barriss, ever the perfectionist, sounded faintly ill at the thought of such. Naruto just nodded and gave her an eye smile. "Oh yeah, you're gonna mess up. All the time. You should hear Master Windu go on about some of my screw ups." He paused and tried to emulate the stoic man's voice. "It's always. Stop reprogramming the temple droids, Naruto. Stop violating traffic ordinances, Naruto. Stop traumatizing younglings' classes, Naruto. Stop setting buildings on fire, Naruto. Stop getting arrested, Naruto. You'd think I was some sort of troublemaker." "Whoa, hold on. You got arrested?" Ahsoka asked, a mix of confusion and awe on her face. "How in the Sith hells did that happen?" Naruto blanched as he realized he may have overshared just a bit. "Maybe that's not important right now." He tried weakly. To his shock, it was Barriss who shook her head, killing any hopes he may have had to avoid that story. If even prim and proper Barriss wanted to hear that story, there was no hope of it staying quiet. "Sorry, Naruto, but I'm with Ahsoka. You have to tell us what happened." Naruto sighed and pouted at her as best he could from behind his mask. "And you were being so nice to me earlier. I blame Ahsoka. She's a bad influence." Barriss nodded, and Ahsoka just shrugged, looking quite pleased with herself, as if he'd just paid her a compliment. It was a mark of how close their friendship was that he knew that's exactly what he had done, and she knew he had meant to do it. Ugh, fine. It was last year, during my mission to Roman. The council heard a rumor that Xan Arbor might have been hiding there, so they sent me and Master Windu to investigate. She'd already left by the time we got there, but the government there was horribly corrupt, and their leader, this evil Slimo named Droid, was the worst of the bunch. The things he was doing. Naruto shuddered as he recalled Tida's crimes, and the putrid ooze that he had leaked into the Force. The man had been like a piece of rotted fruit, wrapped in a pretty enough skin, but stinking and filled with foul slime. Long story short, I sort of snapped, one night. I could sense what he was doing in the palace. It was bad. Really bad. Once again, Naruto shuddered at the memories of what he had sensed that night. He moved on quickly, though. If he paused too long, Barriss and Ahsoka would get curious, and he did not want them asking questions about the details of that night. They were hardly delicate, but he still had no interest in giving them nightmares. He was a criminal scughole, and I wanted him to stand trial for it, so I broke into his palace, snatched him, and took him back to our ship so we could bring him back to Coruscant and give him to the courts. Barriss probably couldn't have looked more surprised if he had actually set her robes on fire. Naruto? Isn't that kidnapping? He, the state security forces definitely thought so, he said with a sheepish chuckle. They caught me just outside the palace with Tida slung over my shoulder, stunned me before I could run, and threw me in jail. The only reason they didn't kill me on the spot was because Tida wanted to use me as a bargaining chip once he realized there were Jedi on his planet. So what happened to you? Ahsoka asked, engrossed in his story. He was a little surprised she wasn't taking notes, but that was probably a good thing. Well, Master Windu couldn't come get me, or Tida would have just tried to arrest him, too. Even if he could have freed me, I don't know if he would have. It really ticked him off when I snuck out without telling him. Anyway, once I woke up, I escaped pretty easily, and stumbled onto a rebel group planning a coup. Once I convinced them I was a Jedi, they let me help them. Their plan had been to storm the government district by force, but I figured out something better. While I was escaping the holding cells, I noticed a ton of gaps in Tida's security. I managed to sneak the rebels into the palace, take down the guards, and seize control of the city. By the time Tida and his cronies woke up, they were prisoners in their own quarters. Before too long, the rebels had a whole new regime set up. You helped overthrow a planetary government. Barriss whispered in horror. Her mouth hung open and her eyes had widened to the size of dinner plates. Wizard, Ahsoka said. He really hoped she didn't get competitive about this. That definitely wouldn't end well. She might not limit herself to overthrowing actual dictators. Yeah, I think Master Windu almost had a stroke. It turned out okay, though. The rebels wanted to kill all the old officials, but we convinced them to give them trials. Most of them wound up in prison. Tida got executed, though. Afterwards, Master Windu had me clean out the exhaust ports of every ship in the temple hangar. By hand. He said it would keep me out of trouble for a few weeks, at least. So, is that the only time you've ever been arrested? Ahsoka asked. So far, Naruto said, praying that they believed him. They didn't need to know what happened on Corellia. No one needed to know what had happened on Corellia. That had just been humiliating. The point, though, is that you will make mistakes. They're unavoidable. But Master Windu and Jiraiya both taught me it's how you move through them that matters. A busy sort of silence grew between all three of them. Barriss and Ahsoka seemed deep in thought, their emotions slow and quiet. Naruto, for his part, couldn't help but think back on some of his own mistakes. For all that he could spin a funny tale out of one of them, many others had not been humorous at all, either at the time or in retrospect. The lessons they had imparted had made him a better Jedi, certainly, but they had often come at far too dear a price. All I can do is learn from them and grow, he thought. That's what Jiraiya always says, and Master Windu says he's right. They sat like that for several minutes, comfortably letting time pass them by. When someone finally broke the silence, to Naruto's surprise, it was Barriss who spoke up. When did you know the sort of Jedi you wanted to be, Naruto? Her tone was odd, as if she were asking something different from what her actual question was. He couldn't figure out what it could be, though, so he gave her an answer and hoped it was what she needed. I suppose. Before I even became a Jedi. Even before Quinlan and Ayla found me in Jiraiya, back when I was a shinobi for my village, I already knew what I wanted. Ever since my first mission out of Konoha, I've known I'm supposed to protect people who couldn't protect themselves, to keep my comrades safe. Being a Jedi hasn't changed that. I just have more people now, I guess. Ahsoka nodded. I knew back when we ended up in the Undercity and we had to free those slaves. When I heard how they talked about the Republic and the Jedi, how they felt abandoned, I knew I had to change that. I'm going to make sure people like that always have someone to protect them. Barriss listened quietly, and didn't talk for a long moment. When she did, her words came slowly, as if she were measuring each one before giving voice to it. I think I want to be a healer, she said. You two are both so brave, but I don't think I can fight like that. I just want to help people and take their pain away. I think that's pretty awesome, Ahsoka said, nudging her friend in the shoulder. You'd make a great healer, Barriss. Sometimes I don't know if I can do it, Barriss whispered, her gaze distant. That's why I told Master Luminara I wanted to wait before I became her Padawan. What? This was the first time Naruto was hearing about this. She approached me a few months after you left the creche, Naruto, but I asked to remain with the clan until I passed the gathering. I wasn't ready. I needed more time to study, so I'm prepared when she takes me on. Ah, are you sure you didn't just want to spend more time with your friends, Ahsoka teased, giving Barriss a friendly push. The older girl smiled, despite her obvious efforts to keep her bearing, and shook her head. Well, that part wasn't objectionable. I've enjoyed being around you and the other clan members. Her smile faded, replaced with a small frown. But I want to make her proud. I won't be a burden. Naruto found the depth of her conviction striking. Beneath her calm and poise, Barriss had a fierce drive towards perfection, one he found simultaneously impressive and a little frightening. He didn't like how little she thought of her own accomplishments. Barriss, you are not a burden, he said firmly, looking her straight in the eye. You're going to be a fantastic healer and a brilliant Jedi, and Master Luminara will definitely be proud of you. Okay. After a second, Barriss bit her lip and looked away. A surge of something colored her Force presence for a moment, but it passed so quickly that Naruto couldn't tell what it was. I should go meditate on my lightsaber, she said. Her voice wavered for a moment, but when she met his gaze again, he saw only her usual tranquil composure. Thank you for your advice, Naruto. It was very kind of you. Before he could say anything else, she hurried out of the room. Ahsoka called out after her, but it was too late. She had already closed the door. Well, that was strange, Naruto said. Ahsoka just rolled her eyes and shook her head at him. You laser brain. You know how she is with people showing emotion. Now you've gone and embarrassed her. I just staying. Should I apologize? Nah, that'll just freak her out even more. Just let her meditate. Ahsoka glanced around the cockpit, practically drooling over the control panels. Hey, can I fly the ship? No. Oh, come on. No. You get to build a lightsaber, I get to fly the ship. That's how this works. She tried growling at him, a low, trilling rumble that could paralyze prey with fear. He just raised an eyebrow at her, an expression he'd learned from watching Obi-Wan. Growling? Really? Sokka? What are you, 5? Don't try pouting either, it doesn't work anymore. It's not like there's anything to do, anyway. We have another 4 hours in hyperspace before our next jump. Fine. She sighed dramatically and flopped into the co-pilot's chair to stare at the glowing void beyond the viewport. When he glanced over at her, Naruto could see the tension in her brow, and the way she worried at her bottom lip. Even with her shields raised, it was obvious that something was on her mind. When did I become the guy everyone goes to with questions? He wondered. It was still a novel experience for him, being seen as a source of knowledge by his peers. Probably when the council gave me this mission. It's not like Huang can talk about stuff like this, after all. The thought of the ancient, stuffy architect droid trying to dispense personal advice was enough to bring a small smile to his face. He entertained himself with imaginary scenarios of the professor consoling nervous younglings with technical diagrams and circuit schematics while he waited for Ahsoka to give voice to her thoughts. In his experience, whenever she was like this, it was best not to prod until she was ready. Asking before then just led to defensiveness or deflection. It took a few minutes, but eventually, his patience paid off. "Naruto, I'm worried," she said. Her voice was soft, but steady, and he waited for her to say more. "I don't think anyone's going to want to take me as a Padawan." He hadn't been expecting that. "Hey, don't think like that. There's gotta be loads of knights and masters who would want you. You're dash." "No one's asked me," she interrupted. "No one's even talked to me about it. I thought a few times some of the masters have, but they never talk to me. They just watch for a while and then leave." Naruto winced. He could definitely sympathize. Having authority figures, people you wanted to impress, seemingly judge you without a word, reject you with no given reason. It was a scenario he was all too familiar with, and his heart ached to see his best friend going through something similar. He didn't think any of those knights or masters were specifically trying to hurt her, but it didn't change the sense of glum resignation he could hear in her words. "I know I'm not ideal Padawan material," she continued. "Even Master Ilum says I'm still too impatient, too disrespectful, too reckless. But Barris has Master Luminara, Nox has Master Halsey, Trilla's got Master Junda, and Galdos has Master Bulk. Even Ayer's probably going to get picked by Master Trebor. I thought someone would want me." Naruto had a theory as to why no one had approached her, but he didn't feel comfortable sharing it. For one, he wasn't sure about it, and unless he talked to Anakin, he couldn't be. Probably not even then. The last thing he wanted was to give her false hope, or put his brother in an impossible situation. Instead, he spun his chair so he was facing Ahsoka. She kept staring out of the viewport, but he spoke anyway. "Don't worry about that for now. Plenty of people don't get picked right away. Besides, I think you'll make a great Padawan." She snorted, but he pressed on. "I mean it. You've got the strongest connection to the Force of any initiate in the temple right now. You're kind, compassionate, and you've got great instincts. So what if you're kind of rude sometimes? Not every master has a stick up their ass. It might take some time, but I promise, someone will pick you. They'd have to be crazy not to." Her stripes darkened almost to black at his compliments, but she turned to look at him, at least, and she was smiling again. "Besides, who cares what other people think," he said, remembering how he'd motivated himself as a child. "If no one wants to take you as a Padawan, then you'll just train more, and get stronger, until nobody can ignore you. Don't let anyone else define you. Prove them wrong." "It sounds easy when you put it like that," she muttered. "It's not, but that doesn't matter. Just focus on what's in front of you for now. Find your crystal and build your lightsaber. That's what's important right now. The Force will guide you through whatever comes next." "You think so?" Now it was his turn to snort. "If it doesn't, I'm sure you'll find some way to kick its butt until it starts." That actually got her to laugh, a clear, brilliant noise that chased away the glum atmosphere like wind blowing away smoke. He laughed with her, hard enough that he didn't notice she had gotten up until he felt her skinny arms snake around his shoulders to give him a quick hug. "Thanks, Goldie. You know, you're pretty good at the whole motivational speech thing." "Really?" "Yeah," she said. "So, can I fly the ship now? Please." "What? No." He sputtered, his head nearly spinning from the sudden change of topic. "I told you before, there's nothing even to do except sit and stare at hyperspace." She pursed her lips for a moment before she shrugged. "Sounds better than meditating. Scoot." "What do you mean?" Before he could finish his question, Ahsoka wedged herself into the same chair he was using, squirming around to fit in next to him. "Ahsoka, what are you doing?" She looked at him as though he were being an idiot, which he felt was rather uncharitable, considering she was the one pummeling him to one side of his own chair. It's like you said. I'm going to sit and stare at hyperspace. Now budge over, Goldie. Naruto's mouth moved silently beneath his mask, too stunned for words. I will never understand girls, he decided, as he resigned himself to the inevitable. Never. After some more wriggling, and several new bruises on his part, both of them were somehow squeezed into the same chair. They weren't so much sharing the seat as Ahsoka was partially next to and partially draped over him, but at least she'd stopped moving around. It wasn't exactly a comfortable arrangement, though, at least not for Naruto. Ahsoka had started her growth spurt, and as such, she seemed to mostly consist of remarkably bony elbows and knees. While it felt to him, as though he were being cuddled by a pile of sharp sticks, he made no attempt to dislodge her. He'd learned from grappling with her that Ahsoka had the clinging capacity of an arboreal Dianaga. Once she'd latched on, pulling her off was the nearest thing to impossible. Was there something wrong with the other chair? He protested weakly. It was more for the sake of his pride than anything else. He actually didn't mind too much, and he knew how easily she could become touch-starved. Togruta were even more social and tactile than humans, and few Jedi were comfortable with such casual physical contact. Just from their brief period of cuddling, he could already sense her contentment as the stress she had been carrying slowly dissolved. "It's cold over there," she said, and laid her head on his shoulder. "You're warm, and you sound good." "You know, I still don't know what that means." She shrugged. At least, he thought she did. Her shoulders dug into him for a moment. "Anyway, I don't know how to explain it to a human. You just sound good. Now shush." He sighed, but shifted over as best he could to give her more room. For a long while, they sat and stared at the vast, roiling storm of the universe as it smeared across space-time just outside their ship. Naruto knew some pilots closed blast shields whenever they were in hyperspace, out of fear the sight of it would drive them mad, but he never did. Gazing out at the infinite gave him a sense of awe, especially knowing that he was technically seeing the entire galaxy, and possibly even the entire universe, from all angles simultaneously. It may have looked like a tunnel surrounded by blue light, but it captivated him. After a while spent watching the cobalt tapestry, Naruto noticed Ahsoka's breathing slow. When he looked down, her eyes were already closed, and her presence was dominated by warm Drosisif. He nudged her lightly to get her attention, but she just grunted and adjusted her arms a little. "Ahsoka? Hey, Ahsoka, wake up." She shifted her head and muttered into his shoulder. "GSTFBL. You know, I speak 5 languages and that didn't make sense in any of them," he said, smirking. She cracked one eye and gave him a baleful, if sleepy, glare. "Why do and speak FVL languages?" she mumbled. "Why RT Gruddy sucks. There's nothing wrong with my Togruti." "Oh yeah." She added her other eye to her glare. "Jiliaol Kramalyastibal Basamla, EIR." Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before he conceded defeat. "Okay, so I speak 4.5 languages. The point is, you can't nap here." "But I'm comfy." She said it as though she wasn't contorted into a shape usually reserved for abstract art just to fit in the chair next to him. "You won't be saying that later if you sleep folded up in a chair. Now go, before Huang comes and chews my head off for distracting you. Meditate on your lightsaber. It really is important." She sighed, and he could sense her reluctance to go back to the youngling quarters and the perceived monotony of meditating, but she didn't argue. Instead, she extricated herself from the chair and stood up, stretching like a tuka as she did so. After a few more jabs at his apparently lackluster Togruti, she finally headed out the door. Right before she walked out, though, she turned back to look at him. "Just so you know, I'm really glad you're the one assigned to us for the gathering," she said, her voice unusually serious. "You're my best friend, and there's no one I'd rather have help me build my lightsaber than you." Now it was his turn to blush in embarrassment. Genuine compliments like that still caught him off guard, especially from those closest to him. Thanks, Ahsoka. Really. You're my best friend too. I'm happy to be here with you, and with the rest of the clan. Now go meditate. I'll be out later to help you guys." "Yes, sir." She shot off a cheeky salute, pivoted on her heel, and marched off. He laughed at her antics before turning back to his earlier meditation. It would be an hour yet, before any of them were ready to work through whatever insights they'd gained in their meditation with him. Until then, he settled back into a trance and watched the lights of the Force dance in his mind. The next day of travel went smoothly. Naruto talked with all the initiates about the insights they'd gained while meditating. He even joined Barris and Nox in a joint meditation to guide them through the process. It took a while, as, despite the Council's confidence in him, he was still relatively inexperienced with the Force. Still, by the end of the day, he felt confident he'd done all he could to help them with their blade designs. Mostly, though, he answered questions. The endless flood of questions, some smart and insightful, others predictably silly, almost reminded him of those times he'd taught Kano Amaru. After his dismal performance in the academy, and his endless complaints about how boring Iroquois lectures were, he never would have expected to enjoy teaching. To his surprise, though, he found the experience rewarding. It helped that he was helping his friends, but even so, there was a tranquil joy in the task that the action-loving young Jedi had not expected. While Mace often spoke of the more peaceful side of being a Jedi, the diplomacy, mentorship, and healing that made up most of the Order's duties, Naruto had never really understood how many Jedi found such things fulfilling until now. That didn't mean he was about to change his path and pursue the life of a negotiator or a healer. Much like his master, he was a warrior at heart. For now, though, he was content to enjoy a peaceful mission for once. Looking back later, that alone should have warned him. Sadly, it did not. Around 40 hours after they had left Coruscant, Naruto headed back into the cockpit to calculate their next jump. The ship was approaching Rago, the last charted system on their current hyperspace route. From there until they reached Ilum, they would be flying through largely unmapped wild space. He could have let the astromech program the calculations and make the jump, but he preferred to do it himself. What was the fun of flying, after all, if you just let a droid do all the important bits for you? He was looking forward to seeing the planet as the ship came out of hyperspace, a sight no pilot, Jedi, or otherwise ever tired of. The moment the Crucible reverted to real space, though, a tidal wave of danger and hate-kill bloodlust swamped his Force senses. Before he could raise the deflector shields, the ship bucked and shook as a pair of concussion missiles slammed into the hull. What the dash? He didn't have time to finish before the door to the cockpit opened, revealing Huang and a group of nervous-looking initiates. Padawan Uzumaki, what is going on? We're under attack, he said as he finally managed to raise the deflectors, all thoughts of peace and tranquility gone. Hopefully that would stave off any more damage. Scanners are picking up 3 ships. They knocked out our hyperdrive and our long-range communications. He flipped a switch to activate the short-range broadcast. Unidentified vessels, this is Jedi Padawan Naruto Uzumaki aboard the Crucible. You are firing on an unarmed Jedi training vessel. We have nothing of value. Break off your assault now and you could escape before anyone comes to arrest you. Be smart and leave before this gets worse for you. Ha 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 ha, I don't think so, Jedi scum. The voice that came out of the comm was twisted with such hatred and malicious glee that it nearly gave him a headache just to hear it. Aura Singh doesn't let her prey escape. Beg for life if you want, though. I love it when Jedi beg. It's delicious. Aura Singh, Barris whispered. Oh dear. Naruto privately agreed with her concern. Every Jedi knew the story of Aura Singh, the fallen Padawan turned ruthless assassin. She had probably murdered more Jedi than any one person in the galaxy, with one possible exception. That she was here, now, meant any chance they had of getting out of this situation peacefully had just evaporated. He reached for the comm again, in order to try to stall for time. All that greeted him was a squawk of static, though. Short-range comms are jammed. Hold on. He fired the maneuvering thrusters as high as they would go while simultaneously gunning the sublights. With a groan of tortured metal and overworked inertial dampers, the Crucible pitched downwards, passing just beneath another volley of missiles. His success was short-lived, however, as a spurt of blaster fire raked across the shields and jolted everyone inside. Arg, it's no good, he said, desperately trying to maneuver through the incoming fire. They're more maneuverable than we are. "Naruto, what are we gonna do?" Ayer asked, a question he very much wished he had an answer to. As the ancient ship shook beneath an onslaught of increasingly accurate fire, he cast about desperately for any options. They couldn't fight back, they couldn't flee, and they couldn't call for help. Panic, dark and ugly, tried to claw at his throat, but he forced it away. He had 6 people and a quasi-sentient droid he was responsible for on the ship with him, and failure was simply not an option. "R1, can you get the hyperdrive working?" The astromech warbled and scumped into the ship's systems. It whirred away for a few seconds until an especially powerful burst of fire slammed into the shield. The whole ship jerked violently, and the hapless astromech went flying backwards, sparks dancing over its frame and smoke leaking from under its dome. "Well, that option's out. Get to the escape pods," he said to the initiates behind him. "I'll get closer to the planet and you can land there. Go. Huang, with them. You're in charge." The droid nodded and began herding his charges out the door. "Come, young ones. Quickly now. To the escape pods." "Naruto, what about you?" Ahsoka shouted. "I need to screen your escape with the crucible, or they'll shoot down your pods. Now get going." "I'm not gonna leave Y-." That was as far as she got before he lost patience and used the force to pick her up and whisk her out the door and down the hall to the escape pods. Her indignant cursing echoed through the ship as he forced her to abandon him against her will, and the righteous fury and desperation she projected only reinforced how upset she was. "I'm sorry, Ahsoka," he thought. "I need to guarantee your guys' safety. If I live through this, I'll make it up to you." He kept his grip on her with the force until she was safely inside one of the pods, and then immediately launched all 3 of the pods on that side. Only 2 were occupied, but he wanted a decoy, just in case. "All right, now let's see how tough this old ship really is." Once all 3 pods had cleared the ship, he focused on protecting them from the 3 fighters trying to kill them. It was difficult, as they had greater speed and maneuverability than he did, but he had the advantage of size. He managed to soak up most of the initial fire, but it was quickly becoming obvious that the smaller ships would soon outmaneuver him, unless he could somehow focus their attention on the crucible for a bit longer. Time for Part 2. While he had been telling the truth when he said the crucible was unarmed, that didn't mean it was completely defenseless. It may not have had any weapons, but it did have 3 potential projectiles left, and Naruto could be in more than one place at a time. He was fairly certain that what he intended to do violated multiple Republic laws, and was probably impossible to boot, but it was his best and only option, so it would just have to do. With a single, lightning-fast hand sign, he created 6 cage bunchen. "You know what to do." They saluted and sprinted off, stumbling as the ship shook and sparks flew from overhead. "Hurry. The shields won't hold much longer." It took only a handful of seconds for his clones to get in position, but it felt like an eternity. At any moment, he was sure one of the more nimble craft would dart around the limping crucible and target his former clan mates in their escape pods. It took all the piloting skills Anakin and Mace had taught him to keep his injured ship in between the vulnerable pods and the incoming fire. Finally, though, the internal comm squawked. "Boss, we're all set." "Great, now wait for my signal." He carefully lined up the crucible as best he could with the 3 enemy fighters. It wasn't optimal, but he sensed it was the best he could hope for. "Okay, go." As one, the 3 remaining escape pods, each with 2 cage bunchen in it, shot off the crucible and barreled towards the enemy ships. As he expected, all 3 fighters immediately targeted the pods, but it was already too late. The escape pods may not have been especially fast, but they were small and exceptionally nimble. They had also launched very close to the attacking ships. By the time the pilots had spotted them, they were too close to target easily. A few bolts glanced off the durable armor of one pod, but most of the blaster fire and missiles overshot the tiny vehicles and slammed into the crucible. A bevy of new alarms sounded, and the whole ship listed dangerously into the gravity well of the planet below, but Naruto kept his concentration on his clones. "Not yet. Not yet. Now." He generated chakra for a brief moment and formed the snake seal. Boom. Boom. Once the pods were as close to Aura's fighters as he needed, Naruto made his single hand sign, and all 6 of his clones immediately and violently exploded. The force ripped the escape pods apart, and, judging by the sudden shock and fear he felt, also roughed up the enemy ships. He doubted it had destroyed any of them, but the scanner was broken and he didn't have time to check it anyway, because he'd just noticed what the latest alarms were for. The last volley had finally punched through the shields and destroyed the engines. There was nothing to keep him from falling to Rago. Well, I guess I'll have a chance to put Anakin's crash landing training to use, he thought philosophically, in an attempt to take his mind off the pain to come. Besides, I was planning on landing the ship, anyway. Unfortunately, there was a big difference between crash landing a simulator and crash landing an actual crippled ship. Along with the engines, the stabilizers and repulsors were shot, and the maneuvering thrusters were sluggish and weak. Judging by the rapidly increasing G-forces Naruto could feel compressing his organs, the inertial dampers had also taken some damage. All in all, as the crucible tore through the cloudless skies above Rago, trailing smoke and debris, his trajectory was much closer to an outright crash than a crash landing. In the cockpit, surrounded by cracked screens and slagged controls, Naruto worked fiercely to maintain some semblance of control over the doomed ship. With the unforgiving surface of the planet looming ever larger in the viewport, it was all he could do to ensure that the crucible didn't nosedive into the ground at 5,000 kilometers per hour. He even tried to use the force to slow his descent, but without instruments he couldn't tell if it worked. He thought it might have, but by then it was too late. With an awful grinding crunch, the ship slammed into the ground. Despite bracing himself, Naruto flew out of his chair upon impact. The last thing he saw was a plume of dirt shooting up in front of the viewport, then his head hit something solid and everything went black. Aura Singh smiled and ran her tongue over her teeth as she watched the Jedi ship plummet into Rago's atmosphere, crippled and aflame. It was better this way, she thought. Blowing up a ship was all well and good, but killing Jedi was something she preferred to do face to face. She wanted to see their terror, hear their pathetic whimpers and gasps as the life poured from their bodies. Death in space was too easy. Jedi deserved to suffer, and she deserved the pleasure of watching it. Just the thought of it set her insides all a-quiver. This one in particular, though, had proven to be clever prey. That trick with the exploding escape pods had been ingenious. She would have to remember that for future use. It was unlike a Jedi to weaponize something with a peaceful purpose, and so deceptively too, but this Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have an unusually practical side for one of his sanctimonious order. Probably a result of Mace Windu's training. A self-righteous bastard he may have been, but even she would admit that Windu had skill. Skill he had clearly passed on to his little Padawan. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki would give her a fine chase. All ships, this is Aura, she said over her comms. Land near the wreckage and the pods. Have your men fan out. Find the Jedi brats, and bring them to me alive. Copy that. Her smile turned downright predatory. It was time for her to go hunting. And when it came to hunting Jedi, she always liked to use bait. Oh, make Ahsoka's hunt too. After a satisfying meal at Dex's diner, Anakin took Ahsoka on a speeder deep into the lower levels of Coruscant. Whenever she asked him where they were going, though, he just repeated it was a secret and she would love it. Eventually, she gave up asking and just watched the other speeders fly by as they descended. Finally, Anakin piloted their speeder into an out-of-the-way garage and jumped out. From the excited smile on his face, Ahsoka guessed they had reached their destination, whatever it was. It certainly didn't look like much. Most of the other speeders were heaps of junk, the walls were cracked and covered in graffiti, and there were piles of trash in the corners. The light from the tired illumination strips played warily over the faces of the few other beings around them before it left to go play somewhere more healthy. Overall, it was not an encouraging sight. Sky Guy? Are you sure we're in the right place? She walked a little closer to him as they passed another rough-looking group heading the same direction as them. Yeah, we're almost there, he said, seemingly unaware of her apprehension. Trust me, this'll be amazing. Ahsoka didn't bother to voice her skepticism, and instead focused on staying by Anakin's side. They walked down a long, winding corridor and took an ancient-looking repulsor lift even deeper into the city's depths. When the doors opened, though, it wasn't an impoverished urban wasteland that greeted Ahsoka as she had been expecting. Instead, a veritable wall of noise nearly rocked her back on her heels. Outside the lift, she saw vast banks of spectator stands, filled with countless beings, all of them cheering and whooping and screaming their lungs out. It took her a moment to regain her bearing among the sudden crush of noise and movement in life. When she finally noticed what all the excitement was for, though, her jaw dropped and she turned to stare at Anakin. "No way. This is a trick." "Nope," he said, grinning from ear to ear. "No trick, Snips. A pod race. You brought me to watch a pod race." She was jumping up and down in excitement. This was better than she could have hoped. Anakin laughed and shook his head, though. "Watch? Oh, Kark, no. I brought you to compete. These are two-person races, and you're going to be my co-pilot." Words failed her. Ahsoka's lips moved, but no sound came out. Eventually, she just gave up trying to talk and tackled Anakin with a flying hug. She may have let out a high-pitched squeal, too, but she would never admit it. Anakin caught her weight easily and held her while she babbled and laughed with glee. "This is the best." She finally got out. "Of course, Snips. It's your birthday. Now come on, we have to get ready. Our first race starts in 20 minutes. First. This just kept getting better and better. "Of course. This is a competition, and I've got the best co-pilot in the galaxy with me. We're going to win this whole thing, just you see." Ahsoka felt so full of happiness she could have floated away. This was going to be the best day ever. The racing was epic, beyond anything she could have expected. As co-pilot, she was in charge of navigation and repairs. It took a few minutes for her to get the hang of calling out the various turns and dips and swoops as they appeared on her map of the course, but soon she and Anakin settled into an easy routine. By the end of the first race, they were practically unbeatable. There were a few close calls, including one where she was hanging upside down beneath their pod, patching a ruptured coolant line while Anakin weaved around their competitors at speeds that had her eyes watering and her lekka flapping about her face. They nearly burst into flames once or twice, and their pod would definitely need a new paint job or 5 to cover the souvenirs of Anakin's exuberant piloting style. Both of them were covered in grease and grime from head to toe, and Ahsoka's butt and back were bruised from the repeated harsh turns and vibration. She also had a headache from the constant G-forces, not to mention the deafening racket. By the time she and Anakin stood at the top of the podium and collected their prize money, Ahsoka was sweaty, filthy, sore, and practically dead on her feet. She couldn't ever remember having had more fun. After they, quite literally, hosed themselves off, Anakin flew them back to the temple. Ahsoka honestly couldn't say how long it took, as she kept dozing off to the hum of the engines. Eventually, she noticed the engines shutting off, followed by a voice saying something. She mumbled back, too tired to properly respond, and then 2 powerful arms wrapped around her and picked her up out of the speeder seat. There was motion and warmth, and she thought she heard laughter. With an exhausted sigh, she curled into the warm thing holding her, and then sleep finally carried her off. The next morning, Ahsoka woke up in her bed in the creche, wishing violence upon the alarm, Anakin, and the universe in general. Some part of her wondered how Anakin had gotten her into her bed without alerting anyone, but the rest of her was too grumpy to care. Her back and butt still throbbed from bouncing around in the pod for so long, and 3 hours was nowhere near enough sleep after such a long day. She wouldn't have traded the experience for anything in the galaxy, but it didn't make it any easier to wake up. There was nothing for it but to push through, though. She afforded herself 10 seconds of wallowing in self-pity before she pushed her discomfort to the side, drew on the force for energy, and rolled gracelessly out of bed. Trilla shot her a questioning look, but she ignored it. Coming up with a story to explain her exhaustion was at least 2 cups of CAF beyond her current brain power. Better to just keep her head down and act normally. When she stumbled into the common area for morning accountability, though, that plan flew out the window. Standing next to Master Ilum was Master Sha'Okti. The Togruta counselor was something of a personal mentor to Ahsoka, having been responsible for teaching her what she knew of Togruta culture and history, as well as ensuring her fluency in her native language. She wasn't as close to the older woman as she was to, say, Master PLO, but she had spent a fair amount of time under her tutelage, especially when she was younger. Those classes had petered off over the years, though, as Ahsoka's training advanced and took up more of her time. In her bleary state, it took her a minute to realize why other Togruta was there. When she did, though, she forgot all about her grogginess, and had to restrain herself from jumping in excitement. After Master Ilum had gotten her head count, Master Ti pulled Ahsoka aside. Ti Ursula, Ahsoka. It's good to see you. Ahsoka bowed and finished the formal Togruti greeting. Ti Ursula, Master Ti. It's good to see you, too. She scratched her rear leg awkwardly, a habit she had picked up from Naruto, and tried to keep the excitement from showing in her voice. It didn't work very well. Is this about my hunt? Amongst Togruta, it was traditional for every child, after they had turned 13, to prove their skills by going on a solo hunt and bringing back their kill to the tribe. It marked their first step in becoming adults, and Ahsoka had been looking forward to it for years now. In all the excitement of yesterday, though, she had completely forgotten that Sha'ak would be approaching her about it soon. The older Togruta's face remained calm, but eyes flashed in amusement as she looked down at the eager girl. Yes, it is, Ahsoka. We'll spend the day going over your skill to make sure you know everything you need to. I hope whatever Skywalker took you to do last night didn't leave you too tired to train. Ahsoka shook her head. No, I'm fine. I can wait. How did you know about that? She would have sworn Anakin had gotten them out of and back into the temple undetected. Sha'ak smirked but said nothing, and Ahsoka actually growled a little and stomped her foot. Childish, perhaps, but she hated when people teased her. A moment later, her stripes burned in embarrassment as she realized what she had just done. Force, I acted like a total brat in front of Master Ti. Before she could apologize, though, the sound of laughter broke her from her thoughts. Ha ha ha. Sha'ak's laugh startled Ahsoka. She was used to the Master being much more serene. Calm yourself, Ahsoka. We Masters have to maintain some mystique, after all. Consider your unsatisfied curiosity as punishment for sneaking out. Ahsoka forced down the impulse to stomp her foot again. Instead, with a saccharine sweetness no one who knew her would ever think was genuine, she bowed and said, Yes, Master Ti. I apologize for my behavior. It won't happen again. Just for that, you've earned an extra 3 runs through the 3rd level obstacle course. Ahsoka winced, even though Sha'ak's tone held more amusement than irritation. The 3rd level course was no joke. She would feel that for days. Now come along, Ahsoka. We have much to do. It was well past nightfall by the time they finished for the day. True to her word, Sha'ak had tested Ahsoka's fitness, agility, and hunting knowledge to the limit. It had been grueling. When she had finally completed the last exercise, climbing a difficult series of rock walls while listing the proper means of setting snares, Ahsoka had flopped to the ground in a puddle of exhausted Togruta. Sha'ak had given her a whole minute to recover, which was about 1/1000th of what Ahsoka felt was fair, before she coaxed her to her feet. You did very well, Ahsoka. I'm glad to see you have been practicing what I taught you. Does that mean I'm ready? Ahsoka panted, blinking sweat out of her eyes. When Sha'ak said yes, she would have jumped in the air and hooped, but she was just too tired. As it was, she managed a smile and a faint cheer. Before you go to bed, I have something for you, Sha'ak said. She reached into her robe and produced a folded slip of flimsy. Naruto gave this to me before he left on his mission and asked that I give it to you before we left for Shili. Ahsoka took it and unfolded it. On it, in Naruto's neat handwriting, were the kanji for Ryashi, the Nihongo word for huntress. Thanks, Master Ti, she said. I know what this is. When she got back to the creche, after she had showered and changed, she pulled out Naruto's sealing scroll and a brush. She copied the kanji from the flimsy into the blank space in the 4th storage seal, careful to mimic the symbols as closely as she could. Naruto was constantly going on about how delicate and finicky fuinjutsu could be, and Ahsoka didn't want to risk starting a fire or ruining whatever Naruto had given her. Only when she was satisfied that she hadn't made any mistakes in her calligraphy did she channel chakra into the last seal to unlock it. To her relief, the seal opened with a burst of white smoke. When it cleared, it revealed a hunting knife and a sheath sitting atop the scroll. It was a simple knife, but gorgeous for it. The single-edged blade was about 18 centimeters long, with a clip point and a gently sweeping belly, perfect for stabbing, cutting, and skinning. The handle had a full tang and a pommel, and was made from some sort of dark wood. It had a simple crosshatch grip pattern carved into it, and was perfectly contoured for her hand. When she grabbed it to test the weight and balance, Ahsoka noticed a note tied to the guard. When she unfolded it, she recognized more of Naruto's handwriting. Ahsoka. Happy birthday again, and congratulations on your hunt. I made this for you, and I'd love it if you carried it during your hunt. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'd probably just annoy you, anyway. Besides, I know you'll be amazing, even without me around to compete with. The toads helped me forge the blade. It's made of chakra-conductive steel and quenched in their special oil, so it's nearly as strong as Mandalorian iron and you can channel chakra through it when you learn how. I made the handle out of wood from the forest outside my old village. Jiraiya had some sealed away for some weird reason. You've got the will of fire, even if you were never a Konoha shinobi, and I thought you should have something to remind you of that. I hope it serves you well on your hunt. I can't wait to hear all about it. May the Force be with you. Naruto. Ahsoka put the note down, a smile threatening to split her face in half. Force, he can be so annoying, and then he goes and does something like this. She shook her head. Freaking doofus always knows how to make my day. She was still smiling when she fell asleep. The next morning, after a hasty meal, she packed her gear, strapped her new knife to her leg, and met with Master Ti in one of the temple hangars. Ahsoka's impatience lent her a haste beyond even her normal energetic pace, and in record time she had stowed her equipment and strapped in. Even then, she didn't stop tapping her foot until they were finally in hyperspace. I'm gonna take down the best prey anyone's ever seen, she told herself, bouncing in her seat. I can't wait to see the expression on Naruto's face when I tell him all about it. Ahsoka silently cursed in every language she knew as she clambered out of her escape pod. While they were built to survive just about any landing, they were not designed for comfort. Her montrals were ringing, her back leg was bruised, and her whole body felt lightly tenderized. Judging by the grunts and hisses coming from Nox and Barriss, neither of her companions in the pod had fared any better. When she looked around, she spotted the other pod 100 meters away, with Ayer's mousy brown hair sticking out of the hatch. Huang was already out, and as she watched, he helped Ayer, Trilla, and Galdos to the ground. She sighed with relief when she saw all of them standing, apparently unhurt. It seemed Naruto's crazy idea had actually worked. The thought of Naruto pulled a growl from deep in her throat. How dare that self-sacrificing, space-brained idiot force me to leave him again, she thought, as she waved the other group over to her. When I see him again, I'm going to bite off his ears. Ahsoka, Barriss, Nox, are all of you alright? Are you hurt? Huang's voice broke her from her thoughts. We're fine, Professor, Barriss said. A little banged up, but nothing serious. What about Naruto? Ayer asked. She looked worried, but Ahsoka couldn't blame her. She was worried about her best friend too, even if she did currently want to maim him. Before she could reassure the younger girl, though, her montrals picked up a faint noise coming from the sky. When she looked up to see what it was, her heart froze in her chest. Ahsoka, what is it? Barriss followed her gaze upward and let out a strangled cry. Her hands flew to her mouth as her eyes grew wide. Oh no! Naruto! Above them, falling to the ground in flames, was the unmistakable shape of the crucible. Ayer sounded like she was about to hyperventilate when she saw it, while Nox, Galdos, and Trilla all gasped in horror. Ahsoka couldn't tear her eyes away, though. Her gaze stayed fixed on the ship as it plummeted from the heavens, no matter how much she wanted to look away. Maybe he got into one of the other pods. Ayer offered. The desperation in her voice, for some possibility that her older brother wasn't on that fiery wreck, was clear for all to hear. No. He's still on board. It surprised Ahsoka to hear the words in her own voice, but they came out without permission from her conscious mind. Even as she said them, though, she knew it was true. She wasn't sure how, but she knew with utter certainty that Naruto was still on the falling ship. As it tore through the air overhead, the noise drowned out Ayer's shuddering gasps as she tried not to sob, but her Montrals still picked up the vibrations from the poor girl's trembling. Or perhaps that was just her. She could feel her hands shake as she watched the trail of smoke vanish over the horizon, and her knees nearly buckled when the noise of the ship's impact reached them a few seconds later. "Take heart, younglings," Huang said, and she whirled on him, ready to scream at the droid, because how dare he try to encourage her? How dare he try to be upbeat when Naruto was dead? His next words stunned her in place, though. Padawan Uzumaki may well be alive. He is quite resilient, after all, and the Crucible is a tough old ship. That crash may have looked bad, but the hull was mostly intact and the maneuvering thrusters were firing. There is a good chance he survived. Just like that, Ahsoka felt her lungs unclench. Hope, which had faded away upon seeing the Crucible streak across the sky like a falling star, slammed back into her heart so hard and so fast she actually stumbled. The sudden turnaround left her dizzy, and it took her a moment to re-engage with her surroundings. "Have to get to the crash site," Nox was saying. "He could be injured. We have to help him." "We're going." Ayer's tone was resolute, and she glared at Huang as if daring him to challenge her. The droid looked around, at Ayer, fierce and determined, at Trilla and Barriss, busily gathering their supplies, at Galdos and Nox, debating how far the crash was, and finally at her. Those yellow photoreceptors, glowing like distant suns, finally snapped her out of her stupor. "Nox is right," she said. "We have to help him. Naruto taught us to never abandon a comrade." "Well said, young lady. Let us go rescue Padawan Uzumaki. I dare say, this has already been the most interesting gathering in centuries. A rescue mission seems a fitting next step." With everyone agreed, they set off immediately. Nox and Galdos figured the crash was between 20 and 30 kilometers away, so the initiates set a cracking pace through the sparse forest. Where the trees were close enough, they used tree jumping to move even faster. Huang wasn't able to join them in hopping from branch to branch, but between his extra pair of arms and unlimited stamina, he kept pace with them well enough. They hadn't gotten more than 2 or 3 kilometers, though, when another sound from the sky had Ahsoka calling for a halt. With the superior directional hearing her Montrals granted her, she could pinpoint the noise from 3 separate ships flying overhead. When she looked up, it didn't take long for her to spot them. "There," she yelled, pointing at the incoming ships. 2 of them were identical, vaguely wedge-shaped, with wide, angular wings. They each looked large enough to carry a sizable group of beings. The third ship was a smaller, single-person starfighter. She didn't recognize the model, but even from this distance, she could feel the malevolence radiating off it like cold fire. "I don't know about those other 2, but Aura Singh's definitely in that small one." "The bigger 2. Those are Mandalorian ships," Huang said. Even through his vocabulature, the droid's surprise was obvious. "Yes, Com-RK-class fighter transports, if I'm not mistaken. How curious." "Mandalorians? Why would Mandalorians attack us?" Trilla asked. "I thought they were peaceful now." Ahsoka nodded. She hadn't always been the most attentive student in galactic history class, but she recalled learning something about Mandalorians not being the threat they once were. Predictably, it was Barriss who chimed in with more details. "After the end of their civil war, the Duchess Satin Kryze ordered that all Mandalorians lay down their weapons and armor," she said, as if reading from a datapad. Ahsoka didn't know whether to laugh or roll her eyes, but she was definitely grateful for how studious Barriss could be. Most of the Mandalorian warriors chose exile instead, and scattered across the galaxy. These are probably a mercenary outfit Aura Singh hired. Even as she listened to her friend's explanation, Ahsoka watched as one of the Mandalorian ships, the Com-RK class, or whatever Huang had called them, split off and flew off towards the pillar of smoke that marked the site of the Crucible. The other 2 looped around and descended over where their escape pods were. From the belly of the other Mandalorian ship spilled a group of figures, Mandalorian warriors, she assumed. From the way they were flying, they at least had Mandalorian jetpacks. Guys, she pointed to the flying figures. I think we have a problem. Huyang followed her finger and bristled in alarm. Oh dear. Younglings, we have to get out of here. I counted 18 Mandalorian commandos, and they're looking for us. You want us to flee? Galdos asked, his voice low and his quills twitching. We are not cowards, nor are we easy prey. I'm with him, Ahsoka said, because she was a Jedi initiate and a Togruta huntress. She would never be prey. I'm done running. Let's show these guys who they're messing dash. The only thing you lot will show them is what color your organs are. The harsh tone was so surprising that Ahsoka actually took a step back. She hadn't expected that the stuffy architect droid had such vitriol in him. If he had been organic, she suspected he might have had tears in his eyes from the strength of his feelings. I have seen Mandalorians in action before, long ago, and I have seen what happens to unarmed younglings who try to fight them. I will not see that again. You are very brave, all of you, but this is not a discussion. We cannot fight them. Ahsoka, he's right, Ayer said. But Ayer dash. We need to get to Naruto. That's the most important thing right now. So let's move. For the second time in less than a minute, Ahsoka found herself shocked at the unexpected fierceness of one of her companions. The sharp words, especially because they came from the normally kind, soft-spoken Ayer, cut through her anger and hunting instincts, and forced her to recall her training. She's right. I almost let my aggression get the better of me. Ahsoka glanced away, her leku pric cling in shame. Ayer didn't wait for a response before she turned and set off through the forest towards the crucible. Ahsoka sprinted off after her, with the rest of the group close behind. While they had kept a swift pace earlier, now they were practically flying. The wind made her eyes water, and thin branches whipped against her skin, raising welts, but she ignored them. Now that she wasn't letting her ego do the thinking for her, Ahsoka recognized what Huyang and Ayer had realized right away. Against 15 Mandalorian warriors, their only chance was to flee as fast as they could. If Aurra Sing had hired them, they were no doubt ready, willing, and eager to kill any Jedi they could find. Unfortunately, as fast as they weren't faster than Mandalorian jetpacks. Second by second, Ahsoka could hear the roar of the boosters getting louder. She wasn't sure how the commandos knew where they were, but it hardly mattered. They clearly knew somehow, and they were closing in fast. With their force-enhanced speed and agility, they were able to stay ahead of the incoming Mandalorians for a few minutes, but eventually, the inevitable caught up to them. A rocket shot over Ahsoka's head and slammed into a tree, toppling it and cutting off their path. Before they could pick another route, the Mandalorians landed, surrounding them. One of them, wearing blue and gray armor with a spiky, three-pronged yellow symbol on the chest and multiple antennas and view plates coming off his helmet, stepped forward. He had a short half-cape, and Ahsoka guessed he was the leader. Nice try, little Jedis, but it's over. You can't escape. Surrender now, and this will all be over soon. She bared her teeth and growled, the predatory sound coming to her instinctually. Through her montrals, she could sense her friends tensing, getting ready for a fight. The tension in the air steadily tightened, like a cable wound too tightly, until she could practically hear it humming all around her. The Mandalorians chuckled and fingered their various weapons. It seemed they were just as willing to fight as she and her friends were. Finally, the cable snapped. Naruto grappled with consciousness like a bar of soap in a bath. His head hurt. Why did his head hurt? There was cold metal pressed against his face, and something sharp dug into his side. That wasn't right, was it? Memories flitted at the edge of his mind, but he couldn't hold on to them. There had been a ship. And a mission. He had definitely been on a mission. He remembered. Shooting? Had someone been shooting at him? People shot at him so often, it was hard to recall. Like flipping a switch, his brain finally rebooted, and the memories flooded back to him. The gathering. The crucible. Aurra Sing attacking them for some reason. Him crash-landing the ship. Everything. Carking Sith spit. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a shattered console. Broken bits of control panels and hanging wires littered the cockpit, and a haze of smoke hung heavy in the air. Something was on fire. Probably a lot of somethings. Can't stay here, he thought, forcing his brain to work. First, self-assess. This probably won't be pretty. He wasn't disappointed. The sharp pain in his side turned out to be a shard of transparent steel, probably from the shattered viewport. He didn't think it had hit anything vital, but he couldn't leave it in. It would just do more damage if he moved with it still in his side, and he needed to move. The others needed him. He was responsible for their safety, and Aurra Singh probably wasn't going to stop at shooting down their ship. There was also the minor issue of burning to death if he stayed in the crucible. He didn't seem to have any other life-threatening injuries, but several lesser ones clamored for his attention. Most worryingly, his left knee was swollen and painful. When he tried to move it, it felt weak, but he still had full range of motion. He didn't know if it would take his weight, though. The impact with the instrument panel had definitely given him a concussion. He had a dozen other scrapes and cuts, maybe some cracked ribs, and his right eardrum was blown out. He could also feel the strain from creating 6 exploding cage bunshin. Even with his massive reserves, that jutsu was draining, especially with how powerful he had made it. All in all, he'd been better, but he'd also been worse. If it came to it, he could move and he could fight. Some of the smaller cuts and bruises were already healing, no doubt thanks to the Kyuubi. For all that it was a malevolent chakra monster bent on destruction, it did come in handy at times like this. He fished a back-top hatch out of his belt and readied it. Once he was ready, he steeled himself with a few deep breaths and yanked the shard of transparent steel out of his side. Gah! Criff! He gritted his teeth as red-hot agony flared from the wound and tears briefly obscured his vision. As badly as it hurt, though, he still managed to slap the back-top hatch over the hole. There was a moment of unbearable cold, and then the soothing properties of the back-top numbed the pain and went to work healing the wound. Okay, that sucked. Now, I need to contact the council. Long-range comms are down, and the escape pods don't have what I need. Lucky me, I don't need comms. With his hands already coated in blood from his side, he didn't even need to bite a finger. His hand signs were a little slow, but they got the job done. He focused on the toad he wanted to summon and slammed his hand onto the deck. Cookie Yos no Jutsu. Poof. Yo, Naruto. It's been a while. What did you woe? You look like crap. Where are we? What happened? Naruto gave the small toad a nice smile and patted his head to calm him down. Easy there, Kaed. I'm fine. Just a minor issue. Can you take a message to Jiraiya? Are you trying to insult me or something? Course I can get a message to that old pervert. What do I need to tell him? Tell him I've been shot down by Aurra Singh and crash-landed on Rago. I need immediate backup. You got that? Kaed nodded. No problem, boss man. I'll get it to him in a jiffy. The messenger toad saluted and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed in relief. Now, no matter what happened, at least help was coming. All that remained was for him to get out of the burning wreckage, find his charges, and hope that Ahsoka didn't maim him too badly for forcing her into an escape pod. He wasn't optimistic about that last one. Escaping the ship was simple. The shattered remnants of the viewport were buried under a layer of dirt, but he could see thin shafts of sunlight peeking through small holes in the ceiling. It was the work of a few moments to cut a circle out of the upper hull with his lightsaber and jump through it. He emerged, blinking and squinting, into the daylight. After the dim half-light of the ruined cockpit, it took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness. Once he could see again, Naruto took a moment to analyze his surroundings. His natural impatience screamed at him to run straight for the others and damn whatever might be in his way, but years of training held him back. Mace and Jiraiya had, sometimes literally, beaten the importance of planning and preparation into his skull. The air was cool despite the bright sunshine, and slightly humid. The terrain was mountainous, though he seemed to have landed in a valley. Odd-looking trees covered the landscape. They were tall, perhaps 20 to 30 meters, with multiple layers of branches arranged in rings around the trunk. Their bark was pale yellow and looked like overlapping scales, while the red leaves were thin and tubular, more like thick needles than leaves, really. Overall, It didn't look like any forest Naruto had ever seen before, but he didn't care. It was a forest, and that meant he was at home. In the course of his training, Mace had taken him to a variety of worlds and taught him how to survive in every conceivable environment. From the scorching deserts of Jedha, to the frozen mountains of Alderaan, to the urban jungles of Corellia and Coruscant, and even the blasted ruin of Ossus, the training had been tough. Even brutal at times. Still, Mace had suffered right alongside him, and Naruto was grateful for the skills he had learned. When they'd arrived on the heavily forested planet of Kalar, though, Naruto had actually laughed in Mace's face. The idea of a Jedi, any Jedi, teaching a Konoha shinobi about forest survival was absurd, and he'd said so. The forest was his territory. His master had been skeptical, and delivered an hour-long lecture on humility and respect. His skepticism had lasted all of 3 hours, when Naruto managed to locate shelter, food, and fresh water all before Mace. The student spent the next 3 weeks as the teacher, passing on the thousands of tricks and techniques that every Konoha shinobi learned almost before they could walk. A hint of movement amongst the trees snapped him out of his reverie. He squinted to get a better look and grimaced when he saw what it was. What the criff are Mandalorians doing out here? They must be working with Aura Singh. Probably making sure I died in the crash. Better just sneak by them. No sooner had he decided on stealth than a blaster bolt streaked past his head, no more than 3 centimeters from his right ear. More followed, and he flattened himself against the hull of the ship and rolled sideways until he dropped off the edge. The impact against the ground made his head throb painfully, but at least he was safe. With the bulk of the crucible between him and the Mandalorians, he had a moment to catch his breath. Okay, so much for sneaking by without being seen. Fear feck, they can really shoot. They must have been over 600 meters away. I need to deal with them. I can't lead them to the others. Suppressing the pain in his knee and head with a quick Jedi cantrip, he dashed towards the tree line and took up a perch in the branches of one of the taller trees. Not a moment too soon, either. He had only just gotten situated when the Mandalorians flew over the smoldering wreck with their jetpacks. He was too far away to make out what they were saying, but they fanned out in a clear search pattern. One of them, a tall man with red armor and a slightly different shaped breastplate, seemed in charge. The others looked at him before moving, and he held himself with the confidence of command. Naruto channeled his chakra and made a dozen hand signs. Sutten, Kirigaku or no Jutsu. It was the only water-style ninjutsu he had learned so far, and it took a lot of chakra and concentration, but it worked. Thick mist rose from the damp soil and formed an obscuring cloud for 100 meters in every direction. Once he was sure the fog was dense enough, Naruto jumped from tree to tree in order to get closer to the commandos. As he drew nearer, he could hear them talking. The helmets gave their voices an eerie, robotic quality. I thought Aura wanted him alive. Criff her. We see him, we kill him. We get paid either way. Now that was interesting. Mandalorian mercenaries didn't come cheap. If Aura was paying them, then someone was paying her. She wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise. This wasn't just part of her vendetta against the Jedi. It was a job. Dank Ferric, this fog came out of nowhere. What the hell's with the weather on this planet? A flash of frustration came from the leader. Dickut. This isn't natural. It's some sort of force Osik. Come out here, Jitai Hut Yun. I'm fine where I'm at. Naruto threw his voice so they couldn't pinpoint his location. The Mandalorians acted immediately to cover every angle with their weapons. Just so you know, I've contacted the Jedi High Council. The order will be here soon. Liar. We destroyed your comms. No one knows you're here. I'm a Jedi. I don't need a comms relay to ask for help. The Force is stronger than you can imagine. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty passed through the Mandalorians, undercutting their confidence. Naruto pressed on that, hoping to end this without a fight. I have no quarrel with you. Leave now, while you still can. There's no honor in hunting children. Apparently, that had been the wrong thing to say. Anger surged through the commandos, and he could actually hear their hands tighten on their weapons. Don't lecture us on honor, the red-armored one yelled. The Jedi have no honor. We follow the true way. The Force blared a warning, and Naruto only just managed to move before the branch he had been on exploded from blaster fire. A storm of tightly clustered bolts followed him as he leaped from branch to branch, sending up clouds of splinters every time one hit a tree. Somehow, they were tracking his movements, even through the mist. They must have thermal imaging in their helmets, he thought. I've got to get in close. He created a few cage bunshin as a diversion, and rebounded off a tree trunk, straight for the group of Mandalorians. A few shots came uncomfortably close as he barreled towards them, but he was moving too fast to hit. As he flew through the air, he rushed through 15 hand signs as fast as he could. When he landed, he slapped the ground and channeled a hefty burst of chakra. Uzumaki ceiling style, hunting paralysis. Dozens of tendrils of glowing blue kanji snaked out from under his palm and spread across the ground. Most of the nearby commandos activated their jetpacks, wary of the strange technique, and escaped, but 2 weren't so lucky. Before they could get off the ground, the glowing kanji touched their boots and raced up their bodies, spiraling around their torsos and limbs. The symbols flowed brighter for a moment, and then the 2 Mandalorians toppled stiffly, their bodies locked in position. It was a seal Naruto had created himself, and it was one of the few he could use without preparing it beforehand. He'd designed it for dealing with small to medium-sized groups of enemies, to quickly incapacitate them without killing. Jiraiya had praised his ingenuity in turning a simple restraint seal into a viable, non-lethal, crowd control weapon. He didn't have time to admire his work, however. The 2 paralyzed warriors hadn't even hit the ground before he had to jump away from yet more incoming fire. From the corner of his eye, he saw one of his cage bunshin drive a raise non into the armored chest of another of his attackers. The armor held, but the Mandalorian screamed and went tumbling backwards, unconscious. Naruto emulated his clone and smashed a raise non of his own into a commando's side, right between 2 armor plates. The glowing orb wasn't powerful enough to kill her, but it certainly blasted her off her feet and took her right out of the fight. He would kill if he had to, but that didn't mean he had to take the life of every opponent he faced. Unfortunately, at that point, the Mandalorians killed his last cage bunshin, leaving him as their only target. In an instant, he tapped back into the Force. With so many skilled opponents, he needed the advantage of precognition more than the versatility of chakra. His training in Sorso paid dividends now, as he deflected dozens of blaster bolts. He even sent some right back into the commandos, though their impenetrable armor saved their lives. Defense alone never won a fight, though, and remaining still was a death sentence. He needed to cut down their numbers, or they would overwhelm him. With a grim sigh, Naruto went on the offensive. Ahsoka was the first one to move. The moment the leader had stepped forward, she had pulled the Force into her body, filling her coils with the now familiar buzz of chakra. While she couldn't yet compete with Naruto's skill in ninjutsu, let alone his raw power, she had still come a long way in the years since their terrifying misadventure in the Undercity. Devastating attacks were beyond her reach, but she could certainly pull off a distraction. As fast as she could, she flipped through 3 hand signs. Bunshin no Jutsu. A swarm of identical copies of herself flickered into being around them. They may have been completely insubstantial, but they looked solid, and there were dozens of them. For a moment, everyone in the clearing, Mandalorians and Jedi alike, froze in shock at the unexpected appearance of 50 orange-skinned Togruta girls. Ahsoka took that moment to reconnect to the Force and then broke the sudden silence with her loudest yell. Scatter! Just like that, the spell broke. Everyone moved at once. The bunshin swarmed every which way. As they did, the initiates and Huyang used the illusory crowd to escape and find cover, while the Mandalorians started shooting at everything that moved. The clones offered no resistance to either blaster bolts, blades, or armored fists. Under the withering and highly skilled onslaught of the Mandalorian mercenaries, their numbers rapidly dwindled. Harchuk! The lead commando yelled as a clone vanished beneath his fist. It's some kind of Jedi trick. Find them. While Ahsoka's distraction had allowed her and the other initiates to slip away for the moment, Huyang wasn't so lucky. He hadn't been quite fast enough to avoid detection, and one of the Mandalorians caught sight of him. It's the droid. Blast it! She let loose with her wrist blaster, and the bolts tore through Huyang's torso. Two others targeted him with their rifles, and in a scant few seconds, the ancient droid fell to the ground, gently smoking holes burned through his torso and head. Ahsoka gasped at how quickly their venerable guardian had fallen and took a silent moment to mourn his destruction. He may have been overly proper and stuffy, but he had also been unceasingly kind and supportive during the short time she had known him. Monsters! Ayer's scream was so raw and visceral Ahsoka nearly didn't recognize her voice. She dropped from the trees directly onto the head of the Mandalorian woman who had first shot Huyang. In the brief moment Ahsoka saw her face, it was twisted in grief and furious determination. As she fell, she let loose a terrifying, high-pitched battle cry. It echoed off the trees like the shriek of a kite hawk and set Ahsoka's Montrals abuzz in consternation. As she landed on her target's head, Ayer wrapped her legs around the woman's neck and used the momentum of her fall to roll in midair and throw the Mandalorian commando through the air. It was a move Naruto had taught her, and she executed it perfectly. The hapless warrior bounced off the ground and tumbled to a stop at the base of another tree. Her armor had saved her from a fractured skull, but she wasn't going to be moving for a few minutes. The other commandos reacted with impressive speed to target the young girl who had just felled one of their own. Before the nearest one could fire his rifle, though, Nox pounced from his perch in the branches and kicked his weapon off target. The stray shot served as the starting pistol for a free-for-all, as the rest of the initiates leaped into the fray, trying to use the element of surprise to give them any advantage against the armored warriors. Ayer joined Nox against the commando whose rifle he had just kicked. Together, they disarmed him, and Nox slammed the butt of the rifle into his helmet with enough force to crack the durable frame of the weapon. The Mandalorian crumpled, dazed, and possibly unconscious. Their helmets made it difficult to tell. Either way, he was down. At the same time, Galdos surprised a green armored commando with a force push. The man cursed as he flew backwards and crashed into a tree. Ahsoka heard the whoosh of the air leaving his lungs from 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Trilla used the force to enhance her speed and dart amongst the Mandalorians, landing painful blows and knocking aside blasters. Ahsoka saw her as a brown and black blur out of the corner of her eye as she worked with Barriss to subdue her own opponent, a towering commando with broad shoulders and arms nearly as thick around as her torso. He was immensely tough and strong, but also slow and inflexible. While Barriss held his attention, she quickly snatched his blaster and stunned him with it. It took 2 shots to drop him through his armor, but he toppled over like a felled Rosher tree. The ground actually trembled from the impact. Despite their initial setbacks, though, the Mandalorians were not so easily defeated. They may not have had the supernatural speed, reflexes, and agility of a Jedi, but they more than made up for it against the initiates with their skill, experience, and dizzying array of arms and armor. Once they got over the shock of being ambushed by literal children, they quickly turned the tide. Nox and Ayer found themselves in a crossfire of stunners, unable to dodge. Ayer was able to pull off a Kawarimi, switching with a rock, but Nox was too slow. He cried out and collapsed as 3 stun bolts hit him at once. The warrior whom Galdos had force pushed into a tree responded by firing a rocket from a launcher on his wrist. The explosion sent a cloud of dirt into the air and knocked the laconic youngling off his feet. He rolled and clutched his side, his jaw clenched in pain. Pale green blood leaked out from between his fingers. The acrid smell filled Ahsoka's nose, making her gag. Trilla's speed served her well for a few seconds, as she dodged blaster fire with ease, until one of the Mandalorians got creative. He unleashed a 20-meter-long torrent of fire from his vambrace. The raging inferno forced her to skid to a halt, leaving her vulnerable. Before she could recover her balance, a dart, launched by the same commando with the flamethrower, slammed into her neck. She ran a half-dozen steps before whatever drug was in it kicked in, and she started to stagger and weave like a drunk. Her arms waved sluggishly, and she crumpled to the ground, either unconscious or dead. Ahsoka couldn't tell. She could scarcely believe it. In just a handful of seconds, they had lost any advantage they'd held, and now half of her friends were disabled, possibly worse. For the first time since being pinned down by the slave gang in the Undercity, she felt genuine fear, cold and sharp, coil around her throat. It was just her, Barriss, and Ayer up against over a dozen Mandalorians. Not bad, but not good enough, either, the leader said. Verta, take dash. Hold. A harsh voice cut across the chief commando. It was cold, harsh, and cruel. Ahsoka shivered just to hear it, and even more because she thought she recognized whose it was. Sure enough, when she looked behind her, she saw a tall, gaunt, deathly pale woman with a bright scarlet ponytail and a vicious sneer on her face. You've had your fun, Aura told the leader. Now it's my turn. What do you say, honey? You and your gal pals want to dance with me? The infamous assassin turned her gaze to Ahsoka, and the Togruta girl's knees almost gave out. That gaze pinned her in place, measuring, dissecting, looking for weaknesses and finding plenty. It was the gaze of an apex predator, but it went further than that. There was something wrong behind those pale green eyes. Something broken. Every one of Ahsoka's instincts screamed at her to run, to flee from this dangerous, twisted thing, but pure stubbornness kept her where she was. Fear or no, absurdly lethal, possibly insane, force-sensitive assassin or no, Ahsoka Tano never backed down from a challenge. If she was going to go down, she would go down fighting. Though her lekka were stiff with terror and she was pretty sure she was trembling, she bared her fangs and growled. Bring it on, bitch. Aura threw her head back and laughed. The sound of her mirth scraped across Ahsoka's montrals like a rusty saw blade. Oh, fire. You might actually be entertaining after all. I'll tell you what, honey. If you and your little friends here beat me, I'll let you all go. Pack up and fly off. You'll probably never see me again. That didn't seem to sit well with the Mandalorian commander. What do you mean, let them go? I'm not Dash. You'll do as I say. Aura's voice shifted from the sickeningly sweet, mocking tone she had been using with Ahsoka to a furious, borderline psychotic hiss. So, what do you say, honey? She asked, her voice back to its former quality. I'll even fight unarmed, just to make it fair. Ahsoka, no, Barriss whispered next to her. It's a trick. She's baiting you. Do you see a better option? Of course, Ahsoka knew Aura was baiting her. She was Aura Singh. They were three tired, unarmed younglings. That fight would only end one way. Even so, if there was even the tiniest chance that they could win, and that Aura would keep her word, she had to take it. The alternative was just giving up, and that was no option at all. Fine. If you want an ass-kicking, we'll give it to you. Aura's smirk turned into a full-on grin. It might have looked friendly, but there were a few too many teeth. As she smiled, her presence filled the clearing and set Ahsoka's knees shaking once again. Barriss inhaled sharply and grit her teeth, while Ayer went white as flimsy. To Ahsoka, every being sounded unique in the Force. Most were a dim, distant hum, too weak in the Force to make more of an impression. Ayer was a collection of tinkling wind chimes. Barriss sounded like a string instrument of some sort. Master Yoda gave off a deep, pulsing thrum, like a mighty engine. Anakin sounded like a bonfire, crackling and roaring with passion. Naruto was a symphony, complex, chaotic layers weaving into a beautiful song. Sometimes it ran slow and relaxing, other times she could have danced to its beat. No matter what, though, she never tired of listening to it. There was no beauty in Aura's Force presence. It screeched and wailed and howled like a tortured animal. Pain and rage filled every discordant note, and its chorus spoke of blood, death, and hate. Ahsoka's whole being recoiled from the ugly cacophony. Her montrals felt like they were being sandblasted, and bile coated her tongue. She swallowed, her throat dry and scratchy all of a sudden, and tensed up. On my signal, high, middle, low, she said. Barriss and Ayer nodded. Ready, go. With the sort of well-oiled unity that only comes from years of living and training together, the three remaining initiates sprang into action. Barriss rebounded off a tree and aimed a flying kick at Aura's head. Ahsoka rushed straight in, intent on delivering a set of crippling blows to her vital organs. Ayer darted around to one side and crouched, ready to sweep the assassin's legs out from under her. It was a tried and tested tactic, one taught to younglings at the temple for millennia. The idea was to distract the target and overwhelm them with multiple attacks from multiple angles, ensuring at least one attack connected. Ahsoka had even used it successfully against Naruto more than once. She was confident that at least one of them could land a blow. Reality, as so often happens, was somewhat different from expectations. Aura moved like liquid lightning. In one fluid motion, she pivoted away from Ayer, grabbed Barris's leg, and kicked Ahsoka in the chest. All the breath left her lungs in an explosive burst. Spots swam in her vision. Rocks and tree roots tore up her back as she skidded across the ground. It was the hardest she had ever been hit in her life, and it took a few seconds for her body to remember how to breathe. As she lay gasping on the ground, she heard a sickening crunch followed by a scream of pain. When she finally managed to get some air into her lungs and looked to see what was going on, she nearly puked at what she saw. Barris lay on the ground, curled up and crying in pain. Her leg was bent at several unnatural angles, clearly broken in multiple places. A shard of bone protruded from her upper thigh like a jagged thorn. Aura held Ayer up by her neck, a sadistic smile on her face. The small girl kicked and scratched at her, but it was futile. After a few seconds, her struggles slowed and grew feeble. Soon enough, her head lolled to one side and her limbs dropped down limp. Aura cackled and tossed her to one side, her unconscious body ragdolling across the ground. Ahsoka flinched when that broken gaze focused on her once more. There's the fear," Aura sighed. She inhaled deeply and tilted her back in bliss that looked almost sexual. "Delicious. You know, I really hoped for more out of you, honey. Ah well. I guess I'll just have to kill your friends after all." Ahsoka snarled and scrambled to her feet. "You won't touch them. You hear me? You won't touch them." Her face screwed up in concentration as she channeled as much chakra as she could. Despite months of practice, she had only used this jutsu successfully twice before. It wasn't the best track record, but desperation would have to make do in place of practice. She flipped through the 6 hand seals as fast as she could, held the tiger sign up to her lips, and took a deep breath. "Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu." To her relief, she felt her chakra flow smoothly into the jutsu. When she exhaled, a torrent of flames poured forth from her mouth, forming a sphere over 2 meters wide. It raced towards Aura, scorching the grass beneath it as it flew. The mad assassin's eyes widened at the sight of the veritable inferno roaring her way. Ahsoka let out a wild cry of victory as she watched the fireball slam into the ground where Aura was standing. The impact sent flames rushing high into the air and carved a crater into the dirt. Nothing could survive that, she thought, even as sudden exhaustion dragged at her limbs. She had never used such a large jutsu before, especially not while already tired from a fight. She has to be dead. "Nice try, honey. I'll admit, that's a neat trick. You almost had me." A voice from the trees cut her celebration short and drowned her relief in a flood of cold despair. Aura dropped out of the branches of a nearby tree. A few streaks of soot stood out sharply against her corpse-pale skin, and her clothes were smoldering gently, but she looked unharmed. Her sadistic grin had vanished, though, replaced by a cold fury. Despite her earlier words, she obviously did not appreciate being taken off guard. "Trying to burn me to death, honey? Not very nice of you. I guess I'll have to teach you some manners before I got you and your little friends." Ahsoka could have screamed in frustration. She had thrown her best shot at the assassin, literally everything she had, and it had amounted to nothing. It was chilling to see her most powerful technique achieve so little, but surrender was as foreign to Ahsoka as poetry was to fish, so she took what scraps of energy she had left and turned it into action. Pure adrenaline and grit drove her to sprint faster than she ever had in her life. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed the distance between her and Aura. Her fist flew straight for one of those horrible green eyes, only for the assassin to catch it in her spider-like hands. Her fingers may have been long and thin, but Aura had a grip like a vice. She hoisted Ahsoka into the air by her arm and slapped her twice across the face. Stars exploded across her vision, and she felt as though someone had injected molten metal into her mandible. The taste of blood filled her mouth. She was certain her jaw was broken. From the burning pain in her shoulder, she thought it might be dislocated too. "Nice try, honey, but not good enough." Aura leaned in close, and her voice dropped to a whisper. "How does it feel, All that righteous fury, all that Jedi training, and it means nothing. Where is your precious order now?" Ahsoka didn't have the energy left to speak. She didn't think she would have been able to anyway, but she did manage to spit a wad of blood right in the assassin's face. Aura just laughed and extended her tongue to lick the mix of blood and saliva off her cheek. She smiled, showing blood-stained teeth, before she punched Ahsoka once, twice, 3 times in the stomach. Her abused body finally rebelled under the assault, and she coughed up several mouthfuls of vomit and bile. The acrid mixture stained the front of her clothes, and the smell burned her nose. Defiant to the end, huh? Just for that, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with you and your friends. Aura didn't seem to notice or mind the smell, or the vomit pooled around her boots. Her breathing had turned fast and shallow, while her tongue flicked out to lick her pallid lips. Her voice was low and excited, and her eyes had darkened with sadistic lust. I'm going to use you as bait, to lure in your Padawan guide. Naruto Uzumaki, I think his name was. I'm going to kill him right in front of you. Then, I'm going to kill all of your little friends here. One by one. I'll save you for last, though, because you've got such spirit. Tell me, girl to girl, do you think you'll still be so full of fire when it's your turn? Ahsoka tried to summon up the energy to talk, to fight back, to do anything, but she couldn't even raise her head. All the strength had drained out of her body. Her muscles felt like lumps of wet clay, her vision was a blur of vague shapes and colors, and every square centimeter of her body ached. All she could do was listen as Aura taunted her. No answer. That's all right. We'll find out soon enough. Until then, lights out. Ahsoka didn't see the blaster, or the stun bolt. All she saw was a flash of blue, and then her whole body seized and her mind tumbled into darkness. The forest was Naruto's greatest advantage. In any other environment, the skilled commandos would have quickly gained an edge on him, but not here. A Konoha shinobi in the trees was a damnably dangerous thing, a lesson the Mandalorians were learning to their detriment. Even with their thermal imaging, the mist still worked to obscure his movements somewhat, and the trees gave him virtually unlimited options for attack angles. He flitted around the trunks like an insect, darting in and out whenever he saw an opening. The indestructible Mandalorian armor made landing decisive blows difficult, but not impossible. One warrior lost her head to his blade. He stabbed another in the armpit, where his cuirass didn't cover. Their shock and pain echoed through the force as they died, and it sickened him, but he kept going. He had a duty to the others, and duty came above all else. Mace had instilled that lesson into his very bones. Before they could adapt, Naruto dropped directly into the middle of a cluster of 4, his fingers blurring through hand seals even before he landed. A split second after he touched down, he finished the last seal and clapped his hands together. Futon, no Arashi. With a sound like 10 kilometers of ripping fabric, a violent storm of nearly invisible wind sprang into life around Naruto's clasped palms and exploded outwards in all directions. The force of the wind tossed the nearby mondos aside like rag dolls, but the technique didn't stop there. Blood spurted everywhere as deep gashes appeared in the gaps between the warrior's armor. The invisible blades cut deep, laying flesh open to the bone and even severing a few fingers. One of the Mandalorians died in seconds from a severed femoral artery, the blood fontaining out of his body in scarlet waves. The other 3 were in marginally better condition, but none of them were getting up soon. The jutsu was one of several Naruto had developed, inspired by Tamari's devastating wind techniques. Without a proper war fan or a weasel contract, he couldn't replicate the exact same jutsu she had used, but he could certainly reproduce their effects. Indeed, as he looked at the grisly results of his latest attack, he had probably improved them. There was no time for him to survey it more closely, though. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Mace had all taught him that on a battlefield, if you stood still, you died, so he jumped back into the trees before the dust had even settled. It wasn't a moment too soon either, as a pair of wrist rockets slammed into the ground right where he had been standing not even a second later. The heat from the explosion licked at his heels, but he used the force to ride the shock wave, letting it propel him even higher into the leafy canopy. Stang, that was close, he thought. How many weapons do these guys have? Below him, the remaining commandos wasted no time in adapting to his tactics. Close ranks. The leader shouted. Form up. Don't let him get between us. They positioned themselves in a tight circle with blasters covering every approach, high and low. It was clever and forced him to change his approach. Rather than continue his hit-and-run attacks, he used the force to grab 4 of them and flung them into their fellows. It should have created a mess of confusion and tangled limbs. Unfortunately, Naruto had forgotten to account for the Mandalorians' jetpacks. As soon as he lifted their comrades, the other 5 Mandalorians launched into the air. It broke their ranks, but it didn't create the chaos Naruto had wanted. He rushed in anyway, though. His reserves of patience were limited, and he had other places to be. Using the force once more, he grabbed hold of the red-armored leader and pulled him towards his blade. The commando had excellent reactions, though, and raised his arms just in time. Naruto's lightsaber slammed into the crimson vambraces, but it couldn't cut through them. From there, he got a demonstration of just why Mandalorian warriors were so feared and respected. Faster than many Jedi he had seen, the man pushed the saber away, backhanded him in the temple, and tried to stab him with a vibro knife he had produced from somewhere. Naruto only got his lightsaber up in the nick of time and cut the knife in half with a clumsy swipe. The leader flew backwards with his jetpack to avoid being decapitated and opened fire with a pair of blaster pistols. Naruto had never seen anyone shoot with such a deadly combination of speed and accuracy. Between his previous concussion and the lump even now rising on his head from the hit he had just taken, just staying alive suddenly became a challenge. He was so busy deflecting fire that he almost missed the warning from the force off to his left. At the edge of his vision, he saw something long and thin streaking his way. Acting purely on guidance from the force, he flipped sideways over what turned out to be a fiber cord, one that would have entangled him had he not moved. The thin wire shot off uselessly into the trees, but the warning in the force only grew louder. When he turned his attention back to the leader, Naruto saw why. In the brief lull while Naruto dodged the fiber cord, the man had pulled out a handheld flechette launcher, and was already pulling the trigger. Naruto had only faced flechettes once before, and that experience had ended with him in a hospital for 5 hours while doctors pulled dozens of the tiny metal blades out of his body. Lightsabers were useless against flechette launchers, and he couldn't get to cover fast enough. That left only one option. In the tiny fraction of a second before the flying razors left the weapon and tore him to shreds, Naruto reached into the force and pushed as hard and as fast as he could. He didn't have time for aim or finesse, just raw, desperate power. What happened next was confusing. There was noise, the bark of the flechette launcher, the howl of a sudden wind, a lot of cursing. Everything blurred into a storm of dust and rocks and flying debris. When it settled, Naruto stood in the center of a circle of destruction. The Mandalorians lay a dozen meters away, having been thrown back with considerable force. The power of his push had stripped the scales off the nearby trees and blasted a crater half a meter deep into the ground. He took a moment to center himself and catch his breath. He couldn't take too long, though, because the Mandalorians quickly recovered and pulled themselves to their feet. Their armor truly was a miracle. Naruto readied his lightsaber, and the warriors reached for their blasters, but the leader held up a single fist. Wait. Aura has a message for the Jedi. He pulled out a holopad and pressed a button on the side. The device lit up and projected an image of the infamous bounty hunter into the air. So you're Naruto Uzumaki. I've gotta say, you don't look like much. What do you want, assassin? Naruto was in no mood to play games. He felt a cold prickle along the back of his neck, and his fists clenched over his lightsaber. Something terrible was happening. He just knew it. I've got something you might be interested in. Take a look. The hollow imager turned, and his worst fears came true. All 6 of the initiates lay unmoving on the ground. He couldn't tell if they were alive or dead, and a black lump of ice formed in his stomach. You dash. Ah, don't look so stricken. They're alive. If you're a good little Jedi and come running, they might even stay that way. Try to free them, they die. Try to run, they die. No games, little Jedi. Come and find us. I'll wait. Maybe. The image froze on her face, twisted in some parody of a coy smile. For a moment, Naruto couldn't move. He couldn't think. All he could hear was his own heartbeat. All he could see were his friends, limp on the ground. Fear froze him in place, mute and trembling, until the hot flame of determination blazed in his chest. Fear wouldn't help him. Perhaps nothing would help him, perhaps not, but fear was never the answer. He cast his senses out as far as they would go in a desperate search for Aura and his friends. It didn't take long to find them. Aura's presence squatted perhaps 30 kilometers away, an ugly thing, all claws and teeth and dripping blood. The dark side poured off of her, bitter and pungent. He'd never felt a presence so twisted and vile before. No matter what he had to do to save his friends from such a monster, he would do it. It only took a few seconds for all of that to run through his mind. The instant he pinpointed the direction Aura was in, he vanished in a blur. Shunshin was out of the question with his knee as battered as it was. It would heal in a few hours, but until then, he didn't dare risk the stress of a body flicker. It would have been faster, but there was no point in arriving with a blown-out knee when he was sure he would still have to fight. The Force lent him ample speed and strength, though, and he drew on it like water from a well. However fast he ran, though, he couldn't shake the dread in his core. Something terrible was coming. He could sense it. Run as fast as you want, Ninjin. It won't matter. She'll kill you, and then she'll kill your friends. The unexpected voice of the Kyuubi nearly made him trip. Shut up. You're the last thing I need to deal with right now. Don't be a fool. You know it's a trap. Your power won't be enough. Use mine. Save your friends. It's the only way. Be quiet. I'll never use your power. Ha 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 ha. You will. All you have to do is reach inside and take it. You are too weak not to. Naruto growled and tried to ignore the Kyuubi's mocking laughter. He needed to focus. Nothing mattered but saving his friends. He concentrated on how much he cared for them, the love he had for all of them, and the righteous fury that Aura had hurt them. He poured all those emotions into his connection with the Force, and let them fuel his power and drive him forward at even greater speed. It wasn't exactly the Jedi way, but it had served him well in the past, and he needed every boost he could get. By drawing on the Force the whole way, Naruto reached Aura's position in just over 15 minutes. She'd positioned herself well, right in the center of a large clearing. 6 Mandalorians, each one holding one of his friends at blaster point, formed a half-circle with her in the center. More of the warriors dotted the clearing, tensed and ready to fight. It could not possibly have been a more obvious trap, but it didn't matter. Even if he summoned an army of Cage Bunshin, they wouldn't be able to take down all the Mandalorians and Aura herself before she executed his friends. If I had more time, maybe I could make a plan, but I don't. Who knows how long she'll wait before shooting someone? I can smell the crazy on her from here. He couldn't suppress a snarl when he saw the state of his friends. Barriss had a badly broken leg. Ahsoka looked as though she'd been beaten with a club, and what looked like vomit stained the front of her clothes. Nox was dazed and Trilla looked out of it, possibly drugged. Galdos was bleeding from a nasty wound on his side, and his quills drooped weakly. They all seemed barely conscious. Only Ayer was fully awake. She had an ugly bruise on her throat, but she was still struggling against her captor, some blue and gray armored Mandalorian with a yellow symbol on his chest. He felt a surge of pride for how strong his little sister was being, but the anger overshadowed it. How dare these people hurt his friends? With a tremendous effort of will, he got control of his rage before he did something stupid. When he was as calm as he could get, he walked out of the shadows and into the clearing. I'm here. Now let my friends go. Aura laughed, and the cruel sound made him feel sick. Let them go? Why would I do that? Because you came running like a well-trained hound? Do you want a treat, too? You've got what you want. You don't need them anymore. No one has to dash. Quiet, whelp. Her voice cracked like a whip. I give the orders here. Now, toss your lightsaber away. He did. The clatter of his hilt bouncing off the ground seemed like the loudest sound in the galaxy. Good. You follow orders well. Maybe you are an hound after all. Now, walk over here and kneel in front of me. Ayer's voice rang out over the sound of blood rushing in his ears. No, Naruto and I. Don't do it. Get out of Ga. The Mandalorian warrior holding her rapped the back of her skull with his blaster. Every cell in his body screamed for him to kill the man, but he couldn't. Instead, he tried to keep his voice steady as he could when he spoke to her. "It'll be alright, Ayer-chan. Don't worry." "Yes, very touching." Aura rolled her eyes. "Now kneel in front of me, or I cut out her tongue. Move." Naruto trudged forward. His feet felt like lead. Every step took an eternity, and Ayer struggled and yelled the whole time. Eons later, he stood in front of the skeletal Darksider, close enough to see the anticipation in her eyes. Her whole being screamed with it. She couldn't wait to kill him. "I said kneel." As he knelt, he glanced over at Ayer. Their eyes met, and he sensed something in her snap into place. Her gaze hardened, and she winked at him. He opened his mouth to warn her, to tell her to stay still, but it was too late. She bit down on the gloved hand holding her in place. The commando swore, and she tore herself from his grasp and sprinted towards Aura. "Get away from my brother, you dash, shh." A single blaster shot rang in the air, and a red bolt of superheated plasma burst through the front of her throat. Time slowed to a crawl. Thump thump. Ayer looked confused, as if unsure of what had just happened. Her hands grasped at her ruined neck weakly. Thump thump. The Mandalorian she had bitten lowered his smoking blaster. Ayer fell to her knees, her eyes still locked on Naruto's. Thump. Thump. In an instant, pain, fear, and sadness flashed through her eyes. Her lips moved, mouthing words, but no sound came out. Thump. Thump. She fell sideways, onto her shoulder. All the color had left her face, leaving it whiter than snow. Someone was shouting, but it seemed a long way off, faint and muffled. Thump. Her eyes stayed locked on Naruto's as she hit the ground. He saw her fear. He saw her bravery. He saw the light leave her eyes forever as she went terribly still. With a raw scream, Naruto reached deep inside himself and pulled. The world exploded, the Kyuubi laughed, and then all he saw was red. "Oh make, Ahsoka's Hunt 3. Master Ti, how can we be Jedi and Huntresses at the same time?" Ahsoka asked. "Wouldn't being one sort of rule out the other?" The question had been bugging her for a while now. She had tried to figure out the answer on her own, but kept coming up blank. Sha'ak opened her near black eyes and looked at her quizzically. "Why do you think that, Ahsoka?" "Well, it's just that Jedi are supposed to be peaceful, and hunters kind of aren't. They kill things. It's in the job description." "You are friends with Naruto and Anakin, yes?" Sha'ak asked. Ahsoka nodded, not sure where this was going. "Do you think they would say a Jedi's life is overly peaceful?" "Well, probably not. But they're both a little." Ahsoka trailed off, unsure of how to phrase what, exactly, Anakin and Naruto were. "Prone to trouble," Sha'ak offered. "I was going to say insane, but that works, too." The older Togruta flashed her a fanged smile before she became serious again. "That may be true, but I think you'll find many Jedi live lives that are not especially peaceful. Remember, our duty is to create and protect peace for others, not necessarily ourselves. For our own lives, we seek balance, in whatever form that may take." Ahsoka frowned. "I think I understand, but I'm not seeing how that answers my question." "Take me, for instance," Sha'ak said, unfazed by the continued questions. "I am a Jedi Master. I took an oath to serve the peace and defend life, an oath I strive to uphold every day. However, I am also a part of nature. I have a place in the cycle of life and death, in the flow of the living force. As a Togruta, that place is that of a predator. It is both my cultural and my biological heritage. Accepting that and living accordingly does not mean violating my oath as a Jedi. It is simply one way in which I serve the balance of the Force, and therefore the balance within myself. I want to give you the chance to explore that same heritage for yourself. Did that help? If you're having second thoughts, we can always do this another time. There's no shame in that." "No," Ahsoka said, shaking her head so hard her Lekka smacked her in the face. "No, I still want to do this. I've wanted to do this for years. It's just I was curious. Sha'ak gave her a reassuring smile. I understand, Ahsoka. It's good to question things like that. I had similar questions before my first hunt. Ahsoka let out a silent sigh of relief. She'd worried for a moment that Sha'ak would turn the ship back to Coruscant. That would have been humiliating, not to mention hugely disappointing. Questions aside, she had been looking forward to this day since she was 5. Sha'ak was one of her biggest role models in the Order. Growing up to be like her would be a dream come true, and this was a big step in that journey. She shivered in anticipation at the thought of what she was about to accomplish. Is your first hunt where you got that? She asked, gesturing to the older woman's Akul tooth head dress. Absolutely not. I took down the Akul who gave me these after I was knighted. The smile faded from her face then, and she gave Ahsoka a look of utmost seriousness. I want you to promise me, youngling, that you won't go after an Akul. Too many young Togruta die hunting an Akul for meaningless glory. I was almost a decade older than you are now when I hunted one, and it still nearly cost me my life. You will get to that point one day, Ahsoka, but for now, promise you will not seek out such dangerous prey. Be content with earning your sash. Ahsoka's eyes widened when she heard the older woman's voice. It was a far cry from the casual, friendly tone she had been using until now. Instead, it was passionate and unyielding. All she could do was nod her assent. Truth be told, she had secretly entertained fantasies of hunting down an Akul and earning her people's highest mark of bravery and skill. Part of it had been to impress Naruto, though she wasn't sure why that was so important to her. Mostly, though, it was to try and get someone to want her as a Padawan. All of her clan mates had various knights and masters looking at them as potential Padawans, but not her. No one had even approached her about it. She had thought, perhaps, if she proved how skilled she was, despite her youth and attitude, maybe she would draw a master's attention. Any plans in that vein died instantly under Sha'ak Ti's piercing stare. I promise, master. I won't go after an Akul. Though she had been born on Shili, and had lived there for the first 3 years of her life, Ahsoka had very few memories of her home world. Those few she did have were mostly vague flashes of smooth wooden floors, soft woven blankets, and the odd-fanged smile. She had no memories of what things looked like outside, and as such, she was eager to catch her first glimpse of her people's home. She was certainly not disappointed. From space, the planet was a study in natural beauty. Broad continents, interspersed with shallow seas, made for a tapestry of emerald forests and colorful grasslands. Ice-capped mountain ranges spidered here and there, tracing random patterns across the land. Here and there, cities glittered on the night side of the planet. Togruta cities were known for their beauty and harmony with nature, or so Ahsoka had heard, but she wouldn't have a chance to find out just yet. Sha'ak landed the ship far from any large settlements, in a tiny hamlet on the edge of one of the many vast, unbroken tracts of wilderness that covered most of Shili. Before they left, they both changed into traditional Togruta clothing. Ahsoka chose a chest wrap and skirt that would give her maximum mobility. It also exposed the stripes on her legs, allowing her to take advantage of her natural camouflage. From there, they hiked across several kilometers of hilly grassland until they reached the edge of a lush forest. Once Sha'ak had located a small stream, she halted them and declared they had found their campsite. Looking around, Ahsoka could see the appeal. From there, she had plenty of options for hunting. She could head back out into the sprawling plains of meter-tall turo grass. It was a favorite territory of the various grazing herds of Tra'akai and other large herbivores. With its varying colors of red, yellow, orange, and white, she would blend in well there, though getting close enough to separate her chosen prey from its herd would still be a challenge. It was also the typical hunting grounds of the Akul. While she was unlikely to encounter one, it was a factor to consider. Alternatively, she could head deeper into the forest. Prey would be scarcer, but easier to sneak up on, especially with all the tips Naruto had given her over the years. The forest was also home to larger prey, such as Lursa. While hardly an Akul, it would still make an impressive first kill. She also wouldn't have to worry as much about water or shelter as she would on the plains. Overall, it was an attractive option, especially for a lone huntress. Her final option was to follow the stream downhill, where it would no doubt lead her to one of the many rainforest valleys that dotted the continent. It was probably her least preferred option, though. While the rainforest valleys of Shili were renowned for their beauty and incredible biodiversity, they were hardly a place to hunt for large prey. While there were no strict guidelines on what she had to hunt to earn her sash, she doubted bringing back a tula bird or some jungle snake would suffice. They were also incredibly dense and, unsurprisingly, rainy. Ahsoka did not relish the idea of hunting in the rain. She generally hated being wet unless she was actually swimming. There was also the matter of bringing her kill back to camp. Dragging a dead animal uphill out of a densely forested valley sounded like a whole lot of nothing she wanted to do. Before she could make her final decision, though, Sha'ak spoke up from behind her. "It's time, Ahsoka. Choose your weapons." "Spears," she said, without hesitation. Sha'ak nodded and gestured for her to proceed. Ahsoka fingered the knife strapped to her thigh, walked off into the woods, and got to work. First, she found 3 dead saplings of the right height and thickness, and cut them down. Using the knife Naruto had given her, she trimmed off all the branches and whittled them into proper spear hafts. From there, she went to the creek and found a couple of rocks that looked good. She spent the next few hours carefully crafting 3 stone spearheads. The sun was nearly finished setting by the time she was done, but the work paid off. After a few more minutes of work with some cord, she had 3 lightweight, razor-sharp throwing spears. They were primitive compared to even the most rudimentary slug thrower, but they would get the job done. More importantly, she had made them entirely on her own, as tradition demanded. When she had finally finished, she presented her work to Sha'ak for inspection. The older woman looked over the spears, inspecting them for flaws. Apparently she found none worth noting, because she handed them back to Ahsoka with an approving nod. "You did good work, Ahsoka. These will serve you well. Your hunt begins at first light tomorrow morning. You will have 3 days to track your prey, kill it, and return with it to camp. Do you have a plan?" "Yes, Master," she said. She planned to keep to the forest, where she was most comfortable. Prey on the plains may have been more plentiful, but that meant little if she couldn't get near it, or if she ran afoul of an Akul. "Good. Before you go to sleep, I have one last piece of advice for you. This hunt will test you. Remember to rely on your skills, your strength, and, above all else, your mind. You'll find cunning often serves you where strength alone cannot. Now go to sleep. You'll need your rest for tomorrow." Ahsoka nodded and laid on her bedroll, but she doubted she would be able to sleep. Nervous energy coursed through her like 1,000 static sparks. Thoughts of what the morning would bring bounced around her skull. Nevertheless, the starry sky and ambient noise of the forest proved more soothing than she had expected. Within 10 minutes, her eyes were drooping, and within another 5 she was fast asleep. That's all for today.